You ever just totally embarrass yourself on the internet? It's fun, right? Back in 2019, I uploaded a video called Playing Minecraft for the first time, and I embarrassed myself, dude. I went in completely blind with no research beforehand, and the comments were very quick to point out just how many things I was doing wrong. And I haven't played Minecraft since. Not because I didn't enjoy it or anything, just because, you know, Animal Crossing came out, and then that took over my life for a while, and I got distracted playing with matches or something, I don't know. But I've been thinking for a while now that I really wanted to hop back into Minecraft for another go. You know, first time playing Minecraft, take two. So, I'ma do that. Now, all you Minecraft veterans out there are probably still gonna cringe at this video because yes, I am still playing on console, yes, I am still going in mostly blind, but this time I wanna actually figure this crap out for myself instead of just goofing around. Don't get me wrong, I'm still definitely gonna goof around, but I wanna actually accomplish some things this time. And to help me out here, I decided to give myself a bit of a home field advantage. So today, I'll be playing Minecraft using the Steven Universe Mashup Pack. It adds a bunch of recognizable characters and locations from the show, just kinda gives everything a Steven Universe skin. I have no idea how this will affect the experience, I just wanted to do it. So without further me stalling, these are Fofi's adventures in Minecraft. So I load up the game, select the Steven Universe pack, hit create world, and oh. Oh my god, look at this, I'm in the house, you know, from the show. Look at this place. They got the kitchen, here's the portal, amethyst room full of garbage, oh my god. Oh, the room with all the bubble gems. Oh my god, they even got the TV that's always broken. This is so freaking cool. So yeah, I was geeking out a bit, but after a couple of minutes, I calmed down and started regaining my bearings. I know it's been almost 2 years since I last played this game, but I do remember a few things. I know I gotta gather materials to craft stuff that'll help me survive. And at the moment, I have nothing. I hopped outside of my home base, forgot Minecraft has falling damage, and surveyed my surroundings. I see sand. Just lots of sand. Ooh, crab! I see crab! I kill crab! And here's where I started to realize maybe using the Steven Universe theme was a bad idea. I mean, yeah, it's cool, but now I'm thinking about this like Steven Universe. And if I existed in that world and was just walking around heartlessly killing crabs, I would be the villain. But this is Minecraft. I have to kill animals to get food so I won't die. I didn't feel bad about it in normal Minecraft, but I feel really bad about it now. And I felt even worse when I saw the other animals in this mashup pack. They made them all watermelon animals. They're too cute. And I feel absolutely terrible killing them and taking their meat for my own survival. Wait, meat? They turned all the animals into watermelon, but they still give you meat? We're living in a simulation. So I kill every animal I can find to line my pockets with gross, slimy, raw meat, and then it's time to start mining. Break dirt, punch rocks, slap trees, get garbage. Mining. But you know what the most fun part is about destroying the local ecosystem? Dying! I forgot just how many things in Minecraft are out to get you. Creepers, zombies, endermen, skeletons, spiders, the animals I've been killing, it just never ends. And now with this Steven Universe skin, it can kind of be harder to tell who is and isn't friendly. But like centipedals, injector drill creepers, and gem mutant zombies, those are obvious. But then I was walking around and found Squaredot here. They didn't attack me immediately, they seemed calm, so I assumed they were chill. But then suddenly they pulled out some kind of evil potion that exploded at me, and then I died. And I lost all my stuff. Off a cliff. Minecraft! All right, I respawned, we're back at it, we're doing okay, and oh. Hello, Hollow Pearl. You gonna be cool? You gonna, go, okay, never mind. Oh, what is happening? Okay, running away. Guys, I think I suck at Minecraft. Seriously, I've been exploring all around to find the stuff I need to make like weapons and equipment, but I just keep dying before I can make any progress. I'm also just totally lost. Okay, I'm not lost. I know where everything is. I spawned at the beach, which is right next to the city. Peridot and Lapis's barn is over there. The kindergarten's right behind it. The hospital from that Gem Mutant episode is right next to the motel from the Ruby and Sapphire episode, which is right next to the amusement park from the Shorty Squad episode, which is right behind Beach City. I got the lay of the land down pretty well. I'm more lost objectively. I don't know what to do. This is where my Animal Crossing bias is showing a bit. See, when I started playing Animal Crossing New Horizons last year, I was also gathering materials to build things to survive on an island just like I am right now. But the difference is, Animal Crossing has characters, people who give you tasks and goals to accomplish, or even just people to talk to for fun. Minecraft, on the other hand, is turning out to be a very lonely experience. I haven't seen a single other character from Steven Universe around. At least, not one that wasn't trying to kill me. Honestly, it kind of feels like I'm exploring a post-apocalyptic beach city. All the characters you know and love are gone, every building is abandoned, and the town is crawling with the undead. That's definitely not the fun, blocky Steven Universe adventure I was expecting. Well, if this is how it's gonna be, then I'm just gonna embrace it. It's time to get serious. We are in pure survival mode now. So first, we need a home base. I make a crafting table, throw together some wooden tools, find a nice hillside made of dirt and stone, and start carving out a place to stay. Now I just need a bed, a chest, and a furnace. So I do what any seasoned survivalist would do. I walk 5 feet over to an abandoned, fully furnished 2-story house and steal all their stuff. Well, I get the feeling I'm making this harder than it needs to be. It's probably nothing. So, welcome to the Fofi Diamond Sword Home Base 1.0. Here's my front door. I stole it. Here's my bed. I stole it. Here's my storage chest. I stole it. Here's my furnace. I stole it. Here's my enchantment table. I stole it. And here's my crafting table. I made this myself. You could say I'm a bit of a Minecraft expert. So I craft up some stone equipment because the wooden ones are poopy, I sleep, and then I wake up the next morning ready for adventure. I think I'll start by paying a visit to the beta kindergarten. If you're more of a Minecraft person than a Steven Universe person, a kindergarten is a place on Earth where gems are created and burst out of the ground. So this place must have a ton of cool materials to find. I started walking around, honestly wasn't finding a whole lot when I had to pause the game for a minute. And this was when I learned you can't actually pause Minecraft. Okay, maybe the kindergarten was a bad idea. Why don't we head over to the beach instead? Back where we started this whole thing. Yeah, you know, nice walk on the beach, surrounded by monsters, you know, good times. But then I remembered, I can swim. I've been on just one island this entire time. There's an endless world of Steven Universe themed Minecraft junk out there. Why don't I go see it? So I dive headfirst into the ocean and oh my god, really? They turned the drown into malachite? I mean, yeah, I won't spoil it here, but I guess if you know the show, it makes sense. It's just weird to see such a heavy plot point boiled down to this. Pretty sure there's only supposed to be one of them. Anyway, I'm in the ocean now, which means it's time to press A over and over again until I find more land. Once there, I hop out, run around, kill more animals, and eventually... Fryman! Okay, this is new. We actually found someone who doesn't want to kill us. Not sure why he's all the way out here when his fry shop is sitting abandoned in Beach City. I guess the apocalypse drove him into hiding or something. But hey, we found our first actual Steven Universe character. What do you gotta say today, Fryman? Cool. After hanging out with my new friend for a bit, it started getting dark out. I didn't want to get swarmed by monsters, so I hopped back into the ocean, started swimming back to the main island, and shockingly didn't die. It's looking like progress to me. And man, whether you like Steven Universe or not, you gotta admit, swimming up to an island and seeing this in the distance is pretty cool. Actually, wait, what's that just off to the side there? Ooh, oh crap, we got a cave. I make note of that, head back home, grab all the equipment I need, and I jump right into action. And it was only as I started exploring this dark, mysterious cave that I realized I'd never learned how to make torches. That's not a great start. But I'm in it now. I'm sure it won't be that bad. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it! We're having a good time! I've only lost most of my equipment and will to keep going. But after dying about 5 or 6 times, I finally escaped the never-ending horde of enemies, hopped onto the side of this hill, and just started digging. And eventually, I break into some random room. Huh, that wasn't what I expected. Guess I'll see what's around and Slime! 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 As you can see, I had everything under control. But where am I? Well, apparently, between all the dying I was doing back in the cave, I completely missed this giant tower castle sitting on top of the hill I was climbing. Really not sure how that slipped by me. And I guess I just happened to break into the slime bombardment room, but I'm here now, and I'm not being attacked anymore, so I decided to take a look around. This place is massive, dude. And the confusing thing is I don't recognize it at all. Every place I've been since the start of this game has been from Steven Universe. I could tell immediately. But I really have no idea if this is supposed to be anything from the show. I don't know, maybe I'm just missing something or... Oh. Hello, Lapis. Something tells me you're not the real Lapis. You don't exactly look happy. Are you gonna... Oh, okay, yep, bad time. Can't trust anyone. Oh, God, what is this ice garnet? Why do all the enemies look like friends? I feel like I'm not supposed to attack them, but then they attack me, so I kill them, and then I feel bad. So with that trauma now on my back, I keep working my way through the tower. I fought some enemies, found a bunch of soup laying around, and after lots and lots and lots of climbing, I finally make it to the top. And there's nothing here. Well, I think I'm just about done with Minecraft for the day. All jokes aside, I am out of time for this video, but I'm having a lot of fun with this game. The exploration is exciting, I love finding secrets, I'm getting at least a little better at the combat, and I think having the Steven Universe map really did help ease me into things. At this point, I know Beach City like the back of my hand thanks to other Steven Universe games, so it actually did help me kind of get my bearings. I know I still have a lot to learn and even more to explore in this game. Definitely let me know if you want to see more Minecraft in the future. But for now, I'm pretty happy with the progress I've made. So how do I get down? Steven Universe is dead, okay? It's been a year and a half, the show's over, it's not coming back, it's dead. And as much as I hate it, I just have to deal with it. But while the show might have ended like 3 different times, there's one thing in the world of Steven Universe I still need some closure on: the video game. Yeah, there's a Steven Universe video game. Steven Universe Save the Light. I've talked about it a couple times before. It's an RPG in the same vein as like Paper Mario. It came out back in 2017 and I was so hyped for it. I got it, I played it, I really enjoyed it, but I never finished it. Yeah, if you can't tell, I'm not that great at finishing games. Might be why I've been playing a lot of games that don't have endings lately. But today, I say no more! 4 years later, I am gonna sit down and play this dang game from start to finish. And you guys have to experience all of it recap style. But first, I gotta say, if you enjoy my videos and want to see more, be sure to hit the big red subscribe button right below this video and ring the little gray bell next to it. That'll send you notifications every time I upload so you'll never miss a future video. Also, you like this shirt? You like this shirt I'm wearing? Well, it and a bunch of other cool Foot-of-a-Ferret stuff is available for sale at my merch store, which is linked right in the description below. Oh, and before we get into the recap, I should mention this game takes place like right in the middle of the original show, kinda around seasons 3 and 4, so there will be show spoilers ahead. And if you need a refresher on anything Steven Universe, I got a whole other recap for that. And last, just to be clear, this video is not sponsored. I've just wanted to do a video on this game for years. And with all that said, this is Steven Universe Save the Light. So, fun fact, this game is actually a sequel to the mobile game Steven Universe Attack the Light. I played it, it's fun. The story didn't really warrant its own video, but it's where the plot of Save the Light actually starts. So, one day, Steven is just sitting around playing an RPG on his iPad. Get it! When Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl show up, having just returned from a mission, and they brought back this cool little pyramid of light thing with them. This is a prism. It's an old school gem weapon that, in the right hands, can be used to create an army of monsters made entirely of light. And Steven hears that and is just like, cool, yoink! This giant light monster shoots out of the prism and then breaks into a ton of smaller monsters who scatter all across the earth. A whole game's worth of stuff happens and the gems face off against the final big boss light monster. But we know Steven Universe never ends with just a fight. Nah, Steven starts trying to talk to and reason with the monster. He does his normal routine, you know, you don't have to fight, you don't have to be a weapon, you can be whoever you want to be. Of course it works, and the light monster then transforms into Steven. I don't think they understood the message. But that's the end of Attack the Light and the start of Save the Light. Steven takes Light Steven back to Beach City and shows him to Connie, who's like, whoa, that's pretty cool. Hey, what's that in the sky? Okay, this giant prism ship comes down to Earth, conveniently landing right on top of Greg's car wash, and out pops this ominous yellow gem. This is Hessenite, the original owner of the prism. And she's like, that's mine? Keep your hands off my stuff, stinky. Ugh. Ugh, you got it all messed up. She takes back the prism and sends a whole new wave of light monsters out into the world. And with that, the game is on. Steven, Connie, and Steven's dad Greg set out to fight light monsters, find the crystal gems, figure out what the heck is going on, and try to save the prism and light Steven. And gameplay-wise, it means I get to run around a fully 3D beach city and fight monsters. This video is not a review, but I will explain the gameplay real quick. Every battle in the game is turn-based, but only kinda. Each attack costs star points. Once you're out, you can't do anything. But they replenish slowly over time, and the enemies just kinda attack when they feel like it. It's a pretty fun setup, and I've always really enjoyed this opening part of the game. There's all these cool details you can find, like, look, I found Animal Crossing. You can find Steven's lion chilling on this hill doing absolutely nothing, and... uh-oh. Oh no. Oh no. Yeah, I should probably mention this game can be a little glitchy at times. Oh, Connie? You good, Connie? You don't look like you're okay. Eventually, after making their way around town, the gang finds Garnet on the beach. She says she saw a big spaceship fly over the forest nearby, so they all go check it out. More battles and puzzle solving ensues before... oh, hey Amethyst. Then a cool boss fight happens and... oh. Hey, Pearl. Alright, level 1's down, and we finally got the classic Crystal Gems gang all together. Let's go on an adventure! Oh god! The gems then travel to the Great North, aka the ice level. Steven's like, what are we doing here? And Garnet's like, shut up! But just then, another new spaceship appears. And it looks like Peridot's ship? But that can't be Peridot. She just called Steven. She's at the barn with Lapis playing video games. Well, after fighting probably another 100 light monsters, we finally catch up to the ship and find... Suddenly, they pulled out some kind of evil potion that exploded at me, and then I died. You. So, this is Squaredot. She's a homeworld Peridot working for Hessonite, and she only seems to ever show up in video games. One boss fight later, and the gems successfully steal Squaredot's computer terminal. Don't worry about Garnet. Wait. Oh my god. You gotta be kidding me. Oh, I love this game, man. Anyway, with Squaredot and the computer terminal now in hand, the gang head over to the barn and meet up with Peridot and Lapis. Peridot and Squaredot get into a bit of an argument. Squaredot's like, dude, what are you doing? You're an embarrassment. But Perry's just like, open your mind, man. Eat the rich. And in all the arguing, the gang gets Squaredot to accidentally dish on Hessonite's location, the Strawberry Battlefield. Squaredot then nearly attacks in a rage, but Garnet poofs her, and we never see her again. Bye-bye, Squaredot. You don't get a redemption arc. Peridot checks out the computer terminal to try and pinpoint Hessonite's exact location at the battlefield, but says it'll take some extra time and resources. So she just joins the party. And this is where the game got really fun for me. See, of all the characters in this game, Perry runs the fastest. Couple that with this badge I found that increases a character's speed 30%, and... oh my god! The other characters can't even stay on screen! So, Peridot leads the gang to the Strawberry Battlefields and starts searching for materials to repair the terminal. In the meantime, Perry dishes a bit on Hessonite, telling Steven how Hessonites are military commanders. And the Hessonite they're dealing with is a big deal back on Homeworld, becoming a legendary war hero after she used the prism to wipe out tons of rebel gems on Earth. So, yeah. Hessonite bad. And after gathering enough materials, Peridot finally locates Hessonite at the Sky Arena. You know, that place Pearl got stabbed. So, it's off to the Sky Arena. Oh hey, a boss. Off to the Sky Arena! The gang arrives just in time to find Hessonite in the prism and eavesdrop on their conversation. Hessonite's like, come on man, you used to be cool. Now you're just embarrassing me. She's been taking the prism all across Earth, visiting different locations from their battles to jog the prism's memory and turn it into a powerful weapon again. But the prism refuses to change out of its Steven form. So, frustrated, Hessonite pieces out and heads right back to the Strawberry Battlefield. Ugh, we just got here. Now we have to go back? Well, kinda. Hessonite heads back specifically to this giant crater in the ground. There used to be a massive pyramid temple here, but the gems kinda blew it up, and now it's just a big hole. But when the gems get back there, they find another teeny tiny pyramid at the bottom of the crater that definitely wasn't there before. They enter and find themselves at the top of a very long staircase. Yeah, I'm pretty glad I had Peridot for this one. What? How'd you get here? At the bottom of the stairs, there is a hole. We went down a hole, found another hole. Jump down the hole. Our heroes land in this giant, ancient-looking chamber with a depiction on the wall of Steven's mom, Rose Quartz, being attacked by a bunch of light monsters. That's gotta have some kind of effect on Steven. Nope. Nah, he's fine. Up the stairs, through the door, and across this very long bridge, and the gang once again finds Hessenite. She draws her sword at Steven and is like, You're the one who messed up my prism. I am going to kill you now. Peridot and Amethyst, who's here now, apparently, try to protect Steven, but Hessenite straight up wrecks them in a single strike. Garnet and Connie try to take a swing at her, only for Hessenite to wipe them out too, poofing Garnet and sending Connie and Greg, who's here now, apparently, flying off the bridge. This gem means business, dude. Pearl attacks her next, and they have one of those, like, anime-style mid-fight sword clash conversations. But while Hessenite goes on about how she has the power of God and anime on her side, Steven snuck off and grabbed the prism. But just as he grabs it, there's a sudden flash of light, and then we cut to Connie, who somehow survived a massive fall off a bridge. She gets up and is met by Peridot and Sapphire, of all people. Well, at least we know 2 of the poof gems reformed. The 3 of them team up to explore the pyramid and find the rest of the crew. Except you can't play as Sapphire. They only programmed moves for Garnet, I guess. Meanwhile, Greg, Amethyst, Pearl, and Ruby all either reformed or managed not to die upon impact and start doing the same thing. Everyone's running around the pyramid, solving puzzles, fighting monsters, and hoping Steven isn't, dead. And they did it all with a smile. Isn't that nice? But what about Steven? Well, he's... Oh god, he really is dead. Look at him, he's lost in purgatory. Suddenly, the beginning of this video feels kinda insensitive. Oh wait. Okay, never mind. He's not dead. He's just in one of those video game plot exposition dream worlds. He's fine. But here we learn a little bit more about Hessenite. From the looks of things, Hessenite was a celebrated general who was given the prism by her leader, Yellow Diamond. She used the prism to fight and win a bunch of battles during the rebellion, but was defeated by... who else? Rose Quartz. AKA Steven's mom, AKA Pink Diamond in disguise, AKA... Steven. But we're not supposed to know any of that yet. Rose knocked the prism out of Hessenite's hands, and I guess it just got lost in the shuffle during a retreat. Seems like an awfully important thing to just accidentally forget, but that's what happened. The prism was abandoned for years until the crystal gems found it and brought it back, and now we've gone full circle. Once Steven learns a sufficient amount of backstory, he wakes up and is found by Connie, Peridot, and Sapphire. They then make their way further through the pyramid, find the rest of the team, and Ruby and Sapphire reform Garnet just in time for a boss fight! Anyway, Steven starts getting visions from the prism, because of course he is. And this allows him to see where Hessenite's run off to. Apparently, she's found her way to the Forge. You know, that place where Bismuth tried to kill Steven? Yeah, there! In the game, it's just been a place to upgrade weapons, but once we follow Hessenite there, it opens up to reveal the final dungeon. But after fighting through wave after wave of increasingly powerful enemies, oh no! Hessenite got away! She hopped onto her ship and sped off to her much bigger warship hovering just above the Earth. And as powerful as the crystal gems are, they can't just fly into space. Well, I guess, except Lapis, but you know, can't play as her in this game. So that leaves the gems with one last option. Hey! Wake up! That's right, after an entire game of just lounging around, Lion finally does something! Using Lion's portal powers, the gang hops right into Hessenite's warship, and just like that, we've reached the final fight. Hessenite's like, hey, stupid dummies! I fixed my prism, so now I'm going to make you die. Yeah, so Hessenite managed to revert the prism back to being a weapon under her command and six it on the gems. A big fight ensues, and Steven starts trying to snap the prism out of it. It's a cool callback to the first game's final boss. I don't know, I think it's neat. And Steven manages to get through to the prism. But as soon as the prism starts to hesitate, Hessenite's like, oh, fine. Do it myself. And the real final boss starts. And either I'm really good at this game, or this fight was actually pretty easy. Connie learned this new move where she just stabs enemies a million times, so she's like crazy OP. Also, Hessenite spent most of the battle just attacking the prism instead of the gems. Rude. And also a pretty poor battle plan. So the gems finally knock out Hessenite and she falls to the ground. She admits that the prism isn't defective. She is. She's not perfect like she wanted to be, and wow, this sounds familiar. Yeah, so the ending of this game is like weirdly similar to the end of the main show, which wouldn't premiere for like 2 years. Except instead of being about a massive revolution aiming to topple an oppressive intergalactic empire, it's about a triangle. Hessenite admits that she's basically nothing without the prism. But since it activated for Steven, he should be the one to keep it. But Steven's like, man, are you missing the point? The prism should be allowed to choose who it wants to be. So Steven lets the prism decide for itself. Or I guess I have to decide? Why am I allowed to make this choice? Have I been the prism all along? And wait, I want to go with Hessenite. You can choose to let the villain win? I can't believe that's even an option. No, let the prism do its own thing, Jesus. So the prism goes off to live its life, Hessenite just kind of leaves, and the gems head back to the barn and have a pizza party. No, seriously, this game ends with a pizza party. I freaking love it. And that is Steven Universe Save the Light. Or at least that was my playthrough. Apparently there's multiple endings and a bunch of side quests I couldn't even get to in this video. But legit, this is probably my favorite TV show tie-in game I've ever played. It really encapsulates the vibe of Steven Universe in a really special way. The art, the different locations, the voice acting from the original cast, it all makes a Steven Universe fan like me feel right at home. But now it's over, and I have to go back to living in the real world, where Steven Universe is dead. Oh, thank God there's a sequel. Steven Universe Unleash the Light. The latest and probably last game in the Steven Universe Light trilogy of RPGs by Grumpy Face Studios. I've talked about the other games a few times, but I've yet to tackle this one, cause, you know, FNAF. But I think I'm finally ready to hop back into the world of Steven Universe and see how this trio of games ends. But I gotta warn ya, Steven Universe Unleash the Light takes place immediately after the finale of the original Steven Universe series, bridging the gap between that show and things like Steven Universe the movie and Steven Universe Future. So there will be spoilers here for the games and the show, but I don't want to waste too much time. So basically, in the show, Steven helped 3 alien dictators realize they need therapy, and they said, okay. And then, in the games, the gems fight this ultra-powerful gem weapon called a prism, which was controlled by Hessenite, a war general from the gem homeworld. But then Steven was like, look inside your heart, you idiot. And the prism decided not to be a weapon anymore, Hessenite decided not to be evil anymore, the gems had a pizza party, and that's pretty much it. Now that we're all caught up, here's Steven Universe Unleash the Light. The game starts on Homeworld, where Steven is hanging out with the Diamond's various pearls, pink, blue, and yellow, and talking about his plans for this new era of peace for the gems. But then one of them says there's still the matter of the prisms. Yeah, prisms, as in more than one. Apparently there have been 3 prisms this entire time and just no one thought it was important to mention. Obviously one of the prisms was owned by Hessenite, but the others are currently owned by the gems Pyrope and Demantoid. The pearls tried to contact them about deactivating their prisms, but never heard anything back. So Garnet, Amethyst, Pearl, and Steven all head out to investigate. They take a warp to this gigantic fancy prism palace, and almost immediately Pyrope and Demantoid appear on, like, floating FaceTime screens, and they're like, oh, it's you. Very productive conversation. So the gems are left with no choice but to get inside the palace and confront Pyrope and Demantoid in person. But there's this big rainbow door in the way that they can't get past on their own. Just then, completely out of nowhere, Hessenite's old prism shows up to just say hi to the gems. In all their soul searching since the end of the last game, they've developed a new form and new name for themselves. So this is George. They look like a squishmallow, and they've decided to tag along with the gems to help with their mission. Or at least, that's what it looks like. George talks in this prism language that only Steven seems to understand, so the gems are just kinda, taking Steven's word on all this. But George does help out by opening up the rainbow door so the gems can enter the palace. And of course, it's not that long before they get tossed into some battles. So now I think is a good time to give a quick rundown of Unleash the Light's gameplay. Like I said, it's a turn-based RPG, just like the last game, but where Save the Light was developed for consoles, Unleash the Light was developed for mobile first and came to consoles later. So things have been a bit simplified. Instead of running around big, expansive locations, the stages are broken up into much shorter levels that you explore by just jumping from screen to screen. No more Steven falling to his doom this time, unfortunately. However, the battles themselves are basically untouched. It's still turn-based, moves still cost points to perform, and you still have to press buttons at the right time to block or do more damage. Paper Mario. There are a couple of new tweaks, but it still feels very much the same as the other games. It even brings back some of the sound effects and music from that game, so I kinda got into the swing of things pretty quick. So the gang keeps spreading their message of peace by killing everything that gets in their way, but eventually they reach a roadblock. Oh, that was my ringtone. Don't ask me why my ringtone is Aaron Hansen yelling, "Yeah, boy." Just don't question it. I forgot to put my phone on silent. Let's keep going. But eventually they reach a roadblock. Yes, another big rainbow door, but this time they're gonna need 3 matching keys to open it. Pearl just casually hacks into the mainframe to find out where Demantoid is hiding, and then she pieces out to gather more info, while the rest of the gems head out to follow that lead to Demantoid and collect the rainbow keys. And because the game says we can't have less than 4 characters in our party, the gems are now joined by Lapis, which is pretty cool, because she was one of the few gems you couldn't actually play as in the last game. And oh my god, I mean, look at this. Lapis's attack is insane. She's wiping enemies out in like 2 hits. Jesus. So with the new team assembled, the gems start tearing their way through level after level, beating up enemies, solving puzzles, and doing side quests along the way. And eventually, Pearl catches back up with the gems to share what she's learned about Pyrope and Demantoid. Apparently, these two saw Steven dismantle the Diamond's empire, and instead of embracing their new freedom, they decided that this was the perfect opportunity to swoop in and become the new gem dictators. And because they both got prisms, they just might have the power to do it. And thus, Pyrope and Demantoid become the latest in a long line of potential war criminals that Steven has to give a stern talking to. Dang it. You realize this is an RPG, right? We have to fight things? Like 8 whole stages go by before the gems realize, oh, Demantoid's not here. And then hop to another planet for more stages, more battles, more killing in the name of peace. Oh, speaking of killing in the name of peace, look, Bismuth is here. She heard about everything going on with the prisms and decided to help out, even bringing this box. She brought a box. This is the prism containment chest, which I'm sure you can tell is meant to contain and deactivate prisms. So, you know, I'm sure we'll find a purpose for that eventually. In the meantime, Bismuth joins the team and subsequently breaks the game. Not only does her main attack hit multiple enemies at once, but she can also mine for materials and craft buffs for the rest of the team, including one that cuts the points required to attack in half. Needless to say, I mainly used Bismuth for the rest of the game. Several stages later, and the gems finally catch up to Demantoid. And she's like, "You guys are lame, your prism is dumb, I will now do a kill on you." And we launch into a boss fight. But I employed my strategy of use Bismuth all the time, and Demantoid went down pretty quickly. Bismuth breaks out the prism containment chest only to be attacked, dropping the box, leaving Demantoid free to steal it, and here the game gives me a choice. I can either knock the box out of Demantoid's hand, or I can protect Bismuth by attacking the prism. Now, what I probably should have done was protect Bismuth. It seemed like, you know, the moral thing to do. But in a moment of panic, I instead chose to knock the box out of Demantoid's hands. Meaning, yeah, we did get the box back, but Bismuth... Ooh, yeah. Yeah, she got poofed. And I know that might seem like a big deal, but Lapis has been getting poofed during pretty much every battle, and she always comes back just fine. So ultimately, I think I made the right choice here. So with Bismuth now taking up residence in Steven's backpack, she'll be fine. The gems, now joined by Connie, follow another lead to track down Pyrope and Demantoid. They wind up on one of Blue Diamond's old colony planets, which seems to still be controlled by Pyrope. Just a whole lot of not much happens for a while. Just more stages, more battles, more bosses, and wait, weren't we supposed to be collecting rainbow keys or something? Oh yeah, I kind of forgot about that. It was kind of like the whole thing we were doing, wasn't it? Well, I've been playing for a while now. We needed 3 rainbow keys, and over the course of the game, I've collected, 20. Didn't even notice. Guess we should head back to the palace then, just see what happens. The gems warp back to the palace and unlock that big rainbow door, only to be met by another door. Oh, and Hessenite, how'd you get here? Oh, excuse me, I'm sorry. That's not Hessenite. That's a mysterious nameless vigilante gem who just happens to sound and look just like Hessenite, here to help the crystal gems in secret. Not Hessenite shows up throughout the palace to give the gems super useful hints, such as you can unlock this door with a key, and open treasure chests sometimes if you feel like it, and don't you go asking questions. The gems just kind of let this all happen, then awkwardly get on with their mission, and finally they reach Pyrope's room. And Pyrope's like, "Oh, you stupid, 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 stupid." Yeah, for the big bad of the game, Pyrope went down easy. But anyone who's ever played an RPG knows there's never just one final boss. Nah, games like these aren't over until you fight some kind of otherworldly god creature. And would you look at that? Demantoid shows up, captures George, and forces a fusion between them and the other prisms, creating this gigantic, multi-armed angel of light. Now that's a final boss. So it's the gems against Pyrope, Demantoid, and the light monster. But they're not alone, because that mysterious vigilante gem shows back up and reveals herself to be Hessonite. Oh wow, what a surprise. But this is cool. We're really seeing how Hessonite's changed since the last game. Not only is she now fighting on the gem side, but she's clearly disgusted at how Pyrope and Demantoid are treating the prisms. It's really cool how these games genuinely are a connected saga of Steven Universe stories. You don't always get that with these kind of licensed games. Oh, right, fighting God. I almost forgot. Honestly, this fight wasn't all that tough either, but that might just be because I saved up a ton of items and just spammed my bismuth strategy over and over. I forgot to mention, bismuth reformed. Told you she'd be fine. And after knocking out all their health, Steven starts talking to the prisms. He's like, look inside your heart, you idiot, to help the prisms realize they don't have to be weapons anymore. It's a strangely familiar ending, as if there are two other Steven Universe games that end the exact same way. But to be fair, they do flip things on their head a bit, because this time, Steven trying to talk sense into the prisms doesn't actually work. But then Hessonite steps up to the plate and has a heart-to-heart with George specifically. She apologizes for how she treated them over the years and displays just how much she's changed. This really affects the prisms, leading to the big light monster disassembling and leaving Pyrope and Demantoid completely defeated. They start fighting with each other and accidentally poof themselves like idiots. The other prisms are set free just like George. Hessonite decides to stay at the palace and undo the wrongs committed by Pyrope and Demantoid, and the gems all head off for more adventure. And that was Steven Universe Unleash the Light. Pretty solid game. Yeah, it wasn't quite as exciting or expansive as Save the Light, and I did miss the extra locations and variety that game had. But all things told, this is still an enjoyable RPG that continues to just hit the nail on the head when it comes to capturing the Steven Universe vibe. And that's pretty much all I'm looking for with games like this. There is a DLC chapter about SquareIt returning, but it doesn't really play into the main story. And there's another mode that's basically just endless randomized battles. But for my purposes, yeah, the game's over. So I guess there's nothing left to say except, do you think Grumpy Face would add me in as a DLC character? Like if I asked really nice, make me canon, Grumpy Face! Yep. I'm doing it again. I'm about to hop up here and talk about how amazing Gravity Falls is, how it's been gone for ages, and once again fall down the pretending Gravity Falls isn't over rabbit hole. Because today, I want to take a deep dive into Gravity Falls Legend of the Gnome Gimlets. Yeah, apparently way back in 2015, there was a whole dang Gravity Falls video game released for the Nintendo 3DS. So of course I bought it, and of course I'm gonna play through the whole thing and make a video about it. Let's take a look. The game starts at the Mystery Shack, where Dipper and Mabel are talking to their grunkle Stan.
Ah, smell that country air, kids. The sun is shining, the birds are chirping. It's days like this that make a man glad he's not currently in jail.
Wow, Grunkle Stan, I've never seen you in such a good mood. Did the doctor change your medication?
I just got a good feeling about today. Why don't we take the day off? Grunkle's treat.
So the gang's about to have a nice, relaxing day off. Sounds like the perfect time for a mysterious flying log creature to swoop in and then just kinda leave. Didn't do anything crazy, just flew in, paused, and left. But apparently that was enough for Grunkle Stan to be like,
I could kill that thing and make money off it. Kids, forget everything I just said. We're going after that thing.
And with that, we're off. I chased the flying log thing to a nearby forest, but legit, not even 30 seconds later, I run into some thick fog that's blocking my way. Dipper's like, we're gonna need an item to get through here. Let's head back to the Mystery Shack. And then they just head back the way I came. My first task in this game was to enter a level, then immediately leave. This is off to a good start. Dipper and Mabel hop back to the shack, say hi to Seuss, sup dude, grab the magic flashlight from that one episode, and head back to the forest. While playing as Dipper, I used the flashlight in a super fun and challenging touchscreen minigame to clear the path forward. It took like 2 seconds. But look, there's the flying log thing, and he's beating someone up. That's so cool. So this is Jeff the Gnome. He's been around since the first ever episode of Gravity Falls, and he's kind of a jerk. But right now, he's getting flaming balls thrown at him. That's so cool. He falls over and drops this shiny stone on the ground that the creature then steals. And they're gone. Dipper and Mabel are like, what just happened here? And Jeff's like, well, it's a funny story I like to call the setup of the video game you're about to play. So according to Jeff, that stone was the Wind Gemulet, one of 4 elemental crystals that gives the Gnome Kingdom its magic. And now they've all been stolen and scattered across Gravity Falls. Without the Gemulets, the Gnome Forest will die, and it'll just be a bad time all around. So it's up to Dipper and Mabel, aka me, to explore Gravity Falls, find the 4 Gemulets, and save the forest. First things first, I gotta find the creature that made off with the Wind Gemulet. Jeff says it probably went towards the old mine. So I make my way out of the forest, aka the tutorial level, and one map screen later, I have finally reached the actual, proper gameplay. So here's how this junk works. Legend of the Gnome Gemulets is a 2D platformer. You play as Dipper and Mabel and can switch between the two at any time to take advantage of their different attacks and special items. Dipper's got the magic flashlight and Mabel has her grappling hook. The majority of the gameplay is basic running, jumping, beating up enemies, and doing some occasional puzzle solving type stuff. All while collecting this random junk you find on the ground that Grunkle Stan can use to make more of those scam attractions for the Mystery Shack. There's some branching paths to explore, and the levels have some pretty nice attention to detail. None of it's particularly difficult, but this is a kid's game, and I'm a million years old. I make my way deeper into the old mine, and eventually reach... Ooh, a minecart level. Is this gonna be like Donkey Kong Country? Alright then, let's go! Oh, Mabel's dead. Guess it's not exactly like Donkey Kong Country. Reload, try again, and after a successful but kinda uneventful minecart ride, I find the last of Grunkle Stan's mystery items, which means it's time to head to the end of the stage. Or at least, that's what was supposed to happen. I had a bit of a brain fart moment. Once I collected that last item, my objective was updated to meet Stan at the cave entrance. So I'm like, okay, I've been in a cave this whole time, so I guess I gotta backtrack like in the forest. And it wasn't until I ran all the way back to the start of the stage that I realized, oh, that's right. I'm an idiot. So I basically had to do the whole level again just to go down this very obvious path to Grunkle Stan that I should have seen the first time. He's like,
hey, check out this dark, scary, and definitely dangerous cave. You kids should be fine in there. You got a flashlight, right? Alright, I'm leaving now.
Classic Grunkle Stan. I head inside and the Wind Gemulet is legit just right there, sitting around. Huh. Really thought there was gonna be like a boss or something in here. Ooh, wait, here's something. Cool. Grab the Gemulet, and that's level 1 down. Oh, also, before we move on, pay attention to that. Really keep that in mind. Trust me. And believe it or not, I've basically played the entire game right there. I'm serious. I take the Wind Gemulet back to Jeff, head back to the Mystery Shack, get an upgrade from Seuss, sup dude, and head off to the next level where I do more running, more jumping, more collecting, more mini games, did everything I've already done, just rinse and repeat. Next level we're getting the Water Gemulet at the lake, then the Earth Gemulet in the deep forest, and then the Fire Gemulet in the caverns. All the levels feel basically the same as the first one. Nothing really changes or gets any harder. The only difference is now we got boss fights to deal with. And by boss fights, I of course mean one singular boss fight repeated over and over. Remember that pile of junk from level 1? Yeah, turns out that's the boss. Of the whole game. Different versions of this lifeless corpse show up at the end of every future stage to do the same 2 attacks on a freaking loop. I feel like I'm skipping over a good chunk of the game here, but look at these. What can I say about this? The story isn't progressing. I'm just grabbing Chaos Emeralds for a gnome who bathes in squirrels. Speaking of, we got all of them now, so I head back to Jeff to hand them all over. Dipper and Mabel are like, here's the Gemulets, you little weirdo. Oh, thank you so much. You've saved the rainforest or whatever. Now I can use these for my totally not ulterior motives. Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, maybe I should have seen that coming. So yeah, Jeff takes the Gemulets, starts chanting ominously, and suddenly transforms into... Dang it. He turns into Dark Jeff. Yes, that's his real name. And yes, he's just another reskin of the exact same boss monster I've been fighting the whole game, except now he has a silly gnome face. And, clearly the game wanted this to be the big dramatic twist, but everyone's just kinda standing there, smiling. Meanwhile, Dark Jeff goes off on one of those classic villain explains their entire plan monologues. Turns out the Gimlets weren't the source of the gnome's magic, and the forest was never in danger. This was all just part of Jeff's plan to assemble 4 powerful ancient talismans that would grant him ultimate power. It's always ultimate power. And all those recycled bosses I was fighting? Yeah, those were the guardians of the talismans who were meant to protect them from falling into the wrong hands. Ancient guardians! And they got wiped out by a couple of preteens. Easily. Like, without any difficulty at all. It's embarrassing. Just then, Dark Jeff sets off this wave of dark energy that shrouds Gravity Falls in, like, darkness or something. I managed to escape. Eventually. And the gang takes shelter in the Mystery Shack where Stan is like,
Ah, don't worry, we'll be safe in here. I reinforced these walls with bunker-grade steel so nothing can... Yep.
As expected, Dark Jeff breaks into the Mystery Shack and starts messing everything up, changing up the color palette, and kidnapping all of Dipper and Mabel's friends. Oh, and then he drops this bomb on me. All those mystery items I was collecting for Grunkle Stan are apparently living components of the ancient totem guardians, which I think is an extremely convoluted way of saying, hey, we're gonna turn all these items into enemies now, and you gotta beat them all before you leave. Gotta be honest, I don't really think that needed an explanation. Especially not one that tries to imply that these frickin' boots are actually an ancient guardian, but whatever. I tear through another bunch of monsters and head out of the Mystery Shack, only to be met by... oh, one of the Guardians. Apparently they're not actually dead. The Guardian talks to Dipper and Mabel and gives them more info on Dark Jeff. Apparently he's been possessed by an ancient evil entity called Gremullarth who was sealed into the Gimlets a long time ago. And Dipper and Mabel are like, wow, thank you for the info. Can you help us fight him? Yep, yeah, cool. So with that, I head to the Gnome Forest one last time for the final level. And this is probably the best level in the game. Not only is it longer, more substantial, and more varied, but we actually have new enemies this time. Like, Waddles? Really? You're kidding. I mean, yeah, technically it's a clone of Waddles created by Gremullarth's magic, but like, still, this game is forcing me to beat up a pig. I don't like that. It's only fun in Animal Crossing. After a while, I find the real Waddles, who's trapped under Gremullarth's control, and set him free, which takes care of all those clone enemies. Rinse and repeat that to save Wendy, Seuss, and Grunkle Stan, and with that, we've reached the final showdown with Dark Jeff. And it's the same boss we've already fought 3 times now. In fact, this one's actually gotten easier. Whatever, I beat Dark Jeff and he turns back to normal. But with the Gimlets free, they all come together and reform Gremullarth, who's... they're really gonna make me fight this boss for a 5th time? Yep. The final boss of the entire game is just another one of these Guardian fights. It's at least a little more difficult. This is the first time any of these bosses managed to kill me, but it's still just another slightly different take on the same 2 attacks. So, one disappointing final boss later, and the day is saved. Jeff's like, sorry. Dipper and Mabel are like, it's chill. And the gang decide to take the Gimlets and toss him down the bottomless pit from that one episode. Wait, really? That's a genuinely terrible idea. These things were scattered across Gravity Falls and protected by ancient guardians to keep them from being put together. And instead of giving them back to the guardians because they're apparently still alive, you just want to chuck them in a hole? We've seen the Bottomless Pit episode, right? We know those Gimlets are just gonna pop out the other side. Literally anyone could just scoop them up at that point. How stupid are you? Just roll the credits. Guys, this game's not that good. Like, even as a big Gravity Falls fan, this was kind of a slog. And it sucks because Gravity Falls has so much potential as a video game. But this, I can't say it's anything more than okay. It didn't even take 5 hours to beat, and for the $20 I paid for it, that's way too short. But I gotta say, it did kind of bring back those Gravity Falls vibes. The levels might not be the most exciting thing in the world, but they genuinely feel like they were plucked right out of Gravity Falls. The character dialogue too. So if you're still in Gravity Falls denial, like me, and want something new to try out, I mean, it's not the worst. Oh, we even have an after credits scene here. Yeah, see? Look, I was right. This game is dumb! You know what I miss? The days when every cartoon had some crappy tie-in video game. Whatever happened to these, man? Back when I was a kid, I spent so much of my summer vacations playing this junk. If SpongeBob wasn't on TV, I'd just boot up Revenge of the Flying Dutchman and everything was fine. Yeah, I didn't have Battle for Bikini Bottom. But these days, licensed cartoon games are pretty few and far between. Wait a minute. Cartoons? Nostalgic memories of summer vacation? That can only mean one thing! That's right, it's time for Phineas and Ferb, the Disney Channel cartoon about kids violating all sorts of construction laws and aquatic mammals that fight evil. You guys already know this stuff. This cartoon just becomes more and more classic with every passing year, even though it's technically been over since 2015. And last year, I made a video called Pretending Phineas and Ferb Isn't Over, where I took a look at a bunch of random Phineas and Ferb stuff to fill the void. Toys, music, other shows entirely, and most importantly, video games. Yeah, there are Phineas and Ferb video games. Quite a few, actually. And I can't think of a better way to honor a show all about making the most of your summer break and not spending all day playing video games by sitting inside and spending all day playing video games. So today, I'm checking out every Phineas and Ferb video game that I have. Just whatever Phineas and Ferb games I could find sitting around. I think I have them all. We got about 6 games to look at today, and I think the best place to start with Phineas and Ferb games is, well, Phineas and Ferb, the video game. This little Nintendo DS game came out way back in 2009 and is, as far as I can tell, the first proper Phineas and Ferb video game. And it is not good. It's not good. Phineas and Ferb is what I can only really call a DS game? I mean, yeah, duh, hear me out. The game starts, as you'd expect, with Phineas and Ferb under that same old tree thinking about what they want to do that day. Shocker, they do the roller coaster thing again. So we control Phineas and Ferb as they run around and collect junk to build their coaster. Sounds simple enough, but God, almost every single thing you do requires some kind of gimmicky touchscreen. Gimmick, maybe I should rewrite that. Draw a circle to dig through the trash. Swipe up to reach a ladder. Tap the buttons to climb the ladder. Draw, swipe, tap, draw, swipe, tap. It's the majority of the game. But at the same time, the basics of just like running and jumping, you still use the regular buttons. So you're constantly swapping between the buttons and the stylus, and even as someone who grew up on the DS, this kind of control scheme is really annoying. It's games like these that led to so many DS styluses getting lost back in the day. But in terms of recreating the Phineas and Ferb vibe, it's mostly there. It's jaggedy and weird, but it does look the part. The setup is exactly what you'd expect, and the characters are all playing their parts. Candace shows up every now and then, and the game turns into Bad Pac-Man. You play as Perry the Platypus sometime near the end. All the side characters show up, so yeah, everything's kinda here and accounted for. There's no voice acting, which, okay, fair, it's an old DS game, but the biggest failure here is the music. It's pretty bad. Straight up, it sounds like bad Super Nintendo music from the 90s. If you have nostalgia for this game, I can understand that. I just don't think it's for me. It's pretty repetitive, just running around, doing random touchscreen minigames, and building more and more elaborate stuff. Oh, actually, I forgot. You can actually ride the roller coasters you build. Heck, if you get enough speed, you can even go into space. You know, like the show! And, you know, that actually sounds really fun. Let's give that a shot. I'm gonna play a different game now. And funnily enough, next up is another DS game, Phineas and Ferb Ride Again. It is a sequel to the first game released only a year later, so I don't know, maybe it'll be better. Well, first impressions are this is the exact same game. I mean, everything looks and sounds identical, which, you know, makes sense. The team probably only had a few months to put it all together, but there are some improvements here. There's more chances to play as other characters, the music at least tries to feel more like Phineas and Ferb, but most importantly, the controls. Pretty much all the touchscreen junk has been restricted to just the building minigames, which makes the platforming flow a lot better. Nerd talk, nerd talk, nerd talk. Basically, the game's more focused, less annoying to play, and I like it more. Plus, Candace dies. So, the Phineas and Ferb DS series. Honestly, I don't love them. They're okay, I guess, but I don't feel like I've had a real Phineas and Ferb experience after playing them. Like I said, the music's off, there's no voice acting, the gameplay at its best is still not great. I'm looking for a game that feels built from the ground up to recreate the Phineas and Ferb vibe. These feel like generic kids games wearing a Phineas and Ferb skin. Though, to be fair, at the time of writing this, I haven't quite finished them. I really tried to beat all the games in this video, but I was running low on time. So maybe I'll beat the games while I'm editing this video and tell you if my opinions changed right now.
No.
Great, moving on. So our first game was from 2009, the second from 2010, and believe it or not, we got another Phineas and Ferb game just a year later in 2011. Technically too. This was the year of Phineas and Ferb's big Disney Channel original movie Across the Second Dimension. So naturally, we got some tie-in games of the same name. Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension for PlayStation 3 and Wii, and handheld versions for the PSP and DS. For the console game, I've got the Wii version. They're the same thing. But hey, I actually managed to get a sealed copy of this one. The Wii is basically a retro game console at this point, so having a brand new sealed Wii game is really cool no matter what. So this game's weird. Usually these kind of movie tie-in games follow the plot of the movie basically beat for beat, but this game doesn't do that. You boot the game up, press start, and the first thing you get is a music video, in crisp DVD quality, set to a song that literally explains the plot of the entire movie, which is all about Phineas and Ferb getting trapped in another dimension where Dr. Doofenshmirtz rules the entire tri-state area, and of course they gotta save the day and get back home. And the game is technically about the same thing, but it doesn't follow any of the movie's actual events. See, about 2/3 of the way through the movie, there's this montage of the gang hopping from dimension to dimension. It's mainly just there for some fun after some of the more intense scenes in the movie, but no joke, the entire game takes place inside that montage, just following Phineas and Ferb through a bunch of different dimensions that never show up in the movie. There's a dimension where everything's covered in gelatin, there's a balloon dimension, there's a dimension based on old black and white cartoons, Gnome World. The game really expects you to have seen the movie in order to follow what's going on, which is just kind of weird. I mean, it's not like it's saving you spoilers or anything. They spoil everything in the first cutscene. But yeah, Across the Second Dimension starts about 55 minutes into the movie and follows Phineas and Ferb through a bunch of different dimensions as they try to stop Doofenshmirtz, build crazy inventions, and fight an army of robots. Yeah, you heard me. We got combat this time. Phineas and Ferb can and will kill. The main gameplay of this one is running around, shooting robots, and platforming. And it's not that bad. It controls well, it's nice and colorful, and there's even some flying levels for a bit of variety. I'm kinda digging this one so far. And that shouldn't surprise me, because this was made by High Impact Games. Before Phineas and Ferb, these guys mainly worked on the PSP Ratchet & Clank games. If you don't know, Ratchet & Clank is like my favorite game series of all time. I love these games. And the PSP game, Size Matters, is one of my favorite handheld games ever. A full-fledged console-quality Ratchet & Clank game on the go, I love it. And you can see a lot of that Ratchet & Clank influence in Across the Second Dimension. I mean, platforming through different worlds, shooting robots with wacky guns, collecting tiny metal scraps. This is a Ratchet & Clank game. But despite that, I still can't say this game is anything more than decent. See, kids games in the early 2010s had a little something I call Skylanders disease? I'm sure you know, but Skylanders was a kids game built for co-op multiplayer that focused on cartoon characters slowly traveling through really long stages, fighting wave after wave of enemies, all from this kind of bird's eye view perspective. That game made all the money in the world, so pretty much every kids game that decade became a Skylanders. Heck, even Ratchet & Clank got in on the action, with probably the worst game in the series. It's a gameplay formula that I can smell a mile away, and it's just not my thing. It can be done well, but in my experience, it just takes a fun idea and makes it slow and boring real quick. And this Phineas and Ferb take on the formula, while better than some of the other games I've played today, was overall just okay as a game. Yeah, if you're looking for the most engaging and well-designed game in the world, yeah, this isn't it. But if you're not looking for a super great game and just want something with that Phineas and Ferb energy, Across the Second Dimension is actually really good. The game's got new cutscenes fully voiced by the original cast, there's unlockable characters, and like I said, the whole game is basically a cut side plot from the movie. That's really cool. Heck, that music video montage at the start of the game, that song's not in the movie. I think they made it exclusively for this game, and it's just as good, if not better, than most of the songs that are in the actual movie. You can really tell that there was serious effort put into making this the Phineas and Ferb game, and it shows. And even if it's not my genre, even if it didn't blow me away, I really respect that. This game's alright. The DS version's completely different. So yeah, every version of Across the Second Dimension is the exact same game, except the DS one. One of the most innovative, cutting-edge consoles of its time, can't handle Gnome World. So the DS version was made by much different people for a much different system, leading to a much different game. Does the word much sound weird to you now? And honestly, I like it. It's basically the same setup as the console version, hopping from dimension to dimension, shooting robots and jumping on stuff, but it streamlines everything down to a more focused single-player experience. The console version just kind of stares at me wondering why I'm not playing with a friend.
I I don't have those!
But yeah, Second Dimension on DS surprised me. The levels all have completely different themes, plus they're shorter, broken up into more bite-sized pieces on a world map that definitely wasn't completely and utterly ripped off from New Super Mario Bros. You can swap between playing as Phineas, Ferb, and Perry at any time. You can ride that giant robot dog. This game ditches the Skylanders approach and is just a regular 3D platformer now. And I dig it. Like, if Phineas and Ferb had existed in the 90s, this is the game they would have had on PlayStation. And I mean that in the best way. Of course, it's not perfect. We still got those touchscreen minigames to deal with, and overall the game isn't amazing. But compared to the other games we've looked at, I probably had the most fun with this one. All things considered, if you're looking for games that really offer that Phineas and Ferb experience, I don't think you can go wrong with either version of this game. But here is where the fun stops. We had the DS games, which were kinda bad, but charmingly nostalgic. We had Across the Second Dimension, which was legit pretty good. But now we have Phineas and Ferb, Quest for Cool Stuff. I didn't have the box for this one. We've jumped ahead a bit to the year 2013, and we're on the Xbox 360 now. So, timeline-wise, we're getting pretty close to the end of Phineas and Ferb's original TV run. And I guess at this point, they just gave up on the games. Okay, look, I'm not trying to be mean, but I played this whole game, start to finish, and I just have no idea why it exists. It was a complete and utter slog to get through. Okay, so the setup this time around is that Phineas and Ferb want to build a museum full of cool stuff. Go! This is the first game we've looked at that is purely a 2D side-scroller kind of game, and instead of playing as just Phineas and Ferb, you play as Phineas and Ferb inside this weird-looking mech with a giant drill attached to it. Sounds cool, is lame. Every level feels exactly the same, it's slow, there's never any challenge. You can play as Perry, but it's the exact same thing. There's these water levels that are horrible, and there's basically no story or sense of progression in the slightest. For real, I played for a couple hours and the game just stopped. Like, full on, their mom came home, everything they built disappeared, standard end of the episode bop stuff. I didn't even like the game, and even I was sitting there like, wait, that's it? So yeah, the gameplay's not great. In terms of giving the Phineas and Ferb experience, it's not the worst. It basically reuses all the assets from Across the Second Dimension and aims to be more of a basic single episode of the show kind of thing. The music is fine, but it's mostly just reused songs from the show, which is cheating, but I don't know, man. Everything in this game is so weird and lifeless that it kind of just feels like a hazy fever dream. Basically, any strengths this game has in its presentation, it loses with its gameplay. There's a 3DS version, but I tried it. It's the same game. There's nothing different. You're way better off with Across the Second Dimension. But with that, we've only got one more game to look at today. A game that I completely forgot existed until I started writing this video, Phineas and Ferb Day of Doofenshmirtz, released in 2015 exclusively for the PlayStation Vita. Let me say that again. This game is a PlayStation Vita exclusive. No wonder I forgot about it. For those of you who don't know, the PS Vita was PlayStation's follow-up to the PSP back in 2012. It didn't get a lot of support, it never really caught on, but I love this thing. It's basically a portable PS3, but when I found out there was a Phineas and Ferb game on this thing, I realized there was gonna be a problem. You can't record gameplay footage straight from a Vita, which makes it kinda hard to talk about Vita games in a video. Nah, for that, you have to have the PlayStation TV. Yeah, we're getting real obscure now. This thing is basically a Vita, but without the screen. Or speakers. Or buttons, or basically anything that makes it a handheld console. It's just a Vita you hook into your TV, which makes it the only legitimate way to record good gameplay footage of Vita games. Unfortunately, these things flopped hard when they were released, which means they are not cheap to get today. So I forked over $500 for this fossil just to play Day of Doofenshmirtz, and this game's not compatible with PlayStation TV. Fine, you know what? Screw it, we're just gonna recreate it. Here. Phineas and Ferb Day of Doofenshmirtz is a worse version of Across the Second Dimension. You're still Phineas and Ferb, you're still shooting robots, and you're still using basically the same guns as before. There are some control differences, but yeah, this is kinda just a rehash of Across the Second Dimension, even reusing the character models again. So yeah, the game looks and plays fine, but that's kinda it. Of all the games we've looked at, this one feels the most cheap to me. The cutscenes are just comic panels, there's no voice acting this time, Phineas makes this really generic boing sound effect when he jumps and it annoys me. All things considered, it's really bland, it's kinda cheap, and I just don't think it's worth delving much deeper into. I mean really, even if this game was great, the best, most faithful Phineas and Ferb game ever, who in their right mind is gonna go out of their way to drop hundreds of dollars on discontinued game systems just to play a Phineas and Ferb game? Oh, wait. Yeah, that's the video. I got a bit of a reputation here on YouTube. I'm the Steven Universe guy. I'm the Cartoon Network guy. I'm the guy who plays a bunch of random video games based on cartoons as a way to avoid facing the uncomfortable truth that all the things I love are coming to an end, time is marching forward, and one day I'll be an old, decrepit, dusky husk of a man who spent all his time living in denial that the funny cartoon show ended. I'm living my best life. But yeah, I do a lot of videos on cartoon video games. I'm always on the lookout for new games based on my favorite shows. And then in comes Multiversus. Like, Multiversus. A new platform fighter from Warner Brothers who is not sponsoring today's video, so I can call him Stinky all I want. They can't stop me. You know what you did. So yeah, Multiversus is a platform mascot fighter, which is basically a fancy way of saying it's Super Smash Bros. Like, fully a Smash Bros. Clone. And it is chock full of characters from all across Warner Brothers' most classic nerd franchises. You got DC Comics, Game of Thrones, Looney Tunes, Scooby-Doo, and, of all things, Adventure Time and Steven Universe. Oh, it's like a gift! Wrapped in those blinding CMYK Cartoon Network colors and just presented on a silver platter. As soon as this game was announced, I knew I had to make a video about it. In fact, before this game was announced, I knew I had to make a video on it, because it actually leaked on Twitter back in October 2021. And seeing this lineup straight up melted my brain, dude. Steven Universe sitting right next to Batman was not something I expected to see that day. Only one of these characters has killed before. But after nearly a year of waiting, the game is finally released into open beta. So let's check it out. But first, I should say, this isn't a review of Multiversus. I don't really do reviews, quote unquote. And it's not gonna be some kind of in-depth analysis or whatever either. I'm just here to see what this game's about and check out what it has to offer me as a fan of Steven Universe and Adventure Time. Everything else is... it's alright. So, this whole shebang starts with a tutorial where you play as Shaggy, who, weirdly enough, is basically the face of this game. All the marketing for Multiversus is completely based around the fact that they made that Ultra Instinct Shaggy meme real in this game. Like zoinks! Like zoinks. That's like the most reductive way to do a Shaggy impression. Like zoinks, man! Anyway, this tutorial goes on for way too long, considering this is almost one for one the same controls as Smash. But I finally get past it, get into Multiversus proper, and finally get to see the full character lineup. Starting off with the DC side of things, we got Batman, Superman, Wonder Woman, and Harley Quinn. On the Hanna-Barbera side of things, we got Shaggy, Velma, Tom, and Jerry. For Looney Tunes, there's Bugs Bunny and Taz the Tasmanian Devil. Then there's kind of the miscellaneous characters, like the Iron Giant, Arya Stark from Game of Thrones, the game's only original character, Rain Dog, and then of course we have Finn and Jake from Adventure Time, and Steven and Garnet from Steven Universe. Oh, and LeBron James. Classic fictional character, LeBron James. And every single one of these characters has full voice acting from their iconic voice actors, except for Steven. Yeah, quick fact, the normal voice of Steven, Zach Callison, has actually taken a step away from acting recently to prioritize their mental health. So for the first time ever, Steven has a new voice actor, Daniel Devanere, who honestly does a really solid job. They definitely sound Steven-esque, even if it is kinda clear that it's a new voice. But yeah, we got Finn, Jake, Garnet, and Steven, and I cannot start this game with anyone other than my boy Steven. But apparently, I'm not allowed to have fun yet. See, technically, Multiversus is a free-to-play game with in-game purchases, which, you know, is fine, but the catch of the free version is you only get access to 4 characters at a time on some kind of rotation system. All the other characters you have to either grind to unlock or buy with money. And right now, the only characters available for free are Finn, Garnet, Superman, and Rain Dog. Like, okay, I get it. In order to make the game free, they gotta find some other ways to monetize it, whatever. But come on! Only 4 characters at a time, and one of them's the OC? That's just kinda lame. Expand it a little bit. Come on. But you know, it's whatever. It's not like this kind of game lives and dies by its character roster or anything. I'm salty today. And of course, that means if I want to play as my favorite character, Steven, I gotta pony up. Stupid game industry locking Steven behind a paywall. Fine! Take my $10. Ugh. Now, for my purposes, I only really want to focus on the Steven Universe and Adventure Time characters. I'm sorry, I just don't really have much to say about Tom and Jerry. So yeah, if you really wanted to know my thoughts on the Iron Giant and LeBron James and the girl from the show I haven't seen, I'm sorry. So, like I said, the game is basically Super Smash Bros. You and some other players get tossed into the ring and just fight to the death. There's 1v1, there's free-for-all, there's team battles where 2 players go against 2 other players. That's kind of unique. You punch, kick, do special attacks, and that's pretty much it. So I entered a 1v1 match as my boy Steven and faced off against Superman. All right, let's go. I've been playing Smash Bros. My entire life.
Match point.
Never said I was good at it. Yeah. Maybe I should have mentioned, I'm very bad at fighting games, and it turns out most of the people interested in fighting games are pretty good at fighting games. So I'm gonna spare you the nitty-gritty details of how these fights went. And just focus on what we came here for. The fan service. How many Easter eggs and references did they shove into this thing? So, starting with Steven, he seems to be one of the more complicated characters. Because this game does focus on those team-based battles, some of the characters are more support than outright killing machines. Yes, Steven will pound your face in and kick you into the horizon with a smile on his face, but he's not the same kind of all-out fighter that, say, Garnet is. He's more of a support character, so he can be a little bit harder to get to grips with. But just kind of looking at his moveset, he floats down after a jump just like in the show, and he can form shields and force fields. Ooh, I wonder what he used that one for. Hopefully not cold-blooded murder. And as a support character, Steven also can use his healing powers. He licks his hand, plops it on the ground, and creates this, like, area of effect healing spot, which also, spawns a watermelon Steven who will help you fight? That's not really what I expected to happen, but it's kind of cool. It's another little reference. And when they die, they scream. They were so young. Also, can we acknowledge just how huge Steven is? Like, look at his size compared to everyone else. This dude is a giant. But despite being a beast with the power to both create and take away life, Steven isn't really doing so hot in these battles, which means I am losing a lot. I'm not really good at this game, so as much as I hate to abandon my boy, I think it's time I try another character. From one pile of unchecked mental trauma to another, it's Finn the Human from Adventure Time. And this dude's kind of the Link of this game. I mean, he's fast, his sword, that's it. Well, there's a little bit more to it than that. Though he does have a similar spin attack using his backpack instead of a sword. His main special attack is actually a high five, blah, 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 blah. What's with the coins? Yeah, so for some reason, anytime Finn attacks someone, they bleed money, shooting out a bunch of gold coins onto the battlefield. Finn's the only one who can collect them. Yeah, I think. Honestly, I can hardly tell what's going on sometimes. But collecting enough of them allows Finn to purchase some upgrades from Choose Goose. Oh, it's the Choose Goose. Make your choice. I think he rhymes when he talks, but I can't think of a rhyme, but it's a Choose Goose on the loose. Oh no. These upgrades include a speed boost, some armor, and, BMO? You have to buy BMO? Did Choose Goose kidnap BMO and is now ransoming them back to Finn? Okay. So if you buy BMO, you can basically use them as a meat shield. Or I guess a tech shield? They block attacks and do massive damage, whatever. But for the life of me, I can't actually get this to work in battle. I keep trying to access my item shop during matches, but for some reason, everyone keeps trying to punch me. Everyone around me is just way too fast. I just can't process all this and... Next character. Garnet! Here we go, back to Steven Universe. Let's see what she's got going on. When I was scrolling through the characters, I noticed Garnet actually had this little stamp above her that said recommended, so I don't know, maybe I'll have a fighting chance this time. I'm drinking lighter fluid. Oh no. So Garnet seems like a bit more of an outright brawler. She doesn't really have any weapons or healing powers. She just punch. Sometimes she punch big, sometimes she punch far. She punch. Honestly, in my time playing as Garnet, I didn't notice too many Easter eggs or referential quirks in her moveset. Mostly just punch. But Garnet is a perfect example of just how well this game has nailed these characters' personalities. Like, no, there aren't a bunch of super obvious Easter eggs or references in Garnet's moveset, but every move, jump, attack, voice line, emote, it's all completely faithful to the character. The same with all the characters I've looked at. These aren't just random fighters in mascot costumes, these really do feel like the characters. And I think the devs deserve real props for that. But maybe I should stop hopping from character to character every 5 minutes and actually try to, you know, get better at the game. So sticking as Garnet, I hop into a couple of one-on-one matches against LeBron James. Never gonna get used to that. And I implemented every combo, special, armor break, every kick, punch strategy I had learned so far, and definitely didn't spam the same move over and over for 3 minutes. But it paid off and I won. Finally! That is satisfying. I legit think I just accidentally put the game on hard mode by starting as Steven. So, while I'm finally not getting my Pocus handed to me every match, let's actually zoom out a bit and take a look at some of these stages. Surprisingly, there aren't a ton. Only 6, really. There's the Batcave, a Scooby-Doo Haunted Mansion, an original stage, the Get Swifty stage from Rick and Morty, and guess who's getting added as DLC soon? And of course, there's the Tree Fort from Adventure Time and the Sky Arena from Steven Universe. Now we're talking! If you're not familiar, the Tree Fort is Finn and Jake's home in Adventure Time, and the Sky Arena is that place in Steven Universe where Pearl got stabbed. And the stages look perfect. Just like the characters, these feel incredibly faithful, if a little simple. But they still squeeze a few Easter eggs and references in there. Every now and then on the Tree Fort, you might spot Lady Rainicorn flying in the background, or you might see the infamous Adventure Time snail that's hidden in almost every episode of the show. And over in the Sky Arena, you can actually spot a number of references. They kind of went crazy on this one. There's Steven's cheeseburger backpack, there's a cookie cat, some pearl points, a ruby ship taken off in the background, fish stew pizza, donuts from the Big Donut, amethyst whip, amethyst, and even Rose's sword and Pearl's chalkboard, creating a cute little scene of when Pearl was teaching Connie to sword fight. I love that kind of stuff. Wait, what was I doing? Well, we only got one more character to check out before we wrap things up for today. We looked at Steven, Garnet, and Finn, which just leaves Jake. Ugh, right. I forgot. Mumble, grumble, free to play. Oh, I actually earned enough coins to unlock Jake without even paying money, just by playing the game. Alright, fine. It's kinda cool. Anyway, Jake's fun! The dude's a shape-shifting magical dog, so the possibilities here are endless and the game runs with it. Jake turns into a house, a boat, a car, a horse, he rides a skateboard, he stretch, he eat, he's just all over the place and it's really fun. And playing as Jake, I actually managed to snag a few pretty close call wins. So I don't know, I might cause a bit of an upset here and become a bit of a Jake main. I mean, yeah, Steven and Garnet are some of my favorite cartoon characters of all time, and Finn does have a lot more interesting stuff going on mechanically, but Jake can do this. Huh? Adventure Time! We all know it, we all love it. Jake the dog, Finn the human, the Land of Ooh, the Candy Kingdom, Ice King, Beemo, Marceline, Princess Bubblegum. It's all classic, probably one of the most important cartoons of the last decade. And it just keeps going. This show started in 2010, ran for 10 seasons before ending in 2018, then got 4 new specials that ran from 2020 to 2021, and right when those wrapped up, they announced a whole new spin-off series for HBO Max, which, you know, we'll see how that goes. But clearly, Adventure Time is just too big and too legendary to stop. And no cartoon gets that popular without seeing a few tie-in video games. And yeah, that's what we're gonna be talking about today. Adventure Time video games. And not counting like browser games, mobile games, crossover games, or the Immortals Phoenix Rising DLC, there are actually 5 mainline Adventure Time games. Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? Explore the Dungeon because, I don't know, killing it with the names. Secret of the Nameless Kingdom, Finn and Jake Investigations, and the focus of today's video, Adventure Time Pirates of the Enchiridion, the biggest and most recent of the batch. Actually, while I was editing this video, I started looking some stuff up, and I found another one, another Adventure Time game. It's called Finn and Jake's Epic Quest, but it's only on PC, which is why I hadn't heard about it. I don't really play PC, but I have a Steam Deck. I could play it on my Steam Deck. I don't know. The point is, there's a lot of games. The majority of these games are pretty simple retro throwback games, and Finn and Jake Investigations is a point-and-click adventure, randomly, but Pirates of the Enchiridion is a full-fledged 3D action-adventure game. So while I'll definitely cover the other games eventually, today I just want to focus on this one. So this is Adventure Time Pirates of the Enchiridion. Spoilers for the TV show, by the way. And right off the bat, looking at the box, one thing you might notice right away is Finn's arm.
It ain't got no meat.
Finn's sporting his bionic arm in this story, placing this game near the end of the actual show. Specifically, we're in the middle of Season 10, the final season of the show, which was in the process of wrapping up when this game released in 2018. And with all that in mind, the game starts with Finn and Jake stargazing in that boat attached to the top of their big treehouse. The two of them doze off and wake up to... oh! The entirety of Ooh is flooded. There's water
everywhere.
Finn and Jake take a look around and find that the flood is coming from the nearby Ice Kingdom, which is melting for some reason. So, nothing better to do than sail over to the Ice Kingdom and see what's going on. That is a kraken. I'm sure that's going to be a very important part of this game. Well, our heroes manage to escape the Kraken, for now, and head off to confront the Ice King. So this is the game. We start out on a boat named Jeff. Sailing's easy. One button make boat go forward, one button make boat go anti-forward. There's treasure to collect, and together with this like cel-shaded art style, it's giving major Zelda Wind Waker vibes. And the Zelda vibes continue once Finn and Jake reach land. I mean, you run around, explore junk, slice stuff with a sword. It's pretty much your typical 3D Zelda style thing. And look, there's the Ice King. What's he got to say?
Oh, my crown, oh, my crown, I'm the Ice King, blah, 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 blah.
Yeah, Simon over here is having a bit of an episode, and he ain't making much sense. So the game launches into one of its weirder mechanics, interrogation time. Finn and Jake try to get information out of different characters with the whole good cop, bad cop routine, and you just have to stop this wheel at the right time to pick the right approach. It's kind of a glorified QuickTime event. If you mess up, start over, repeat it till you get it right, that's pretty much it. And after interrogating the Ice King, we find out that his crown, the source of his ice powers, was now randomly melting stuff. And in a bit of a tantrum, the Ice King threw his crown away, conveniently in the direction of Finn and Jake's next stop, the Candy Kingdom. I mean, obviously, with Ooh in shambles, they gotta find Princess Bubblegum. But on their way, the dudes randomly get attacked by pirates, and we get our first taste of this game's combat. Surprisingly, despite literally everything else being inspired by Zelda, this game's actually a turn-based RPG. Less Wind Waker, more Final Fantasy. You have a party of characters with different abilities, you press a button to make them attack, they do that, and then you wait for the enemies to do the same to you. It's about as basic of an RPG setup as you can get. I mean, there's really not much more to say about it. Moving on. Finn and Jake reach the Candy Kingdom trying to find Princess Bubblegum, but she's not there. Marceline's here though. She says Bubblegum was trying to figure out why Ice King's crown was bugging out before getting kidnapped by pirates and hauled off to the evil forest. So the group sails off to save Bubblegum with Marcy manning the ship's cannon and... Oh god. I wasn't expecting a boss fight this soon. This game's not playing around, alright.
Fire!
Oh, okay. Nah, seriously, I shot this thing one time, it keeled over, and I barely saw it again for the rest of the game. That's disappointing. Yeah, well, one less thing to worry about. At the evil forest, we fight pirate jelly beans, those gnomes that destroy old ladies, these things, floating textureless cubes? Are these a thing? Okay, yeah, they were in one episode in the first season. Wow, that's a deep cut. Also probably really easy to program. And eventually the gang finds Princess Bubblegum, who's dressed as a pirate, theming, and is trapped in this weird vine prison. But right as the gang's about to free her, oh, hey, Fern. You guys remember Fern, right? He's that grass version of Finn who was born from two of Finn's magical swords melding together after he lost his arm. But then he kind of turned evil and Finn accidentally murdered him with his robot arm, only for Fern to then come back in season 10 as this super tall grass soldier dude who was working with Princess Bubblegum's evil family, the Gumballs. Yeah, I meant it when I said spoilers. The show goes places, man. But either way, Fern's here now. Apparently he's been leading the pirates this whole time, and in order to save Bubblegum, he's gotta be taken down. Cool. One actual boss fight later, and the gang finally frees Bubblegum, who does have Ice King's crown. Fern did get away, but oh well, deal with that later. Apparently, all this flood junk started because one of the gems in Ice King's crown was taken out and put back in backwards. Someone sabotaged this thing. PB sets it back to Wumbo, and boom, good as new, ready to be given back to the Ice King so he can refreeze his house. Seems simple enough? But then things start to get a little complicated. Finn's like, why would they yoink the gems? The only thing that could do was power the Enchiridion, the ultra-powerful book of magic that had the power to tear the fabric of reality, allowing travel through the multiverse, but that book was destroyed! And Bubblegum's like, what part of multiverses don't you understand? And then Jake's like, multiverses? So, apparently, Princess Bubblegum thinks someone may have stolen Ice King's crown to potentially power an alternate universe version of the Enchiridion for bad reasons. I mean, sure. Okay, I guess. Enchiridion's in the title, so I guess it had to get brought up eventually, even if it's, an interesting theory, but all that actually matters right now is getting the crown back to the Ice King and getting Bubblegum back to the Candy Kingdom. But after sailing around for a while and dropping everyone off, the gang's just like, okay, now what? And Finn's like, oh, everything's melting. Maybe the Fire Kingdom has something to do with this. Which sounds like a reasonable idea until you think about it at all. We already established that the melting was from the Ice King's crown having the batteries put in backwards. Why would this have anything to do with the Fire Kingdom? Those guys don't need to sabotage a crown to melt stuff. They're made of fire. They just have to go there. But it is probably a good idea to check on the Fire Kingdom anyway. You know, make sure they haven't all died from being extinguished. But uh-oh! The flood has surrounded the Fire Kingdom with dangerous steam geysers, so they can't do that yet. So with no other options, they head back to the evil forest to look for Fern. Hey, guess what? He wasn't there. But for fun, Lumpy Space Princess showed up for a bit. Clearly not voiced by her original voice actor, which I only mentioned because her usual voice actor created the show. And more importantly, the gang finds Bimo, who becomes the fourth and final member of the RPG party. Hooray! Then a quick trip back to the Candy Kingdom sends us into another boss fight. It doesn't really matter to the plot, but I have to bring it up here because this fight lasted for 15 minutes. It wasn't hard. It wasn't a challenge. I didn't game over or anything. It just took forever. And then after the fight, the guys are like, we still need to find out how this flood started. Huh? Am I going crazy here? I seriously thought we had this figured out already. Someone sabotaged Ice King's crown and caused an entire kingdom of ice to melt. Is that not what caused the flood? I mean, yeah, you gotta find out who did it, but I think the how has been pretty well established. Well, anyway, Bimo's here now, and using their navigation system, the gang manages to find a way around the steam geysers and into the Fire Kingdom, where they run into Cinnamon Bun. This dude is super on edge and doesn't really want to help the gang find Flame Princess, which means we gotta interrogate him. I actually messed this one up and had to redo it. Yeah. Embarrassing. But eventually, Cinnamon Bun does spill the beans on where to find Flame Princess. Awesome. Now I know exactly where I'm going. Where am I going? Yeah, I don't know how it happened, but I got totally lost during this level. I just sort of wandered around the Fire Kingdom, slogging through battle after battle, and still somehow managing to have no clue where to go, even with the objective marker pointing me in the right direction. I thought, okay, maybe I need to get there by boat. So I hop back in the boat, sail around, and... Hold on. I accidentally left the level. Give me a second. Alright, here we go, and... Wait. What's happening? I saw this cutscene already, wait. That ain't right. Wait, hold up. Interrogation I have to do it again? I left the level for 2 seconds and the whole place reset? Yes! One wrong turn reset the entire stage, forcing me into an unskippable, glitched out cutscene and the interrogation time minigame, all of which I already did an hour ago. And I messed up on the interrogation again, which means I played this minigame like 4 times. And this isn't the only technical issue I've dealt with while playing this game. Maybe it's just the Nintendo Switch version I'm playing, but this game is rough. Loading screens take forever, the boat segments can chug, and I've already had to hard reset the game twice so far because the battles just got stuck. Good game. Very finished. So I replayed the entire Fire Kingdom segment. The gang finally finds Flame Princess, and she's like, I don't have time to help you. Someone messed with the Fire Kingdom, and now the flood's gonna put out all the fire or something. And after a lot of busy work, Fern shows up, somehow not immediately turning into a brush fire. He drops another boss fight on us that takes like 10 minutes to beat. The gang fixes the Fire Kingdom, and Flame Princess is like, yeah, I don't know what's happening. Maybe talk to the Ice King. What? After all of this, the Ice Kingdom, the Candy Kingdom, the Evil Forest, the Fire Kingdom, and multiple boss fights, the big solution we've been working towards was to just talk to the Ice King again? We could have done that from the start! That's what we were already doing hours ago! I'm starting to think the story of this game was maybe not quite as robust as I originally expected. Especially as the gang gets back to the Ice Kingdom and Simon's like, really? All this time and you still don't know what happened? That's what I'm saying, man. Finn's like,
we also know that the crystal in your crown is probably connected to the Enchiridion. We've been finding pages of it everywhere.
We have? Last I checked, the only person playing this game right now is me, and I haven't seen a single page from the Enchiridion. No one's even mentioned the Enchiridion since that one scene with Bubblegum. Am I playing the game wrong? What is happening? Oh, and then the Ice King's like, oh yeah, I conveniently remember now. The person who messed with my crown was Princess Bubblegum's Uncle Gumbald. You know, the main antagonist of the show. And right on cue, Fern and the entire Gumbald family show up with the Enchiridion. There it is. Apparently, Uncle Gumbald, who hasn't been in the game at all until right now, used this alternate universe Enchiridion to sabotage Ice King's crown, melt the Ice Kingdom, and cause a massive flood with the intent of pinning it all on Princess Bubblegum so she would be forced to step down, allowing him to rule over the kingdom. But since literally no one in Ooh blamed Bubblegum at all, like not even for a second, Gumbald was like, we still messed a bunch of stuff up. So like, I guess Princess Bubblegum was right, but even the game admits this is a stupid idea. And with that, we're at the final boss. Just like that, huh? Yeah, well, okay. This fight wasn't really all that different from the other boss fights. Yeah, it took about 15 minutes, but it was pretty easy, all things considered. But we did it! Gumbald is defeated and thrown in jail, and all that's left to do is to pull the plug. Yep, literally. BMO finds a convenient drain plug marked on this map of Ooh, so the gang yoinks it, the flood drains in seconds, and everything is back to normal. Just like that. We even get a little cliffhanger cutscene of Fern breaking the Gumbalds out of jail, ensuring that none of the events of this game messed with the canon of the show, leading into the finale that premiered a few months later. And that's the game. Wow, what an experience. Okay, I'm not gonna lie here. Between the repetitive gameplay, a shocking number of technical issues, and this story that was just nothing, I'm disappointed in this game. Like, seriously, did my role in this story matter at all? Think about it. Finn and Jake started this game at the Ice Kingdom and then spent the rest of the game following random leads that went nowhere. And by the time they went back to the Ice Kingdom at the end of the game, they knew exactly as much then as they did at the start. Ice King drops the big reveal, the main villain shows up for the first time in the entire game, there's a fight, and then everything goes back to normal. It really feels like we could have just cut out everything between Ice Kingdom Part 1 and Ice Kingdom Part 2, and nothing would have been lost. The Enchiridion barely played a part in the game, and wasn't there supposed to be a Kraken? Okay, it's not terrible or anything, but as the credits rolled here, I just felt like nothing was accomplished, none of what I did mattered, and maybe I shouldn't have played the Switch version. I know when I played that Gravity Falls game, I wasn't a huge fan of it either, but I still gave it a bit of a recommendation on the back of it being both pretty okay, and also the only Gravity Falls game. But there are 4 other Adventure Time games. This isn't even the only 3D one. So, I don't know. If an action-adventure RPG based on Adventure Time sounds up your alley, and you're okay with the story being kind of pointless, and dealing with some glitches, go on ahead. But ultimately, I think you can do a lot better when it comes to Adventure Time games. But you know what? I'm not satisfied. This game promised me a Kraken fight, and I'm gonna get one. I'm gonna hunt this thing down, and I'm gonna kill it.
Why are you guys being so mean to me? I was just trying to invite you to my birthday party.
Oh my god. So moving on, one step up from toys, let's talk video games. As you might expect, a cartoon as popular as regular show did get a video game way back in 2013. Mordecai and Rigby in 8-Bit Land for the Nintendo 3DS. Now, when you think game based on a cartoon, your expectations probably aren't that high. Probably imagining some janky cash grab, probably full of glitches or something. Let's be real, that's pretty fair. Most of these games are doo-doo. But there's one thing on this box that actually makes me feel pretty optimistic. I guess it's on the back of the box. There, right there. This game was developed by WayForward, and these guys are legit. These are the developers behind the Shantae series, but they also worked on a bunch of cool Adventure Time games and that awesome HD remaster of the DuckTales game. These guys are good, and they are all retro, which makes them a pretty perfect fit for regular show. That show is full of 80s stuff. 80s movie references, actual licensed 80s music, including a lot of songs and one-hit wonders that I never expected to hear on Cartoon Network of all places. What kid in 2010 knew Lies by Thompson Twins? Well, me. I watched a lot of VH1 Classic back in the day. And of course, the show had tons of 80s gaming references. I mean, these dudes played a Sega Master System in almost every episode. So naturally, Mordecai and Rigby in 8-Bit Land is a full-on retro side-scroller. Mordecai and Rigby are randomly sent a new video game system, they get literally sucked into the game, go! And right away, yeah, I'm pretty impressed. The graphics are sharp, and the music is great. It was actually composed by the guy who did the music for Shovel Knight, and you can tell instantly. And then there's the gameplay. Run, jump, that's it. You can swap between Mordecai and Rigby with the press of a button to utilize their different abilities. Mordecai can double jump, and Rigby can fit into tight spaces. But the weird thing is that neither of them can attack. And here's where the game gets really retro. From what I played, each level might have one checkpoint, so if you die before then, it's back to the beginning. You have lives, so if you run out of them, it's game over. And you die in one hit. That's it. I know that doesn't sound like super crazy or anything, but games generally aren't that strict anymore. I mean, even the really difficult games these days at least give you a health bar. The only defense you have in this game are these mullet power-ups. These give you, you know, an actual attack. Mordecai throws super punches and Rigby shoots lasers or whatever, I wasn't paying attention. And they also grant you one extra hit. Just the one. Now, none of that is to say this game is brutal or anything. From what I played, it's still pretty simple. I'm just saying this is a lot more faithful to those old 80s games than you might think. Especially when I got to the first boss and... So yeah, pretty fun game. Well made, controls well, and a bit more challenged than you might expect. But here's the thing. I don't know if this would really fill the void for anyone missing regular show. At least, not totally. It definitely looks the part, and the opening cutscene is pretty on point, but from what I've played, that's mostly it in terms of recreating the regular show experience. And maybe that's enough. Like I said, it's a fun game, but ultimately, playing this made me reminisce more on other retro-style games than it did, well, regular show. Like, I feel like I'm playing the kind of game that Mordecai and Rigby would be playing in an episode of regular show, as opposed to playing through an episode of regular show. You know what I mean? So, you know, good game. Might play it more in the future, might make a video about it, but it's just not really hitting the spot for me right now. All right, then, what else is there? I mean, there's a couple of Bluey browser games. Yeah, let's take a look at that. I tried this Keepy Uppy one, where you have to click on balloons to keep them from touching the ground. Yeah, I honestly laughed at this game a bit, like, oh, come on, this is too easy. What, did they make this game for babies or something? Oh, but the game decided to put me in my place quick, because every handful of clicks, the game jumps to a new screen and adds an extra balloon. Every time. Before too long, I was having to keep track of like a dozen balloons all at once, and was legit getting kind of overwhelmed and I don't want to play this game anymore. So yeah, Bluey. What do you think, you're special? But then, if you go just one tab over from these shorts, you'll actually find some Amphibia games. That's always good for the old denial. Let's take a look instead of coming to grips with reality. There are 3 games listed here, but as you can probably tell, that's not a frog. It's Furry Fury. These other 2 games appear to just be general Disney Channel games, probably with a bunch of different characters included, so there's only one actual Amphibia game here to play. Locust, Pocus. Okay, yeah, that's a pretty clever name, which is good, because this game is brain dead. Sorry, that was kind of mean. But you know these kind of browser games, right? These like Flash browser cartoon games are always the most simple, bare bones things on the planet. In Locust Pocus, Hop Hop asked Ann and Sprig to set up some locust traps around Wartwood, which our lovable, reliable heroes absolutely do not do. So the town gets overrun with locusts, and it's up to Ann and Sprig to save the day, even though they caused the problem in the first place. Yeah, that's pretty on brand. And you do all this by slowly running around and picking stuff off the ground. And there it is. Locust Pocus is a weird, like, action game / point-and-click hybrid thing. You play as Ann and Sprig at, like, the same time, and you just search a bunch of bushes and smash up a bunch of mushrooms to find random junk for the citizens of Wartwood. And you do that over 8 exciting versions of the same one stage. And I did all this for a solid 20 minutes, got through every level, and then the game was like, all right, again, and then just booted me back to the world map. The game basically looped. Yeah, I'm not doing all that again. Amphibia Locust Pocus. It functions. It's kind of the bare minimum a game needs to be considered a game. I mean, it has levels and controls. The art is really nice. I will say that. Amphibia stuff has always had amazing art, and this is no exception. But, the game also doesn't have any music. Like, past the title screen and the slideshow cutscenes, the game is deathly silent. So it all just kind of feels like a weird, awkward dream. I can't really say I could recommend this. Even if you're desperate for more Amphibia content, this game is just kinda nothing. And that's a real shame. An Amphibia video game could be so much fun. Like, just look at the intro. They're literally jumping on platforms. The game writes itself. I do think there are some fan game projects in the works, though. I don't know, maybe we'll look at those another time. So, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but I was a bit of a Cartoon Network kid. I know, right? There's no way you guys could have ever guessed. From the 10 Steven Universe videos, 5 Adventure Time videos, regular show videos, Gumball videos, and just the general everything about me. But who cares about watching these shows? I want to be in these shows. I want to experience them. I want to live in them. But I can't, because I'm made of meat. So the next best thing is, of course, video games. The wonderful world of gaming is here to let me live out my sad, sad dreams and feel what it's like to be in my favorite cartoons. So today, I want to look at the weird world of Cartoon Network video games. New, old, good, bad, just anything interesting I could get my hands on. Now, this is far from the first time I've covered Cartoon Network games on this channel. I've talked about regular show games, Adventure Time games, and most notably, I've talked at length on the Steven Universe Light series of RPGs. These are some of my favorite cartoon tie-in games ever made, and I've done full playthroughs on them across multiple videos. And actually, speaking of the Steven Universe Light games, you ever noticed how this box art for Steven Universe Save the Light, Steven's not the only character on the box? Yeah, you see that little guy down there? That's KO, the main character of one of the most underrated Cartoon Network shows ever, OK KO Let's Be Heroes. This show is all about KO learning to be a hero, working at a local bodega, and protecting their plaza from the evil Boxman, whose headquarters, Boxmore, is literally right across the street. It's a really cute action comedy with a fantastic art style. And I've been wanting to talk about this show in some capacity for years because I absolutely love it and it definitely deserved better. So when the show got a video game a few years back, OKKO Let's Play Heroes, I actually got really into it. Let's Play Heroes actually has a pretty unique setup. Half the game is like a day-to-day life simulator adventure game. You play as KO, going about his daily life, working at the plaza and trying to become a hero. Each day starts with you getting to the plaza, chatting with some of your friends like Enid, Rad, and Dendy, and doing some random stuff for him. Literally one of the first things I had to do was get a GIF for Dendy. I was tasked with finding a GIF. I don't know if this game knows how images work, which is kind of weird for a cartoon game. And after wasting your time socializing, you clock in for work. Whoa! And do whatever your boss, Mr. Gar, tells you to do, all for a bountiful paycheck at the end of the day. $6. Yikes. But throughout the day, at literally any point, robots from Boxmore will attack the plaza. And suddenly the other half of the game starts, and it's Street Fighter. Okay, well, not exactly Street Fighter. But yeah, every now and then you gotta fight some robots. And the fighting actually feels pretty smooth. It's nothing super deep, but the animation really makes it feel satisfying. Speaking of which, oh my god, look at this game. I haven't played this thing in years, and I forgot just how incredible it looks. I know I've said Steven Universe Save the Light is my favorite cartoon tie-in game, but OKKO Let's Play Heroes is a close second. I like basically everything about this game. It mixes the world of fighting games, which I'm usually not big on, with like an indie point-and-click adventure game, which is the kind of thing I love, and then mixes all of that with one of the most charming cartoons I've ever seen. And the end result is a criminally underrated game based on a criminally underrated show. And hey, Warner Brothers might not want you to watch OKKO anymore, but no one's stopping you from playing this game. It's an act of rebellion. I'm gonna drink a soda. It's an incredibly faithful adaptation of the show. Go buy it, go play it, don't ask questions. It's so good, seriously. I only sat down to play the game for maybe an hour to get footage for this video, and I'm already wanting to work my way through the whole thing again. But I can't, because now I have to move on to the next game, and it's bad. But I couldn't really make a video about Cartoon Network games without talking about Cartoon Network Punchtime Explosion XL. Can you guess what it is? Punchtime Explosion is Cartoon Network's just horribly named attempt at a Super Smash Bros. Clone. Seriously, that name is god-awful. And the game ain't much better. We all know what Smash Bros. Is, right? Is that big Nintendo crossover fighter where Kirby can eat Steve from Minecraft? Yeah, you know what it is. So Cartoon Network's take on that formula is, of course, gonna be a big crossover of all their biggest shows in 2011. Yeah, this is a weird time for Cartoon Network. All the big shows we associate with them now, like Adventure Time, Regular Show, Gumball, Steven Universe, all of those were either brand new or not even a thing yet. So none of those are here. Instead, we have Chowder, Flapjack, Ben 10, Dexter, Samurai Jack, A Man, a Monkey, Ben 10, and Captain Planet. Yeah, among others. It's a weird roster, but it doesn't really matter because when I first booted up the story mode, I could only play as Ben 10. Oh good. My favorite. I don't like Ben 10 that much. So yeah, Ben 10 materializes in Marzipan City from Chowder and just runs around beating up various food-related enemies. Honestly, this just makes me wish there was a Chowder game. That would probably be more interesting. The game feels basically the exact same as Super Smash Bros., but with 1 or 2 control changes that are just different enough to be really annoying. Smash Bros. Has a really particular control scheme that I just couldn't shake the muscle memory of, especially with jumping and doing the whole air recovery thing. I couldn't get the hang of that to save my life. Literally. The level itself, though, was kinda easy, but I soon came face to face with my first true challenge, Chowder. Will this human with the power of 10 super powerful aliens stand a chance against this small, unsuspecting creature of minimal intelligence? Aw, man! Yes. Yeah, game's not hard, but winning does unlock Chowder as a playable character, so I guess the game's good now. And honestly, Punchtime Explosion is fine. It's nothing special, but for a cheap Smash clone from 12 years ago, it's whatever. I didn't really like it, but it's not bad. And to be fair, I was playing the single player. Games like these are meant to be played in multiplayer. That's where the real fun is, with friends! Oh. Guess I'm moving on now. Punchtime Explosion is not a particularly great game, but I will say, the game did make me want to check out some old school Cartoon Network stuff. Something classic. And when it comes to my childhood, the late 90s, early 2000s, Cartoon Network was carried by Ed, Edd and Eddy. This is an absolute all-time top-tier Cartoon Network show. If you don't remember, it's about 3 Ed boys being just terrible people by trying to scam all their neighbors, who are also terrible people, out of their money so the Eds can go buy jawbreakers that would choke an elephant. It's an amazing show. It's also from 1999 and ran until 2009. And if you didn't know, the 2000s weren't really the best time for cartoon tie-in games. There were a couple of gems, but I remember way more janky, confusing games. Oh hey, look at that. Ed, Edd and Eddy, The Mis-Edventures is a 3D adventure game from 2005. And it might be the most chaotic thing I've ever seen. I mean, only a few seconds in, and this is what the game is. Ew. It hurts. So you play as Ed, Edd and Eddy and can switch between them at any time to make use of their different whatevers. I swear, just moving these guys around is a freaking chaotic trip. They blast off at full speed if I even so much as breathe on the controller. And they all have these horrifying running animations. Speaking of, why do they look like this? I get it, some cartoons are tough to translate into 3D. I've seen the regular show toys, but oh my god, just look at Eddy. He's horrific. How is he both too detailed and not detailed enough? And Jimmy here almost looks like an actual human. It's pure uncanny valley. And hello, Kevin. Legit, I think the only character who looks right is Ed. Really, no complaints here. Except for how often I have to beat up animals when I'm playing as them. But yeah, you play as the 3 Eds and basically run around being the worst human beings you can be. Oh my god, he's so small. In the literal tutorial, I'm beating up animals, wrecking a child's stuffed animals, and throwing angry squirrels into a person's house. Like, look at this. Look at the damage I've caused. This was someone's life, and now it's ruined. All in the name of trying to get literal pocket change. The later levels don't get much better either. In the next one, we're literally trudging through the sewers to sneak into a birthday party we weren't invited to. And when we get there, we break all their piñatas and drop literal refrigerators on people's heads. What is going on? This game's an absolute mess. It works perfectly fine, but basically everything else just leaves you wondering, what? Huh? What's happening? So let's move on to another childhood classic, Teen Titans. And no, I don't mean Teen Titans Go, I mean the original classic Teen Titans cartoon from the early 2000s. I'm generally not the biggest superhero guy, but I was obsessed with Teen Titans. And of course, like any superhero, anything, there's a Teen Titans video game. One from way back in 2006 for
the boxes.
Oh, did Robin just slice that dude's head off? Oh, okay. Okay, they're robots. Crisis averted, Jesus. Teen Titans is a 3D beat-em-up game where you can switch between all 5 of the Titans to fight off horde after horde of enemies that never stop, never get interesting, and I got really bored, so I decided to play something else. Foster's Home for Imaginary Friends, Imagination Invaders is a Nintendo DS game from 2007 that is, surprisingly, a 3D stealth game. You play as Blue, the living blob of hatred, as you run around Foster's trying to not get spotted by these big monster alien things. It's simple, it's easy, it's a little repetitive, but it's actually kind of fun. And believe it or not, it can actually be a little tense. Not scary, though I will be seeing this in my nightmares, but tense. The music in this game, and in the show in general, is like a circus nightmare on 1.5 speed. It's so weird and frantic, and in this game, it is blaring constantly. Just listen. Okay, forgot to record the game audio. Nice. Just trust me, okay? It's nerve-wracking. I don't know. The game's nothing special, but I think it's kind of cute. All right, that was fun. What were we talking about before? Oh, right. Teen Titans. Let's check back in on what's going on there. Yeah, can confirm. It's boring. Yeah, I don't know, these kind of beat-em-up games just do nothing for me. But luckily, this isn't the only version of the Teen Titans video game. They also made a handheld version for the Game Boy Advance. Maybe that one will be a little bit more fun. Let's see. I don't think that, I don't know if that, I don't know if that, I don't, is this game haunted? Am I in a creepypasta? So yeah, Teen Titans was a bit of a bust, which is a shame, really. I feel like there was a lot of potential there, but it was just ultimately a big disappointment. But you know what never disappoints? The definitive Cartoon Network classic, Adventure Time. I'm pretty sure this is the show most people think of when they hear the name Cartoon Network. Jake the dog, Finn the human, going on wacky adventures in the land of Ooh. It's a classic, everyone knows this. So obviously, there have been a ton of Adventure Time games. Heck, I already made a video on one of them last year. That game was a 3D RPG adventure thing that spat in my face and hid my insulin because they thought it'd be funny. I didn't love it, but that game was mostly a one-off. In fact, most of the games with the Adventure Time name have absolutely nothing to do with each other, except for 3. There's actually this little mini-series of Adventure Time games, all made by the same people in similar styles. Adventure Time, Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? Adventure Time, Explore the Dungeon Because I Don't Know, and Adventure Time, Secret of the Nameless Kingdom. The names are kind of all over the place. These games were all made by a company called Way Forward in the early 2010s. And while they aren't connected like story-wise, they all share the same basic vibes. I call this the Back in My Day trilogy, because all 3 of these are based on super retro games that most Adventure Time fans might not be super familiar with. Case in point, Hey Ice King, Why'd You Steal Our Garbage? This is one of the earliest Adventure Time games released for the DS and 3DS way back in 2012. And believe it or not, this game is a clone of Zelda 2: The Adventure of Link, the second game in the Legend of Zelda series released in the late 80s. I mean, it's all there. In Hey Ice King, you play as Finn and Jake exploring Ooh, and it's kinda split into 2 modes. One where you walk around this super zoomed out world map, and the other where you swap to a side-scrolling mode to fight enemies. And what do you know? All that matches Zelda 2 perfectly. The enemies even kinda look the same. I mean, it's fun, it's cool, it's well made, it's just kinda confusing. A massively popular cartoon from the 2010s getting a video game that is a shockingly faithful homage to the least popular Zelda game of all time, which was released like 25 years prior. That's just weird, right? I mean, I like it, but it's weird. But then 1 year later, there was Adventure Time Explore the Dungeon Because I Don't Know, which is an old school dungeon crawler game. And it was released for a bunch of different systems, but I'm playing the Wii U version, which is the best version because you have a little BMO on the gamepad who talks to you.
Where did we leave off again?
PS3 couldn't do that. Maybe the 3DS could, I don't know. In this game, you play as Finn, Jake, Marceline, or a bunch of other characters as you run around, hack and slash, get treasure, and, you know, video game. And once again, it's somewhat confusingly themed after NES games from the 80s. It still kind of plays like an old Zelda game, and all the cutscenes have this like Ninja Gaiden vibe. Did any kids watching Adventure Time in 2013 get this? Like, really? Well, either way, the game's okay. Just okay. I mean, I played it for like 10 minutes and was already feeling some intense monotony, and that didn't really go away the further I went, even when I started swapping characters, so I don't know. If you just want to turn your brain off, go dungeon crawling, and slap things with an ice cream whip, go crazy. And lastly, there's Adventure Time Secret of the Nameless Kingdom, released for various consoles in 2014. There was only a 1 year gap in between all these games, Jesus Christ. The last, and probably the biggest game in the Back in My Day trilogy, because where Hey Ice King was an homage to Zelda 2, and Explore the Dungeon was based on old school dungeon crawlers, Nameless Kingdom here is a full-fledged clone of The Legend of Zelda: A Link to the Past. Probably one of the best and most beloved Zelda games ever, and this game basically does its whole shtick to a T. It also reuses most of the assets from Explore the Dungeon, so I guess that's smart. As the name would imply, in this game you play as Finn and Jake going on a new adventure in a nameless kingdom. Let's call it, just pulling a random name out of my head here, Hyrule? Let's call it Hyrule. The Kingdom of Hyrule from the popular Nintendo franchise The Legend of Zelda. Our heroes are tasked with rescuing 3 princesses across the Kingdom of Hyrule by slicing up enemies, getting cool items, exploring an overworld in some dungeons, fighting bosses, and everything else you do in a Zelda game. And I know I'm giving it a bit of a hard time here for being being such an obvious Zelda clone, but honestly, it is really well made. All of these games are well polished and just generally fun to play. So why be so salty to them? Well, I suck at these games. I don't know what it is, but I am absolutely god-awful at old school Zelda. I got stuck on the first dungeon in this game for hours. Actual hours. Now, I'm a pretty calm, level-headed guy, but after dying for the 15th time in the same spot, in the same dungeon, in the same game made for kids, I'll admit I started feeling the frustration. Yes, well, needless to say, I didn't get much further in this game, but despite my sheer incompetence, I can pretty confidently say that the Adventure Time Back in My Day trilogy is pretty dang good. WayForward really knows how to make some of the best cartoon tie-in games, and these are no exception. So, if you happen to land in the middle of the Venn diagram representing fans of the 2010 cartoon Adventure Time and people who were kids in the 80s, you'll have a great time with these. So we've seen a lot today. Games based on some modern shows, games based on some classic shows, and all shows that I like a lot. But for the final game of this video, I've saved one based on my all-time favorite Cartoon Network show. Besides Steven Universe. I meant like a classic Cartoon Network, not like modern, you know what I mean. My favorite classic Cartoon Network show of all time, The Grim Adventures of Billy and Mandy. The best Cartoon Network show of the 2000s, if you ask me. Two kids tricking death into being their best friend forever, that's an idea that's so ridiculous that it's genius. And as insane as that premise is, the show only managed to get weirder and weirder as time went on, with some amazing characters and even better voice acting. I will forever be jealous that someone could actually just naturally sound like Billy. So naturally, when a Billy and Mandy video game came out for the Wii in 2006, I was so excited. I got it as a Christmas gift, played it once, and never picked it up again. And honestly, I don't remember too much about it. I have like a vague picture in my head, but that's about it. But if I only played it once and then never again, it must have been pretty rough, because I played some bad games as a kid and I still loved them. So I'm pretty curious and actually kind of worried about this one. Let's see what happens. What? Huh? What is that? What is happening? Slow down. Slow down. Oh my god. Oh my god. I have no idea what's happening. I can't keep up with this. What is happening? Oh my god. Okay. I think I was wrong about Ed, Edd and Eddy. This is definitely the most chaotic thing I've ever seen. I have no clue what's happening at any point. It's loud. I can't see. I'm scared. But from what I can tell, this is supposed to be a fighting game of some sort. If any of you know that old game Power Stone, that's kind of the vibe I'm getting here, just way more unhinged. But man, talk about just getting thrown into the deep end. No tutorial, no warnings, no time to think, just instant fight. I mean, I guess you hit buttons and swing the remote to do different kinds of attacks, but it's also insane that I can't keep track of any of it. I know the tutorial was on the main menu and I went for story mode instead, but I didn't think that they would just throw you into the fray with no explanation of what's going on. But apparently not. If you want to start this game, that tutorial option is a must. And I don't remember any of this from when I was a kid. For some reason, I remember this being more of a side-scrolling beat-em-up game, but so far it's just been a bunch of cage matches. Well, I somehow brute force my way through a fight or two, and then... Oh, wait, no, this is it. This is the part I remember. For some reason, a one-on-one fight with the jack-o'-lantern guy just randomly turned into a side-scrolling beat-em-up stage. Okay, cool. We have finally reached the only point in this game that I remember. I still have no clue what I'm doing, but I remember this. But it's over immediately as we then move on to shoot each other on the rooftops. What is happening? Where is this going? And then I lost. Yeah, I think I'm done here. I made it exactly as far as I did in 2006, and now I never want to play this game again.
3, 2, 1, game over.
Wait, is that Weird Al? All right, never mind. The game's good now. Everybody shut up! There is a Bluey video game. They made a Bluey video game. What else do you need? Let's just play it. So, slowing down here for a second. For any of you who might not know, Bluey is an insanely popular Australian preschool cartoon that, over the last year or so, has become a huge international hit with kids and adults. It's smart, it's funny, it's surprisingly deep, and it's something that I became a big fan of back at the start of the year. And now, it is an interactive, electronic, videographic game that you can spend $40 on. You start up the game, and of course, the first thing you see is the iconic Bluey intro sequence, which quickly leads to a character select screen. We get the chance... We get the chance to pick our character, Bluey Healer, her sister Bingo, her mom Chili, or her dad Bandit. Now, Bandit is my favorite character, by far, but I do think I'm gonna go with Bluey here for the most authentic experience, though something is telling me that this preschool game is not gonna change a whole lot depending on which character I pick. So, as the game starts up, we see Bluey and Bingo waking up their parents excited to start their holiday. But, you know, first things first, Bandit and Chili tell us to clean up our toys around the house. Boo! Lame. So, it's off to find the toys, I guess. But now we do get to see what kind of game this is. You play as the Healer family as you run around, do chores, play games, and just explore. Which are all fancy ways of saying you just kinda find stuff. A lot of the gameplay is scavenger hunts, and it's completely there. All the characters are 2D, but the environments are fully 3D, which is pretty cool. It looks really nice, and it's simple. Bluey can run, jump, and kick? Why can she kick? Will Bluey be taking no prisoners in this game? She can also just straight up jump off the stairs. I don't know why they let her do that. I don't know why they let her do that. But yeah, the game is really made by its presentation. It looks just like the show, minus some weird hiccups with the animation. All the characters have their original voices, even if their mouths don't move outside of cutscenes, and the writing is totally on point. This 100% feels like a regular episode of Bluey, just interactive. So anyway, Bluey picks up her mess, which, if I'm being honest, wasn't really a mess at all. Each room had one toy placed in a very deliberate spot that was definitely not in anyone's way at all. Bandit said it was like a zoo down here. I was expecting a lot more than this. Yes, such an obstructive mess we've made. Your standards are all messed up, dude. But then...
Can we find Keepy Uppy?
Yeah, of course. Give it to me.
Keepy Uppy got remastered!
Oh, I'm so ready for this. What? That was like 3 seconds. I mean, I know this is a baby game, but dang. That was weird. Well, now disappointed beyond belief, we finish up finding the various stuffed animals, and Bluey and Bingo stumble across this old, tattered piece of paper. Bandit picks it up and says this was a treasure map that he and his brothers drew back in the 80s, leading to some kind of treasure they buried way back when. Bluey and Bingo get super stoked on this idea and are now determined to assemble the full map and find the treasure. And with that, after only like 10 minutes, I've completed the first episode of the game. Yeah, the game's splitting up its story into episodes, apparently. Like it's some kind of TV show. And considering how long that episode took, and then looking at this menu, I don't think this is gonna be that long of a game. We just finished episode 1, Holidays, thus we begin episode 2, Rescue. Don't worry, Bluey isn't about to start some kind of intense espionage hostage mission. The gang just all go to the playground to meet up with their cousin Muffin and Uncle Stripe. You remember Muffin? Yeah, you remember Muffin. They decide to play Floor is Lava, so the game suddenly turns into a 3D platformer. You gotta hop from one platform to the other without touching the ground, or else you will perish. And a funny story, at the start of the first platforming segment, I got a text and just checked my phone for a second, and I guess the game got impatient with me because Chili just suddenly flashed into sentience, jumped over to the next platform herself, and the game just skipped me to the next cutscene. Wow. Rude. I've never seen a game give me attitude like that before. Jeez. Well, now that I'm giving this game my full attention, we hop around for a little while, do some basic platforming, win the Floor is Lava game, Uncle Stripe gives us the next piece of map, and boom, episode over. So sorry I didn't pay attention to such a riveting sequence of events for all of 1 minute. Dang. Episode 3, Chattermax. The next day, Bluey and Bingo's Uncle Rad stops by. There's a super short platforming section as Rad, the grown man who's gotta be in or nearing his 40s, is too scared of the sprinkler system getting his hair wet to meet us in the backyard. Oh my god. So Bandit and Chili send me, the child, to shut the water off. It's not that this is dangerous, but like, come on, like, you're an adult, do something. But it's not all bad. On the other side, Uncle Rad rewards us by giving Bluey and Bingo their Christmas gift. A whole 4 months late. I mean, at that point, you might as well just wait until next year, man. And what's worse, he got them the new and improved Chattermax, the loud, dancing, and singing nightmare toy that drove Chili and Bandit so crazy that they stuffed Bluey and Bingo's old one in the kitchen cabinet and told their kids that it mysteriously broke. See? Lying to your children is good sometimes, if it is solely for your own convenience. Things quickly fall into absolute chaos as Chattermax starts screaming, demanding to be fed. I don't think that's how toys work. It runs around, it eats, like actually eats things, and it manages to climb the stairs. Scary. scary, scary. We do all we can to finally satiate the demon's bloodlust and then trap them under a laundry basket. To then pay for his transgressions, Uncle Rad gives Bluey and Bingo the final piece of map, and with that, we reach episode 4. Treasure. With the map now fully assembled, Bandit takes a look and remembers that they buried this treasure by the creek. Bluey and Bingo are ready to go right away, but Chili's busy hanging out with her dad. Jeez, these people have family over like every day. That sounds exhausting. But luckily, Grandpa Mort here is totally down for an adventure. And after a quick minigame of Magic Xylophone, which is really only here to fill time and unlock another minigame for later, but it's cute, and after another scavenger hunt for supplies, it's off to the creek! And this is just a really pleasant sequence. The creek area is probably one of the best looking parts of the game so far, and all the different gameplay styles all kinda come together as we reach the end. You run around the woods, platform across these rocks, pick up a bunch of garbage near the water, and then the whole family pushes this huge rock out of the way as we finally reach the X that marks the spot. Bandit pulls out the shovel, starts digging, and finds a body. Yeah, I mean, the treasure! Yeah. It's an old action figure called Power Bloke. I don't feel right saying that in my American accent. Power Bloke. Power Bloke. It sounds more right, but I feel bad doing it. This toy meant the absolute world to Bandit, Stripe, and Rad when they were kids. But they only had one, so they fought over it constantly, to the point that their dad threatened to get rid of it. So, to keep Power Bloke safe, they tossed him in a box and buried him in the woods, drawing a map and then splitting it between the three of them so they could go dig him back up later. But then Christmas came, they got new toys, and they completely forgot about Power Bloke for like 30 to 40 years. And now, after all this time, Bandit was able to finally reunite with Power Bloke with his own kids. A nice, wholesome, meaningful end to the story, just like you'd expect from Bluey. Unless you are Bluey, because she is not having it. Bluey here was expecting, like, real treasure, like stereotypical cartoon pirate treasure or something. And I can't blame her, she is 6. And now she feels like she wasted her holiday on some crusty old toy. But, of course, Bandit sits her down and teaches her the valuable lesson that it's not always about the treasure, it's about the memories. Just like it's not always about being a particularly good game, it's just about being similar enough to your cartoon source material to be a pretty decent way to spend an hour. Yeah, this game only took an hour to finish. The full time I spent capturing footage of the game only clocked in at around an hour and 22 minutes. But that extra 22 minutes was just spent doing some like extra side content. Yeah, after you finish an episode, you can go back and explore each area to find secrets and collectibles that unlock extra hats and toys and whatever. And of course, you can also replay the minigames, Keepy, Uppy, Floor's Lava, Catch Chattermax, and Magic Xylophone. But to be honest, I don't want to do that. There is one last level though, the beach, but there's no real story here. It's just a fun little play area to run around and find more of those collectibles I mentioned. So overall, Bluey the video game is it's pretty cute. If you like Bluey or have kids that like Bluey, this is a decently fun time that is super authentic to the show it's based on. It looks like Bluey, sounds like Bluey, and it's got the same heart as Bluey, which is important. And it's co-op, so the whole family can play. As long as there's only a max of 4 people in your family. Sorry, middle children. It's a good time, but like I said, it's a bit of a short time. It's only an hour long, and it's $40. I don't know, for that much money, I was maybe hoping for 2 hours, or 3, if we're getting indulgent. I don't know, I feel like it's a bit pricey for what you get, but like, I still bought it. So with that, I guess the only thing left to say is, oh my god, Bluey's family is rich. Look at this, their house is gigantic. Running around this place feels like you're getting lost in a mansion. There's like 3 different living rooms. Their backyard is like twice the size of my apartment. Their kitchen is on the 2nd floor. Is that normal? I don't think that's normal. So Coraline's gotten pretty popular, huh? I mean, I remember when this movie came out, it got kinda overlooked. But in the 15 years since then, Coraline has become a pretty big deal, which is cool to see because it has been one of my all-time favorite movies for so long. And this video is not about that. Do you know there's a Coraline video game? Yeah, way back when the film first dropped, we got a tie-in video game for the PS2, Wii, and Nintendo DS. But I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself here. First, a bit of context. Coraline is a 2009 stop-motion animated film by Leica Studios. You know stop motion. That kind of animation where you take a toy, you pose it frame by frame, you take individual photos, then you play it all back at speed and realize you've been working for 6 months and only have like 2 minutes of finished animation. Then you cry, and then you die. Leica is one of the only major studios still doing this kind kind of animation, and Coraline was their first big mainline film. It's based on a book by Neil Gaiman from 2002 and directed by Henry Selick, the guy who did Nightmare Before Christmas. Yes, Nightmare was directed by Henry Selick, not Tim Burton. Tim Burton had nothing to do with Coraline. It's a very common mistake. It's all about a girl named Coraline, of course, who moves into this big new boarding house called the Pink Palace. Her parents are super work-focused and neglectful, especially her mom. So, left to her own devices, Coraline explores this weird old house and finds a hidden door that leads to a parallel world. A world that's just like the one she lives in now, but seemingly better in every way. Complete with her other mother, who, spoilers I guess, is secretly a demon thing called the Beldam who tricks sad kids into believing she'll make all of their wishes come true, so they'll stay in this other world and let her sew buttons into their eyes so that she can, I don't know, eat their souls or something. This is my favorite movie. Or, it's very close to my favorite movie. I sort of alternate between Coraline and Nightmare Before Christmas. Nightmare is the more nostalgic one for me, but I just love every single thing about the Coraline movie. And it's great to see the world finally catching on to just how great this movie is after, like, 15 years. It's really reaching serious cult classic status now. But of course, that does come with some drawbacks. For instance, why are these Coraline games so expensive? The Wii and DS copies we're looking at today cost me around $150 each. The PS2 copy goes for over $200. What is going on? These games better be good for what they cost me. So let's not waste any more time, dust off the old Wii U and 3DS, and get disappointed. First up, Coraline for the Wii, released in January 2009 and developed by Papaya Studios, who do not exist anymore. Booting this game up, we're greeted with a cutscene meant to set the stage here in kind of a storybook fashion. Honestly, cutscene is a bit generous. This is more like a slideshow, PowerPoint presentation. They're just using photos and key art from the movie to recap the main story beats as quickly as humanly possible. It's boring, it's lame, and it's boring. At least they got Keith David to do the narration. That's a nice touch, and also probably where a lot of the budget went. After the slideshow ends, we get an actual cutscene with like animations and stuff, and honestly, things look pretty solid. And nothing mind-blowing, but for a 2000s movie tie-in game on Wii, this doesn't look that bad at all. And Coraline's mom's all like, "Hello, child I regret. Go push and stand on that box, over there." And Coraline's like, "Okay." It's pretty basic tutorial stuff. I push a box, I stand on the box, and then I'm told to buzz off and bother my dad. And just like the movie, Dad gives me a list of random busy work that is longer than his neck. Dude's gotta see a doctor about that thing. That can't be normal. Stack newspapers, water the plants, find a bunch of stuff that's blue. Blue! I'm sure you're wondering, and yes, this is very boring. You could argue maybe it's boring on purpose because of the story it's telling, but it's still boring. But it does give me time to acclimate to this game's setup. Coraline for the Wii is a 3D action-adventure game. You run around, you climb stuff, and you collect things. Except, I'm a big fat liar. I just lied to you. This game is pretending to be an action-adventure game, but is all a front for a cheap minigame compilation. Basically, every task you're given throughout this game is either a complete nothing burger, just click the button and you win, or it's some kind of cheap minigame for babies. Match the patterns, go fish, memory tile games, finish the jigsaw puzzle, shoot things with a slingshot within the time limit. And just about all of them are completely devoid of challenge. Even the shooting things with the slingshot has auto-aim. It's honestly mind-numbing. But either way, the game continues as you'd expect. Coraline meets her neighbors, Mr. Bobinski, Miss Spink, Miss Forcible, and of course, Wybie, the awkward neighbor boy who gives her a doll that he found that just happens to look exactly like Coraline. In the movie, this is how the other mother is able to spy on Coraline and figure out how to best trap her, looking through the doll's eyes. In the game, they don't do that. Actually, they don't mention the doll at all. I think they just kind of forgot that part. Boy, I hope this does not become a pattern. Not long after that, Coraline finds the door to the other world and meets her other mother. And in terms of the gameplay, the other world changes absolutely nothing. Absolutely nothing. It's still mostly just walking from one end of the house to the other to play the same minigames over and over and over again. Like, the other mother cooks pancakes and is challenging me to catch them as they're flipped. But I'm told to watch out for the worms and bugs, which begs the question, why? Why are there worms and bugs in the same pan as the pancakes? Other mother, I know you're shown eating chocolate beetles later on in the movie, but that's after Coraline's found out that you're a demon. Right now, you're supposed to be convincing her that this place is safe, but you're throwing boiling hot worms at her face? Your plan is riddled with holes. So I'm sure it's clear from the recap I've given here and my general tone that I'm not really impressed with anything happening in the game so far. and I'm not. This feels like some kind of baby game. Like, why is Coraline, a movie that looks like this, playing like a Sesame Street game? It just feels like such a waste of potential. But then, right at the end of Coraline's first night in the other world, something interesting happens. Instead of just jumping from the other world right back to the real world, we get a completely original dream sequence. Coraline is lost in the woods at night, but sees Wybie running away from something. So now, in order to catch up to Wybie, you have to find your way through the woods using a jar of fireflies to light your way. And if you run out of light, then these demonic rats will swarm and attack you. It's an actual, like game. You have a health meter, you can die, it's a game. It's not just a bunch of baby mini games, and it's not lifted directly from the movie. It's an actual, honest to God, Coraline video game segment using a unique idea. I mean, it's still not hard or anything like that, but my god, it's an actual game for a minute. It even ends with a kinda creepy scene where Wybie is panicking and confused with buttons suddenly in his eyes before the Beldam's arm shoots out from the ground and steals him away. This was the first time the game actually made me kind of sit up in my seat and pay attention, instead of just, slowly atrophying to dust and goo. And every trip to the other world in this game ends with one of these creepy stealth dream sequences. And they get more and more involved every time. The next one has me pushing these Dr. Seuss looking blocks to open doors, stacking things to climb cliffs, and all the while still having to use the fireflies to keep me safe from rats, but now also these giant snapdragon plants too. The final of these segments even brings in some much needed challenge, forcing me to actually conserve my light and run through the dark unprotected, all while the Beldam's hands keep shooting out from these mirrors. Yeah, I know I'm kind of skipping a lot of other parts of the game here to talk about these, but the rest of the game looks like this, and this, and this. They literally programmed an entire section where the only goal is to walk around the house as slow as you possibly can so that your mom doesn't catch you. Go to one door, it's locked. Go to another door, it's locked. Find the key, get back to the door, leave, that's it. And if you're caught, you're immediately sent right back to the start. You see, this is how you do stealth gameplay wrong. All kinds of wrong. More or less all the gameplay sections based on stuff from the movie are bland, boring, and just so slow. These dream sections, on the other hand, are actually pretty fun, are completely different from all other parts of the game, and aren't just scenes ripped straight from the movie. It's not award-winning gameplay or anything like that, but it's so refreshing by comparison. I even managed to die a couple of times in the later segments, and
do not go through the door.
Whoa! That is a dark continue screen. That's genuinely kind of unnerving. I don't even think the movie ever showed Coraline with the buttons actually sewn into her eyes. That's freaky. But even though the game's been mostly uneventful so far, things do start to pick up after the last dream sequence. Of course, the story gets more serious once the other mother offers Coraline the opportunity to stay with her forever, so long as she lets her sew those soulless black buttons into Coraline's eyes. This freaks Coraline out, so she runs back to the real world and gets hit by a bike. Oh my god. Oh, this game is a mess. And what noise was that Wybie made? Perfect, no notes. The gameplay segment that results from this horrific accident is also very bad. You have to use the control stick to keep your balance on the bike as it goes completely ballistic, but surprise, gauging your balance when the bike is having an absolute fit, it's bad. It's very, very bad. Luckily, once that embarrassment is over, we go back to the other world to save the ghost kid's eyes. Wait. Hold on, let me look through my footage here. No way. They forgot the ghost children. The game straight up forgot to mention the ghost children at all. Okay, so for anyone who hasn't seen the movie or just needs a refresher, one of the most important moments in Coraline is when the other mother puts her in this timeout inside of a magic mirror. There she meets 3 ghost children who let the Beldam sew the buttons into their eyes, and now their souls are trapped in this other world. The entire third act of the movie is focused on Coraline finding the stolen eyes of the ghost children to both set them free and win her own freedom from the Beldam. And not a single shred of that is mentioned in this game. I'm 100% serious. The game just plops you back in the other world and says, you have to find the ghost children's eyes, despite the fact that their entire scene was cut out of this version of the story. how do you get something that wrong? How tight of a deadline could these developers possibly have had that they couldn't include one of the most important parts of the story that sets up the entire finale? I don't think it's very good. And the rest of the game really kind of craps its pants after this, because like half of the finale sequence is nothing but quick time events. The game doesn't really have like boss fights or anything, but it has these more exciting set piece cutscenes that just sort of play out while you have to press certain button combinations at the right time. And of course, get a single one wrong and the whole scene resets. It's bad, it's bad, it's bad. And if it's not quick time events, it's mostly just holding forward on the control stick to balance on a beam, run down a hall, or climb up a spider web. Such a disappointment, man. Even for a kids movie tie-in game, this is just lame. But either way, the finale plays out pretty much as you'd expect. Coraline gets all 3 ghost eyes, throws a cat at the other mother, then climbs through the door back home where she's reunited with her parents and they all live safe and sound. Which of course is just a bit of a fake out ending because the other mother's hand gets broken off in the door and then sneaks into the real world and tries to track down Coraline so that she can steal the secret door key so that she can get her revenge. But luckily the ghost kids warn her beforehand, so she and Wybie are able to team up and put an end to everything once and for all. And what's that? Game cut all that out. Story just ends as soon as she gets back home? Really? They just cut out the whole ending. Yeah, straight up. As soon as you escape the other world, the game swaps to a cutscene that basically just says, "And they lived happily ever after." Roll credits. Okay, genuine question here. Were they just not allowed to include the full ending? Like, this game came out a few weeks before the movie even premiered. Were the devs legit just not allowed to show the full ending because of spoilers or something? I mean, this game is only 3 hours long. It doesn't take much to see the ending. Maybe they wanted to avoid having too many spoilers in the game? Is that why the ghost kids are cut out? I mean, that still wouldn't make sense, because why would you cut that out but leave the entire final confrontation? I don't know, I'm grasping at straws here, people, because this game was a fever dream. Coraline on the Wii, surprise surprise, is a bad game. It's a glorified minigame compilation that can barely tell the story of the film it's based on, and it is an absolute slog to play. Legit, this game's runtime would be cut in half if everything just moved a little bit faster. I have never played a game that is this slow. And I'm a Life is Strange fan. I play some of the most dry, slow-paced Sherlock Holmes adventure detective games for fun. And even compared to all those, this game is slow. And get this, at the end of the credits sequence, I'm asked if I enjoyed the game. Legit, a yes or no prompt showed up. What is this even for? This isn't some online survey or anything. This game's not connected to the internet. How would they even collect this data? And why did the game reward me for saying no? What a waste of potential, man. Coraline could legit make a pretty fun game if you did it right. I mean, you can even see a little bit of that in this Wii version. They're not amazing or based on anything from the movie, but those dream sequences are actually pretty interesting and feel right at home in the world of Coraline. I would have loved to see more of that. But instead, we have a game whose biggest legacy is its baffling price tag and the fact that a small, awkward soundbite from it became a trending TikTok sound a few years ago for no apparent reason.
Don't you dare disobey me, Coraline! Ah!
Ugh, I'm done with this, man. Let's play the DS version. Now, shockingly, this is actually a completely different game. I know, I was surprised. I really thought this would just be a downgraded version of the console game, but it's actually very different. And it actually might be worse. So, Coraline DS was developed by Art Co. Limited, who do not exist anymore, oh boy. And I'll give props right away. For an original Nintendo DS game, this looks really good. Like, actually very impressive. Not many budget DS games would have sprung for full 3D back in those days, so right away, I'm actually very impressed. The game starts differently too, with Coraline and her dad approaching the Pink Palace from the outside and just being like, "Well, would you look at our new home? Why don't you go look at our new home?" And just like that, all of my hope for this game dies like my pancreas. As exploring the house and seeing this game's tutorial, I realize this is it. This is the game. Like, literally, this is all the game is. Walking from one room to another, then being told to walk to a different room so that someone will tell you to walk to another room. I mean, dang, dude, I complained about the console version being a minigame compilation, but at least those were things to do, man. Coraline on DS has next to nothing going on. Yeah, I'd call it a point-and-click adventure, but there's no puzzles. This thing's damn near a visual novel. Yeah, every now and then, I'm talking once in a blue moon here, you'll get a proper minigame to play. And they're pretty much all based on using the DS touchscreen and stylus, which makes me realize there wasn't a whole lot of motion control stuff going on in the Wii version. You had to use it for QuickTime events once or twice, but basically, even for like the balance minigames, you never had to use the motion control. That's a waste of potential. So like, the game doesn't have the dream sequences from the console version, but there is one like nightmare minigame where Coraline's being chased by these ghostly hands, and Coraline runs by herself, so all I had to do was kill the hands by tapping them and scratching at the screen to free Coraline if she got caught by them. Oh, and there's the black cat. I wonder what happens if I click on... I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you. Was that a jump scare? Did Coraline on DS just try to jump scare me? Why am I offended by that? Why does that piss me off? The worst minigame I saw here was in Mr. Bobinski's Jumping Mouse Circus, which is a thing in the movie, don't worry about it. This was meant to be a rhythm minigame. Tap the right instrument at the right time so the mice can play a song. Thing is, I was absolute garbage at this. I don't know why. I'm a musician, but I just could not keep up with this nonsense. I mean, look at this. I'm dying out there. And yet, somehow, I won. This gameplay was rewarded, and it was at that point that I realized, oh man, there really is no game here. There's barely anything to do, no challenge. It doesn't even matter if you do well. The game won't fail you. This is like the bare minimum to call something an interactive video game. I can't believe I actually missed the minigame compilation. Now, to be fair, this game does get a lot of points for telling the story of Coraline much better. Way more scenes from the movie are actually represented here. There's no voice acting, but the written dialogue actually does have a lot of lines ripped straight from the movie, which the console version surprisingly didn't. And they actually remembered to include the ghost children and the movie's real ending. What do you know? I guess they didn't care about spoilers. Overall, Coraline DS isn't really a game. And usually I hate when people say things like that. I have dealt with so many people saying that my favorite game, Life is Strange, quote unquote, isn't a real game, simply because it's a narrative-focused experience where you mostly just walk, talk, and solve a few puzzles. But Coraline, I genuinely don't know if I can call this a game. Legit, the only situation where I could see someone actually enjoying this would be like in 2009, when the movie was in theaters but not on DVD yet, and you just wanted some way to experience the Coraline story while, I don't know, on a road trip or something. Because there is no gameplay here to hook people. It's just walking from scene to scene with no voice acting, just text on a screen. And if you just want to read Coraline, then boy do I have news for you. All that said, I actually find these games fascinating. They're both really pretty bad, but basically in totally opposite ways. One throws away huge chunks of the story in favor of pointless minigames, and the other is so story-focused that there's basically no game. One actually tries to break away from the source material and do something original occasionally, while the other is basically a bit-crushed version of the movie. I've always been morbidly interested in really bad video games. Call it that angry video game nerd effect, I guess. You gain a whole new appreciation for the things you love when you see those things being absolutely botched. But as bad as they were, and as much as they are a complete waste of potential of one of my favorite films of all time, I actually am kind of glad I played these. Hey, I spent $300 on these pieces of crap. I have to justify it somehow. I think there was a game at some point. It was called Witch's Apprentice. It was some kind of side-scrolling browser game. It looks really simple, which is fair. Most browser games are. I'd love to play it for myself, but it looks like Disney's kind of scrubbed it off the internet for the most part. But just looking at the footage I found on YouTube, I don't think I'm missing much. Honestly, it kind of looks a lot like that Gravity Falls 3DS game I played, and we all know I'm not a big fan of that one. You might not know this, but Adventure Time is just as much of a video game series as it is a TV series. Ever since this modern Cartoon Network classic premiered way back in 2010, the video game tie-ins have just been non-stop. Way back in the day, we got like 3 games that were all basically retro Zelda clones. Then as recently as 2018, we got a big open-world RPG that's also a bit of a Zelda clone, I guess. And of course, that doesn't even count the many appearances Adventure Time has made in other games, like Multiversus. Oh. Okay. I guess scratch that one. Now, I've talked about basically all of these games in past videos, and they're mostly fine. Some are definitely better than others. I mean, Pirates of the Enchiridion wasn't even really finished, but for the most part, they're just kind of fine. Average. But I might have been holding out a little bit, because I've never actually talked about my favorite Adventure Time game, Finn and Jake Investigations. I got a keyword. Released back in 2015, Finn and Jake Investigations is of all things a point-and-click adventure game. Something kind of different for the world of kids games after 1999. It probably doesn't sound all that exciting to some of you, but I don't know, man. These sort of things are just my comfort games. Especially point-and-click detective games like the Frog Wears Sherlock series or even Life is Strange. I just love this kind of stuff. I eat it up. And it's also an interesting setup for specifically an Adventure Time game. It's a real change of pace. I also haven't played it in like a decade, so today I figured I'd just take a trip down memory lane and see how this weird little moment in Adventure Time history holds up. This is Finn and Jake Investigations. So as we boot up the game, we find ourselves somewhere. The hell is this? Did I put in the wrong game? Well, no, this is still Finn and Jake Investigations. It says so right there, so wait. The hell is artifact checking? What? Is that like a DLC or something? I didn't know. I didn't know they made that for this game. I might have to check that out later, but I'm getting distracted. Let's get back to Finn and Jake and. Oh, now I get it. It's the Grable Label guy. You remember this guy? For a few seasons in the middle of the series, Adventure Time would do these Grable episodes that focused on a handful of short vignette stories with some kind of common theme. And these Grables were presented to us by Cuber, a pink dude voiced by, for some reason, comedian Emo Phillips. Yeah, Adventure Time really knew how to pull out the deep cuts. I always tell my students to keep these in their mouths until they can be sewn back on at the hospital. But either way, Cuber here has 5 playable Grables for us, says they have a common theme that we'll have to guess by the end, and finally, we get into the world of Adventure Time proper. We see our boys Finn and Jake hanging out in their treehouse with their sentient Game Boy BMO, who's really big now. Size of Jake, too big for BMO. The gang wants to listen to some music on their record player, but oops, BMO breaks it. They made BMO big. Little dude don't know their own strength. Anyway, in all the chaos, the gang finds this weird old machine called a ticker type. Apparently, it's some kind of old school device that their parents use to find adventures to go on. When something goes down in the land of Ooh, a message is printed out on the ticker type. So Finn and Jake decide to use it to do a little detective work.
Finn and Jake Investigations!
And we got our title!
Leading us to Case 1, Sweet Sweet Magic. The first case prints out reporting some missing people over in the Candy Kingdom. And as Finn and Jake set off to solve this case, I can finally start playing the game. Like, actually, with the controller and everything. Yeah, these kind of point-and-click games can have a lot of downtime. But like most point-and-click games, you can walk around and just click on anything and everything. You click on this guy, you talk to him. Click on this other guy, you can judge him. Click on this weird break in the ground. Oh, can't do that. Use Jake on this weird break in the ground and oh, we're going down. So you get it. It's a lot of talking to people, examining things, and using certain items and abilities to progress in ways you couldn't do on your own. So it's King's Quest. My beloved. Anyway, with the kingdom on lockdown after the kidnappings, we sneak into the drained moat and find another way inside, where we then immediately find our friend Abracadaniel getting arrested. And of course, we won't stand for that. So we have to kill the guards. No, for real, we enter combat time. So, unlike most games in this genre, Finn and Jake Investigations actually has combat. Now, I remember this being the absolute worst part of the game back in the day. And I guess that is still, kinda true, but upon revisiting it, the combat is actually kinda decent. You have a basic attack with your sword that you can stack combos with. You can block, dodge roll, and after hitting enemies a certain number of times in a row, you get to pick from 5 different special attacks that can also change depending on what sword you use. You know, it's actually kind of solidly enjoyable in bits. It gets repetitive when you have to do it for too long. But these bits only show up every once in a while anyway, so they aren't too bad right now. And they just feel a little out of place in a game like this. But, you know, even after beating a bunch of banana men senseless, Abracadaniel is is still arrested, as he's the only current suspect in the case of the missing candy people, particularly Peppermint Butler. We head to the castle and talk to Princess Bubblegum, who lets us take a look at the crime scene in Peppermint Butler's room, where we then get some extra info from Starchy. He says that he heard the kidnapping take place while attempting to drop off some pamphlets, but he didn't actually see anything. Then we get a testimonial from a nearby Gumball Guardian who says he saw Abracadaniel sneak into this room from the window, spilling an entire bowl of jelly beans in the process. Seems simple enough, but through that information, we're able to actually piece together that Abracadaniel couldn't have been the kidnapper, because the spilled jelly beans were on top of Starchy's pamphlets, which means Abracadaniel came in after Starchy heard the kidnapping already going down. And when I say we worked that out, Princess Bubblegum worked that out, which means the game just told us. It actually took me a while to figure out what to do because I was like, I don't have the solution yet. But that's enough info to clear our friend's name with Princess Bubblegum either way. So we head down to the dungeon to free Abracadaniel and see if he can shed any more light on these kidnappings. So turns out a bunch of wizards have been kidnapping candy people in the hopes of using them for something they're calling sweet magic. Gross. I don't like the sound of that. A ceremony that Abracadaniel mistook for some kind of wizard party. So he tasks us with quickly finding his favorite cake plate to take to the wizard party, and then we trace the kidnapper's steps to find a portal that leads us right to Wizard City. In the place where we first saw the Lich, actually. But then when we get to Wizard City, the wizard guards are like, stop, and turn Abracadaniel into a stick. Oops. Luckily, we get past the guards because that cake plate turned out to be some kind of weird ancient wizard artifact and status symbol, so they let us through easy. And upon entering Wizard City proper, the game finally opens up as we wrap up the tutorial stuff and head out to solve puzzles on our own. Our first goal is to get into this wizard shop run by a dude named Ron James. But there's this big line outside of his shop, and for some reason, he's only taking one customer at a time. So we gotta help out each of these guys so they'll buzz off. And man, I can't even describe how much this kind of gameplay just makes me feel comfortable. No immediate threats, no chances of dying and having to start over, no time limits or anything like that, just a world to explore and puzzles to solve at whatever pace you want. It's just so relaxing to me. Yes, so relaxing as we find a rope to tear down a bunch of scaffolding, causing tons of property damage. Also, we can grab a discarded brick to go bash in a gnome's skull, leaving his precious bucket of black paint unguarded for us to take so that we can paint him up black, stick a bunch of goo to it, and give it to a rockman who wanted a fancy wizard beard so he'll get out of line. Yeah, point-and-click adventure games tend to have some really weird logic. Of course, after we clear the line, we get into Ron James's shop and find who else but the Ice King. Luckily, he claims to be invited to this wizard party, so we're able to tag along with him and find the missing candy people in this gross prison cave under Ron James's shop. Why's he got all that there? What's his deal? We make our way into the wizard's hideout where they're preparing their spell with a Peppermint Butler just straight up dangling from the ceiling. And they also locked Ice King in a cage because, shocker, he wasn't actually invited and all the other wizards hate him. Classic Ice King. But the other wizards are also idiots, actually, because while they start giving Peppermint Butler the whiz-biz, yeah, I am able to quickly swap out their special magic wand with that stick that used to be Abracadaniel. The morons fall for it because I guess this guy doesn't know what his own magic wand looks like, and boom, the whole thing backfires, the wizards get blown to, I don't know actually. They just sort of vanished. Abracadaniel is turned back to normal and Ice King helps us free the missing candy people. Case 1 is closed. Case 2, Lumpy Ice Princess. So yeah, that's pretty much how the game works. Every chapter plays out more or less the same. Finn and Jake get a new case on the ticker type, we talk to people, collect junk, solve puzzles, and eventually things just sort of work out. Like here, Finn and Jake get word of some kind of hairy creature wreaking havoc in the forest, and guess who? It's the Ice King. It's always the Ice King. We find the dude holed up in the forest encased in a giant slab of ice. So we pull some of that classic adventure game logic and steal a bucket of water from a nearby well, boil it over a campfire, stick a towel in it, and then pry the handlebars off a bike to carry the hot towel over to the giant wall of ice, whereupon this one tiny hot towel melts the entire thing in seconds. I'm telling you, man, these kind of games make you work for it. So that was fun, but why is Ice King crying in the woods anyway? Well, turns out the dude got duped into leaving the Ice King Kingdom for a few days, and in the time he was gone, it was decided that a new ruler needed to be appointed in his absence. So now he's been kicked out, and Lumpy Space Princess is in the process of being sworn in as the new ruler of the Ice Kingdom. And to be honest, Finn and Jake, at this point in the series anyway, wouldn't really care too much about Ice King losing his kingdom, or LSP taking over the Ice Kingdom for all that matter. But Ice King managed to guilt trip them into crashing at their place, so now they gotta fix this. So we rush to the Candy Kingdom to put a stop to LSP's coronation. We find LSP and ask her how she even qualified for something like this in the first place. You know, usually she's the one who's living in the woods. And apparently there are 3 noble deeds that any prospective princess has to perform in order to make the cut. She had to make a birthday cake for a little kid's party, deliver a love letter from one citizen to another, and take Cinnamon Bun's Firewolf for a walk. Sounds simple, but this is LSP. You know she couldn't be bothered. Legit, when we asked her about the cake, she was like, yeah, I just threw together some candy people and some stuff from the ground. What? That's cannibalism. And even though the coronation officiator is standing right there as LSP is like, I gave the kid a cake made of human meat and dirt. Nothing. No reaction. Great. So I had to yell that in my own apartment. So of course, we now have more than enough evidence to put an end to this coronation and show LSP does not qualify to rule over the Ice Kingdom, right? Well, yes, but Finn also has to take things a few steps further and right all the wrongs that LSP committed. So I gotta go around solving all these puzzles to find Cinnamon Bun's Firewolf and return it to him, deliver that love note, and of course, make a new cake for the birthday kid. One that, you know, isn't made out of human body parts and gravel. But, we did use a cream puff dude's snot for the frosting, so I guess it's not completely free of bodily fluid, but you know, yeah, baby steps. But you know, who'd have thought performing all of LSP's noble deeds for her just made it look like she did them right all along. So the officiator went through the coronation anyway. Lumpy Space Princess is now the ruler of the Ice Kingdom. Things go to hell in about an hour. We find LSP in Ice King's castle, and the place is in shambles. In the process of helping her get things in order, we realize that this was all LSP's plan to begin with. We find this special key for her, and she immediately grabs it and beelines for a secret pathway deep in the castle. Obviously, something's about to go down, so we follow her and find something a little bit different. The game actually takes a break from inventory puzzles for a bit, and we get a good old-fashioned Zelda-style block-pushing puzzle. These Adventure Time games just can't escape the Zelda influences, I guess. And I actually got genuinely stumped here for a bit. You're trying to move these blocks around to build a path to this door, but there's only certain directions that you can push the blocks, and the door itself won't open without something weighing down a pressure pad. Obviously, you could just have Jake sit on it. That solution pops up a lot, actually, but then Jake can't get through the door. So I thought I was gonna have to build a differently shaped path and find a way to get an ice block on top of the switch. Turns out that's literally impossible given how everything is set up, and I was just supposed to use an item to wedge the door's counterweight to stay open after Jake pressed the switch. Yeah. That one's on me, man. I way overcomplicated that one. Anyway, we catch up with LSP and find her at this giant ice altar of Fiona and Cake, furiously writing in one of Ice King's Fiona and Cake fanfiction books. Turns out all of this was a setup from LSP, shocker, but her primary goal wasn't to gain control of the Ice Kingdom, luck her way into luxury, or anything like that. All she wanted was access to Ice King's Fiona and Cake books so she could add her own gender-bent OC, Lumpy Space Prince, into the story in the hopes that he would be made canon and come to life. All of this was a ploy by LSP to try and hook up with herself. Genuinely unhinged behavior. Good lord. Luckily, the officiator just sort of spawns into the room. Did he have to do the ice block puzzles too? And he quickly revokes LSP's rule over the Ice Kingdom, having seen the state of the place and having finally heard how bad she did her noble deeds. LSP gets dragged away and everyone else just kinda leaves.
Wait, she was right?
Case 3, sour notes. Everybody's dancing and they just can't stop. Except it's not fun. It's psychological warfare. Legit, Magic Man shows up and casts a spell that fills everyone's head with incessant music that forces their bodies to dance non-stop. Which means, for the first 10 minutes of this chapter, every time I stop moving, Finn just starts wiggling at me. Don't you look at me like that. Now, we can't figure out how to stop the music, but we can block it out. And Jake has the bright idea of making psychic earplugs out of, I'm serious here, pickled sonic squid tentacles that we have to stick in our ears. Yeah, I'm not touching that one. But we do it, and with the music effectively blocked out and our dancing torment stopped, we head out to find Magic Man. And I'm gonna be honest, I don't I don't fully get his game here. He says he cast this dancing spell so that everyone would realize just how big of a jerk he is, but then he spends the rest of the chapter trying to convince Finn and Jake that it's actually not that bad of a thing to do. And for the next 20 minutes or so, the game just becomes this random series of puzzles built around Magic Man putting this one candy dude into increasingly inconvenient situations, all to prove that the dancing could be worse. I get that Magic Man just liked to be annoying, but I'm just not following the logic here. And then when we finally do catch up to him, he just stops the music and dancing and pieces out. But instead, now there's this piercing shriek coming from all over the place. But it's not in their heads anymore. We trace it down to one of these weird little lemon things. Wait, lemon thing? Oh god, wait. Yeah, Lemon Grab's in the game now. And don't we all rejoice? He's apparently sounded the alarms all around Ooh because his sound sword has gone missing. We agree to find it if he shuts up those lemon alarm things. And then, randomly, the chapter switches gears entirely to be about Flame Princess. Yeah, we run into her while looking for the sound sword, and turns out she's hiding from some rogue flame guards trying to overthrow her rule over the Fire Kingdom. Luckily for us though, one of them just happens to have the sound sword. A guy named Leroy.
Prepare to taste the wrath of Leroy Flameguard!
Damn! Is it 2005? Was that seriously a Leroy Jenkins joke? That meme was like 10 years old when this game came out, and this game is 10 years old. Good lord, it's like a 20-year-old dead meme. Yeah, anyway, facing the Flame Guards is kind of the closest thing this game gets to having boss fights. Yeah, after solving some puzzles to make a plan of attack, you enter combat time, fight a few guys, and then another identical guy shows up, except now he has a name, so I don't know, he's more powerful. But you don't even really fight him. If you keep swinging at him, it's not gonna do anything. Instead, you gotta do that boss fight thing where you trick him into running into something. Do that enough times and, victory, hooray. Oh, sorry, gotta be honest, these combat sections are starting to get pretty repetitive. My relaxing is kind of starting to turn into zoning out. I mean, point-and-click adventure games are never gonna be the most blood-pumping experience, and I really do like the low-key vibes. But as I'm reaching the halfway point of this game, I'm honestly starting to get a little worn down, kind of bored, really. I mean, aside from this one boss fight thing, the combat never really evolves. The puzzles never really get much harder, and the presentation it's pretty one-note. The vibe of the whole game never really goes beyond neutral. No matter what's happening, it doesn't feel like there are any, like, stakes or urgency. So, you know, after a bit of a break, approximately 8 hours unconscious of a break, I hop back into the game and finally get that sound sword from the dead meme man. We take the damn thing and lug it over to Castle Lemon Grab, but Magic Man got there before us and tricked Lemon Grab into believing we stole the sword the whole time, even though we told him we were gonna look for it and bring it back to him. And Lemon Grab, not particularly bright, so he takes the bait, plans to restart all those screaming lemon things, and of course, sentences Finn and Jake to 100 years in the dungeon. We break out in like 30 seconds. But now that Magic Man's back in the picture, kind of manipulating Lemon Grab, we gotta take both of them down before everything can get back to normal. And obviously, Finn's first instinct is to pull a bunch of pranks on Lemon Grab. So, we throw him out a window.
My lemon buns!
Nice, harmless pranks. Obviously, this enrages the lemon dude, so we get sent to the reconditioning chamber. Essentially a torture room where Lemon Grab, like, shocks people. He does a lot of that. In fact, we actually found a shock collar while pulling that first prank. So while Lemon Grab is preparing to shock us, Jake snakes his arm through an air vent and plops the collar onto Lemon Grab, sending him into an electroshock panic. In the chaos, Finn and Jake work out that the chamber's control panel is likely also controlling the lemon things, the shock collars, so we quickly break out and smash it to pieces. But this leaves the reconditioning chamber totally unstable. And luckily, Magic Man poofs himself inside to try and gloat right as the thing goes haywire. So, with the psychic music gone and the lemon things not screaming anymore, our third case is closed. And all we had to do to make it happen was murder 2 men with high amounts of electric voltage. Easy peasy. Case 4. Everything must go. The ticker type gives us a brand new case that's less of a fun adventure and more of a natural disaster. Apparently, temperatures in the Fire Kingdom are rapidly decreasing, which is obviously super dangerous for an entire race of people made of fire. We race down there, and sure enough, the place is steaming up like crazy. And to help out, we're gonna need to get into the Flame Kingdom's core. And even though it is cooler here right now, we're still gonna need flame shields for that. So we find this weird little fire gremlin guy named Flambeau, and he's like, doop-dee-doo, now you blue. And boom, we got flame shields. Oh, that was easy. So we hop over to the flame core and find that all of this intense climate change was just Starchy holding a malfunctioning magic water shooter. Oh, is that why the polar ice caps are melting? And we puzzle our way over to Starchy and legit just turn the thing off. Easy. But why would an average Joe like Starchy have a powerful magical device like this to begin with? Well, turns out Marceline has been running a yard sale, selling off all the belongings of Finn and Jake's adventuring hero, Billy, because she used to live in his house before he died? Did he die? He died, right? Meaning that all the citizens of the Land of Ooh are getting a hold of super powerful and crazy dangerous magic junk for just a few dollars a pop. That, likely, will not be good for the environment. Or the economy, really. It's also bad for us because we accidentally get doused with a teleportation potion that sends us deep into Billy's cave home thing. And at this point, the game becomes kind of scattered. I guess now that we're reaching the final stretch, the game really wants to throw everything at the wall. In Billy's cave, we explore, find gems, try to put them back into magical gem holes, realize they won't stay in said holes, so we spit some gross chewed gum onto the priceless magical gems to make them all sticky, and then plop them back in their holes. This gets us out of the cave. Where then, Marceline tells us that she managed to get back all the stuff she sold except for Billy's magic sword, No Tongue. This sword magically flies to its owner whenever its name is called, and since Marceline sold it to Cinnamon Bun, that means it's right back to the Fire Kingdom. Luckily, Cinnamon Bun hates the sword anyway because he can't stop it from flying around, so he is totally down to transfer the ownership.
Ow! This rope is burning my grapes bud! Ow! Oh, I wish I had no tongue!
Ew! Ugh! Oh, I hated that. Gross. Ew, don't do that again. But even though the sword is now responding to Finn when he calls its name, he can't catch it when it flies towards him. So for some reason, that means we now have to go back to Castle Lemongrab to use one of Lemongrab's prized catcher mitts. Was that a thing? We have to use one of those catcher mitts to catch the sword. Sure. Okay. That checks out, I guess. Why not? And then once we finally have the sword, we burn the deed of ownership so it'll go back to being Billy's property, and we use it to seal up the cave, and that is case 4 done. I gotta be honest, that chapter felt a lot more like busy work than solving a case. In fact, we're not really solving a ton of cases at all anymore, are we? That tutorial segment with the Peppermint Butler crime scene really made me think we were gonna be going around and interviewing people to collect evidence and investigating crime scenes and stuff like that, using logic to piece together whodunit mysteries, you know, detective work. But after chapter 1, the mystery of these investigations only lasts maybe a few minutes before the game just gives the whole thing away and swaps back to normal busy work type stuff. You know, I was really hoping for a little bit more investigating in this investigation game. Less errands and scavenger hunts. But you know, whatever, we're at the end anyway. Case 5, Album Recover. So over the course of the last 4 chapters, Finn and Jake have actually kept one random item they pick up from each one. Abracadaniel's cake plate, LSP's scepter, the lever to Lemongrab's reconditioning chamber, and Billy's magic water thing. And BMO decided to take all of these things and use them to build a brand new record player. Yeah, remember that? All Finn and Jake were trying to do at the start of this game was just listen to some music. Well, after all these adventures and investigations, Finn and Jake are ready to kick back and celebrate their hard work. But, even though BMO was able to use a bunch of random junk to build a record player from scratch, they apparently don't know how vinyl records work. They thought Finn's childhood favorite record was dirty, so they cleaned it and buffed out all the ridges and grooves, not realizing that that's where the music is, man. Seriously though, vinyl records are magic. Have you ever manually spun a record with the needle on it, no speaker connected? You can still hear the music. It's witchcraft. I'll never understand how it works. But Finn's record don't work no more. So they go to the most musical person they know, Marceline, who says that they can actually fix it. Apparently, if we put together a band and use just the right magical recording equipment, then no matter how bad the band plays, the record will come out perfect. But the equipment is rare. It will not be easy or cheap to find. So anyway, we go to Wizard City and find literally everything we need for free. Damn, if it were only that easy. So now we just need a band. Marceline's on bass, obviously. So now we need a drummer, a singer, a keyboardist, and some kind of extra high-frequency secret sauce. And wouldn't you know, that just happens to fit perfectly with all the NPCs that the developers already had character models for. So we hop to the Ice Kingdom and convince the Ice King to be our drummer. We find LSP living in the woods again and get her to be our lead singer. Apparently Flame Princess plays piano, so that works, I guess. And of course, we gotta take one last trip to Castle Lemongrab to get him, and more importantly his sound sword, to be our secret sauce. Of course, all these rounds came with puzzles to solve and stuff. Ice King needed us to find his missing symbol, LSP needed to be convinced by her fan club, which we had to bribe people into joining, and Flame Princess was too depressed and anxious about how her rule over the Fire Kingdom was going, so we had to scrounge up some thank you notes from the Flame citizens to bring her spirits up. Which, apparently Cinnamon Bun already had. Dude was just sitting on stacks of letters from Flame citizens that he just forgot to give the princess. Dude, aren't you, like her second in command? You literally moved from the Candy Kingdom to the Fire Kingdom to be her right-hand man full-time. You live in a flame shield now. And you even said you noticed that she had been down and it was making you sad. But with all that, you never thought to give her the massive stack of thank you notes from her citizens? Also, when Finn asked you if you would write a note yourself, you said you didn't think you could because you weren't inspired enough to write a thank you note to Flame Princess. But then Finn was like, well, what if you think about Flame Princess? And you were like, oh yeah, Flame Princess, she inspires me. Cinnamon Bun, I say this knowing full well what your character arc in the show is. You're a damn idiot. Anyway, we lie to Lemongrab and he brings his sound sword to Finn's house. So with the band all together, we get one just awful jam session that, through the power of the magical recording equipment, is turned into a completely different song with absolutely zero similarities to anything the band actually recorded. Finn and Jake say, wow, we had a great time being investigators. We should do this again sometime, in like a sequel. And it never happened. The end. Oh, right, the Grable theme. Oh, I forgot about that. After the game ends, we come back to Cuber's domain where he quizzes us on the theme of the Grables. Our choices are favorite things, Magic Man pranks, different kinds of records, or the emotions. This is actually a pretty clever setup because just about all of these are kinda true, but only one of them applies to all 5 chapters, and that was the emotions. It also doesn't matter if you choose the wrong one because the game will just let you keep choosing until you get the right answer. It's the end of the game, who cares? But no, it was the 5 strongest emotions: fear, envy, anger, sadness, and love, apparently. Because Abracadaniel was scared when he got arrested, Ice King was jealous of Finn and Jake's house, Lemongrab got mad at all the pranks, Cinnamon Bun was sad that the sword he bought was making things difficult, and because Finn loved his favorite record. Ain't all that just the cutest thing you've ever heard. And that is Finn and Jake Investigations. And genuinely, it's a pretty solid game. It looks great, it plays pretty well, and actually has some solid point-and-click puzzle design for a kid's game. It is pretty repetitive though. I would not recommend binging through it all at once like I just did. But if you just played like 1 chapter a night, I think it would be a perfect, nostalgic, cozy game to help you unwind before bed. And if you're a really dedicated Adventure Time fan, this game, of all the games in the Adventure Time series, I think is the most rewarding to play. It really puts in the effort to keep the show's lore in mind within the story, at least the most recent lore at the time the game came out. You know, tons of references to past storylines and character arcs and junk like that. It's really cool. I would actually love to see an Adventure Time game in this style again. You know, maybe give it more of like a strong overarching plot, more stakes, ramp up the challenge a bit with the puzzles, and give us some like real mind-bending detective cases to solve, and you genuinely could have the makings of my favorite cartoon game ever. Oh wait, I almost forgot. Bonus chapter, artifact checking. I couldn't play it. I don't think the game exists anymore. Yeah, from what I can tell, this was some kind of DLC chapter where you play as Marceline, but it's not on the disc, it's not on the PlayStation Store, and even though the DLC is listed on Steam, the full game isn't, which makes the DLC essentially useless. You could still spend $2 on it though. Yeah, you heard me right. Finn and Jake Investigations isn't on Steam. It's not on the PlayStation Store either. Turns out the damn thing's been wiped from basically all digital storefronts ever since the publisher, Little Orbit, lost the rights to the Adventure Time license. Meaning that if you watch this video and want to play Finn and Jake Investigations, you have to track down a physical copy on PlayStation 4, PlayStation 3, Xbox One, Xbox 360, Wii U, or 3DS. That's it. You cannot get it digitally. You have to get it physically. And if you want to play artifact checking, tough. So screw me and everything I just said, I guess. Is Miraculous Ladybug, like, bigger than I thought or something? I feel like I've been seeing it pop up a lot more lately. Yeah, I go to a store and see a bunch of Miraculous toys and book bags and novelty drinks, just way more Miraculous merch than usual. It's kinda everywhere. I just didn't realize it was that popular now. So imagine my surprise while trying to think of a new video. I went out shopping and found not just one, but 2 Miraculous Ladybug video games. And we're not talking about mobile games here. These are full-fledged console games with like boxes and junk. And let's just say, my curiosity got the better of me. Let's play them! But first, for those of you who don't know, Miraculous, The Tales of Ladybug and Cat Noir, also known as just Miraculous Ladybug, is a French cartoon about a couple of superheroes named... well, take a guess. Their real names are Marinette Dupenchang and Adrien Agreste, and they protect the city of Paris from the evil Hawkmoth, a supervillain who uses these evil little butterfly things to possess random citizens and turn them into supervillains through a process called akumatization. His powers prey on like negative emotions and stuff, so whenever someone in Paris gets upset, Hawkmoth takes control and tells them to steal the source of Ladybug and Cat Noir's powers. They're miraculous. That's why the show's called that. It's a really fun show that could easily make a great video game. Not really sure how they could mess this one up. So let's pop the first game into my Nintendo Switch and check it out. This is Miraculous Ladybug: Rise of the Sphinx. As you might expect, the game begins with the very long loading screen. We're still going. Huh. Is the game gonna... Oh, okay, never mind. Thank God. Oh, that looks not amazing. But let's not judge things too harshly yet. A game hasn't even gotten started. So, as I was saying, the game begins with business as usual in Paris, with Hawkmoth sending supervillains to fight Ladybug and Cat Noir. But his assistant, Mayora, has been hatching a bigger secret plot that requires some diversions. So while all that's going on in the background, we're fighting a guy in a pigeon suit. It's the tutorial stage, what do you expect? The game hands over control and the mission begins. We of course play as Ladybug or Cat Noir and can swap between the two at any time and just kind of run around, jump on rooftops, and collect these glowing blue orbs, which you might think are just some standard video game collectible crap. And they are, but they do try to give them some kind of lore purpose here. You can take the orbs to the guardian of the Miraculous, Master Fu, who claims that they are very powerful and that their presence here is a grave omen. Then they go back to being standard video game crap. You use them to get upgrades, that's it. At least they tried. Anyway, as I make my way through the first level, I start to get a feel for the kind of game we're dealing with here. Rise of the Sphinx is a classic, kind of arcade-style beat-em-up game. The whole thing has this isometric bird's eye perspective thing going on, and you can like punch, build up combos, do some special attacks, parries, or fail at parries. Maybe that one's just me. I've never been good at parrying in any game. What I'm saying is don't ask me to play Bloodborne. And I just sort of keep pushing forward until eventually I catch up to Mr. Pigeon and we get our first boss fight. Damn! Dude didn't stand a chance. Do we need to notify his next of kin? Now, if you know the show, then you know that Ladybug and Cat Noir almost never defeat a villain without using their special abilities, the Lucky Charm and the Cataclysm. And the game makes sure that those elements are on full display here by splitting up each phase of the boss fights with cutscenes that... Oh man, really? Are we still doing QuickTime events? In 2025? Are we serious? This game didn't come out in 2025. Where's the box? When did it come out? 2022. We still doing QuickTime events in 2022? Come on, are you serious? And I was just about to compliment these cutscenes too, man. I mean, for real, the rendering might look pretty rough, but the actual animation in these cutscenes is great. The lip sync might even be better than the show, but they just had to toss in some pointless, outdated QuickTime events to ruin the fun. Ugh. Luckily, they aren't particularly quick. The game really doesn't want you to fail them, so there's tons of time to respond. So, I don't know, it's not awful. I'm just biased. I've never liked QuickTime events in games, in any game. But we get through all of those and another phase of the boss fight, and boom, day saved. And most of Rise of the Sphinx follows that exact same structure. Run, jump, fight, boss, QuickTime events, repeat. But before we get to the next stage, we actually get some downtime to just kind of explore Paris, now playing as Marinette or Adrien instead of Ladybug and Cat Noir. And it's mostly nothing. You walk around, talk to people, do a few super quick, totally disposable missions. It's mostly padding. Even the story bits here are boring. All the plot elements that deal with Marinette and Adrien's life outside of their superhero stuff, and even the setups for all the villains are handled in that damn text box format that games do. You know, where these little portraits of the characters pop in and then just a big text box comes at the bottom and you just have to read. I don't know, some games do it right, but especially in licensed games like this, it's such a bore and it takes forever to get through. I wanted to give this game points for having the show's voice actors reprise their roles, but that point kinda gets taken away when 90% of the cutscenes are this. Most of the actual cutscenes with like voice acting and stuff are the ones with QuickTime events. Great. I don't know, as soon as I saw this, I was just really let down. Oh, who are you?
That is not Adrian.
The only real use for this part of the game is to let you go spend your orbs on upgrades, and to let you replay levels by interacting with these posters. Posters that, totally spoil every single villain in the game before they even show up. Oops! Does anyone else notice how horribly this game is running? Like this is bad, right? Why is everything so blurry and choppy? Half the textures don't even look like they've loaded in. I mean, not to be harsh, but this is like an iPhone level video game, and yet it is barely running on the Nintendo Switch. It legit feels unfinished. And I know the Switch isn't like the most high-tech of systems or anything, but this little tablet ran Breath of the Wild on day one. You're telling me they couldn't get Girl Spider-Man and Furry Fury to work on it? Jesus Christ, I'm only on level 3. Why are we in slow motion? Is the game dying? What's happening? This can't be right. Here, I'm gonna check out like the PlayStation 5 version or something and see if there's anything different. Oh my god, immediate improvement! No more frame drops, way higher resolution, and the graphics are actually, like, finished, which I mean is good. The level aesthetics here are actually pretty nice, but they did not look so on the last version of the game, man. Wow. Yeah, I feel bad for any big Miraculous fans who only have a Switch. That version is bad. Like, that is a bad version of the game. I mean, I was just about ready to call Rise of the Sphinx one of the worst cartoon games I've ever played. And on Switch, yeah, it kinda is. But luckily, on the PS5, all the technical issues are just gone. And now the game is still not good. Hooray. Yeah, Rise of the Sphinx ain't all that. I mean, playing on PS5 makes it competent, finished even, but the design itself is just toothless, even for a kid's game. Like, there's easy games, and then there's games that don't even try. Legit, it feels like every design choice here was made to avoid challenge at all costs. So like, you run around and fight stuff, but the game never really lets you do both at once. Probably 75% of each level is just like running and jumping, and every now and then you approach a group of enemies. But you can't do anything to them until the game locks you into a deliberate combat encounter. And I don't mean RPG style or anything like that. This is still a fighting game. The level won't let you keep going until all the enemies are dead, which, you know, isn't unheard of for beat 'em up games. But usually those games have way more enemies. Like, every single screen would have enemies. And they don't normally have this amount of just uninterrupted platforming. Usually beat 'em up games like that are kind of like an endurance test. Like, can you get to the end mowing down all these enemies without losing all your health? But in Miraculous here, your health literally doesn't exist until the fights start. You don't have a health bar when you're just running around. It only shows up when you get locked into that encounter, and it completely refills at the start of every new fight, so you barely have to worry about it. Outside of combat, it might genuinely be impossible to fail. All you can really do is fall off the stage, at which point you're loaded right back in where you left off. There's no like lives system, so as far as I know, you really don't get punished for falling off the stage. There are absolutely zero stakes. The game is damn near mindless, and it's so repetitive and just slow enough to really drag after only a couple levels. The only times they really try to change things up are in the boss fights. You got one that's based on stealth. Kinda. The boss spent more time running away than anything, but, you know, it's the thought that counts, I guess. There's a boss where you have to chase it around in a circle. Oh, there's also a level where Paris gets turned into a video game. So to match that kind of meta theme, you know, the boss is a quiz. The boss fight for the video game level is multiple choice Miraculous trivia. Remember when I said the game was taking every opportunity to remove challenge? But then, right before the end of the game, there's this one boss fight against a popular Mean Girl character named Chloe. And out of nowhere, the difficulty here just goes through the roof. Chloe's superpower is cloning herself. So this fight really is an endurance test to see if you can make it through all these hordes of enemies. And I'm not gonna lie, I legit got stuck here for a little while. But once it's done, everything just goes back to being piss easy again. The game just decided to try. only for a bit, and that was it. That was all you get. But throughout all of this, getting back to the story for a second, Majora's plan sets into motion. She's got the power of the Peacock Miraculous that lets her create even bigger villains called Centimonsters. And while Ladybug and Cat Noir run around defeating more of Hawkmoth's villains, Majora is building up a powerful Centimonster, this giant caterpillar thing, which feeds on people's negative emotions until it eventually evolves into the Sphinx, which was previously established to be rising. This big-ass bug has the power to now spread negative emotions throughout Paris, which I guess would give Hawkmoth and Majora like endless power, so it's up to Ladybug and Cat Noir to stop it. And the final stage here is actually a pretty cool set piece where you have to scale this giant tower after it's been taken over by the Sphinx. It's still kind of same old, but you know, it feels climactic. And once we get to the top, we square off against the monster in a boss fight that is leagues easier than the Chloe one. Like, wow, I still can't get over that. But then the Sphinx hits Ladybug with the powder that makes you sad.
It's the powder that makes you sad.
And she nearly gives up the fight until hearing the cheers of her fellow Paris citizens rooting for her snaps her out of it in like a minute. Tops. I guess it's just that easy. Now let this be a lesson to you. If you're depressed, all you have to do is make sure that literally everyone loves you, and you'll be fine. Good, try it. Value how people view you over your own self-confidence. It's easy. If one of those people doesn't love you, it's not good enough. Keep going. Anyway, phase 2, we beat the shit out of Hawkmoth, kill the bug, and bada bing, bada boom, the day is saved, and the game is bad. Hey, by the way, if you're enjoying this video and you want to see more videos about cartoons and cartoon video games, you can hit the subscribe button. It's below this video, and there's a bell next to it that you can also ring. You'll get notifications when the videos come out. Cool. So considering my experiences with that first game, going into the sequel, Miraculous Ladybug Paris Under Siege, my expectations were not high. I pretty much assumed that this was going to be the exact same game as the first one with a few new bells and whistles. Not particularly exciting, but we're here for a reason. So the game starts up and... Whoa. Oh my god. Is that full camera control? That's new, and oh, dude, why is she so fast? Ladybug's moving like twice as quick now, jeez. Dude, are we swinging from building to building? Am I going crazy, or does this game kind of rock? Yeah, Paris Under Siege is a completely different game than Rise of the Sphinx. And in a rare turn of events, just about every issue I had with the first game has not just been completely fixed, but tons of other changes have been made to make this a way more engaging experience, front to back. So we've jumped ahead a few seasons in the Miraculous show by this point, and now Ladybug and Cat Noir have a whole team of superhero friends helping them out. But when a powerful Egyptian artifact is set to go on display in Paris, this team of heroes all get akumatized by Hawkmoth, who's now going by Shadow Moth for some reason. So I know why, I don't want to explain it. And they steal the artifacts to grow their strength and take over Paris. All, of course, while serving Shadow Moth to get the Miraculous. And the first villain we face, Stormy Weather, sets off a massive purple storm that engulfs the whole city. So we set off to a series of different themed locations, do some platforming and fighting, de-evilize our friends, and slowly but surely bring Paris back to normal. So setup-wise, we're not too far off from the first game. Everything's just bigger and more fleshed out. And I mean everything. We are no longer locked in slow-paced bird's eye view town, dude. Paris Under Siege has gone full, proper 3D with a completely controllable camera. And just that small change immediately made this game feel like a massive step up. But then, when you actually start moving, god, everything is so much faster. Your basic run speed is like burning rubber compared to the first game. And then you mix it in with double jumps, wall jumps, mid-air dashes, swinging from rooftop to rooftop. This is a complete overhaul. But at the end of the day, the point of the game is still to do beat-em-up stuff. Thankfully though, this also gets a huge upgrade. This time around, the game doesn't lock you into fights. The platforming, movement, and combat are all actually able to blend together this time in a really fun way. Dude, you can be running at full speed, jump, and then just fly right into kicking someone in the head. It is so satisfying after the slog we just went through. It actually feels really cool to fight in this game. Remember kids, fighting is cool. You should do it at church. You know, everything I just mentioned, mixed with like the bigger scope and all the swinging around, this game actually reminds me a lot of the Insomniac Spider-Man games. You know, Spider-Man PS4, Miles Morales, Spider-Man 2, those. Yeah, Paris Under Siege really feels like it's going for something like that. Now, obviously, this budget kids game based on a show that looks like a Barbie movie is not on par with one of the most polished and well-designed series of AAA games ever made. Big surprise there. But whatever influences they took from those games to expand and improve what a Miraculous game can be, did absolute wonders. This game kind of rules, but let's calm down a bit. We didn't strike gold here just because the game is decent. There is still plenty of issues here. For one, as great as some of these gameplay upgrades are, it makes the game pretty damn unruly. It is real easy to try and just make a jump or get through a fight, and then just unexpectedly fly off halfway across the stage or even straight into a bottomless pit. And the camera does not do a great job keeping up with this more unhinged style of movement. Of course, the game is still pretty repetitive. That tends to be the case with most of the cartoon games I play here. And while luckily we have gotten rid of all the QuickTime events and stuff, the cutscene animations themselves seem to have taken a little bit of a downgrade. The first game might not have looked the best, but the actual animation, like the motion, it was quality. Here, not as much. It's all still serviceable, and as a trade-off, we actually get more cutscenes, all with full voice acting. No more of those dull text boxes, so I guess fair play. Hey, Editor Fofi here. I just remembered one of the more baffling things about this game. Most of these stages don't have music. For the vast majority of the time that you're playing this game, there is zero music going on in the background. Music in these stages only starts when you get into a fight. But as soon as the fight's over, song's over. It literally like slows down like a tape player just stopped. But because these fights only last a few seconds to maybe a minute long each, you are not going to be hearing this music for very long. You're going to be hearing that sound way more than you're going to be hearing any of this music. As much as I was enjoying this game, I found myself in just about every stage just going, why is there no music? It makes the game feel like eerily empty at times. I would have maybe changed that. But aside from all that, I am genuinely impressed with Paris Under Siege. The gameplay is genuinely fun, and not just for a licensed kids game. Like, there's a level where Paris gets overrun by a bunch of multicolored soap bubbles, and each color of bubble has like different properties. The pink ones are just normal platforms, the blue ones bounce you up super high, but the green ones actually hurt you. And then they use that setup to create a pretty solid platforming sequence where you have to scale a tower before a boss fight. And big vertical 3D platforming stuff like that, I'm just a sucker for it. And the final stage, leading up to the last boss, is this shockingly perilous platforming sequence where you're making these giant jumps between huge chunks of buildings that have been torn off the ground by that massive storm, all while still having to fight wave after wave of enemies. It was actually a pretty solid challenge. Yeah, anyway, once we make it through that storm, we face off against stormy weather, the exact same boss fight from the first level. I mean, that is a bit of a letdown. I mean, yeah, they've got some extra attacks and a new second phase, but the first half of the fight is literally the exact same boss from stage 1. It is cool to come full circle, but I mean, come on. At least the last game we actually got to fight Hawkmoth. Actually, now that I think about it, we don't even really see Hawkmoth at all in this game. He kind of FaceTimes in at the very beginning, but we only see his eyes and hear his voice. After that, he's absent for pretty much the entire thing. That's weird. Feels like maybe a bit of an oversight, but yeah. Ladybug uses her lucky charm, frees her akumatized friend, returns Paris back to normal, and the game ends? Like, it just kind of stops. Like, no major fanfare or anything, really. Just a pretty standard, goofy story wrap-up like you'd see in the show. It was, pretty underwhelming, actually. Yeah, as much as this game did improve on a lot, story-wise, it doesn't really stick the landing. I actually think the first game had a much better final sequence. But I don't know, man. While recording footage for this video, I just kind of wanted to keep playing Paris Under Siege. You know, even if when compared to bigger budget, more mainstream games, it is still maybe bland or unremarkable, that speedy kinetic movement system and how it blends into the combat was just so satisfying. It was hard to put down. That's not really something I experience while playing too many cartoon games. It really felt like I was playing a halfway decent Spider-Man clone. Which reminds me, I've been playing the PS5 version this whole time, and considering how cursed the last game's Switch port was, I guess I should check out this game's Switch version before giving it a full recommend. Okay, it definitely looks bad. I genuinely don't think I've ever seen a game this blurry. I don't know, maybe it looks better in handheld mode, but on the plus side, from what I played, that crazy low resolution does seem to let this game run much more smoothly than the Switch version of Rise of the Sphinx, that's what it's called. So you could probably make do with that if you had to. But yeah, dude, I'm actually pretty surprised. I was not expecting too much from these Miraculous games, good or bad. I've played so many of these cartoon games, and for the most part, the majority of them tend to be okay. okay at best. With a few obvious exceptions, of course, but these games managed to defy my expectations in two completely different ways. One was one of the most enjoyable experiences I've had playing a licensed cartoon game in a while, and the other, or at least a version of it, was probably the worst experience I've had playing one, maybe ever. So if you're a Miraculous fan, I'd say just straight up skip Rise of the Sphinx and just play Paris Under Siege. And if you're not a Miraculous fan, I'm surprised you made it this far. Really? I don't know. Leave. The year is 2009, and Disney Channel's latest hit animated series, Phineas and Ferb, is on top of the world. Having premiered only 2 years earlier, this classic cartoon was just everywhere at the time. And of course, you can't be a popular cartoon in the 2000s without getting a few janky video game adaptations to capitalize on your success. And Phineas and Ferb was no exception. For it was this year that Phineas and Ferb got the first of what would soon be an entire series of video games. At least 6, to be specific. And we've talked about most of these before, but that was like 3 years ago, and I only spent like a minute on each game. And you know, with Phineas and Ferb finally being back, their big revival season legit premiered like a few days ago, I wanted to celebrate the new Phineas and Ferb by taking a look back at some really old school Phineas and Ferb stuff. Specifically, a trilogy of the first ever Phineas and Ferb games, all released for the OG Nintendo DS. Oh, and don't worry, a video about the revival itself is definitely coming. So, you know, hit the subscribe button and the bell next to it so you won't miss that when it comes out. Anyway, for context, this is Phineas and Ferb. Say hi. They make things. They have a pet platypus. He's a secret agent. Try to keep up. There's like songs and blah, blah, blah. You should know all this by now. And these guys got a whopping 3 video games, all made by the same developer, something called Altron, and released damn near back to back for this guy, the Nintendo DS. Now we're talking. Dude, I love this thing growing up, and it's still so cool today. And all this started simply with Phineas and Ferb in 2009. It's just called Phineas and Ferb. It just booting the game up, and the nostalgia's already hitting me hard. Not for this game in particular, I never had it growing up, but for this whole era of the Nintendo DS. Games on this system just had such a unique vibe. And by unique, I don't always mean good. The game begins, as you might expect, with Phineas and Ferb lounging in the backyard trying to come up with something crazy to do that day. And naturally, they land on building a roller coaster, just like they did in the very first episode of the show. So we're actually kind of doing like straight adaptations of the episodes here, which is interesting, I guess. But you know, don't get too invested in the story here. I've already covered basically the whole thing in like 1 sentence, so. But to build a roller coaster, we need parts. So we gotta go run around town and scavenge for garbage. We take control of Phineas and Ferb, able to freely swap between the two at any time, and we run around a series of 4 pretty sprawling levels, just collecting scrap metal and broken electronics and junk like that. A literal junk. The primary gameplay is a pretty basic platformer vibe that's not quite 2D, but not fully 3D either, and you gotta scour every nook and cranny of these levels to find all the items you need. But how do you do this? Well, with the stylus, of course. Remember that little thing? Walk into a pile of trash, draw a circle on the screen, get garbage. Find a toolbox and swipe up, you open it. Need to climb a ladder? First, tap a button to have Phineas climb on Ferb's shoulders, then swipe up near the ladder, then press these buttons back and forth over and over and over again. All that just to climb up a ladder to find another random thing that you gotta swipe, tap, or even blow into the microphone to interact with. Pretty much everything besides basic running and jumping is based on some kind of weird DS gimmick. And I hate it. I mean, you know, give them points for using pretty much every part of the DS for this game, but man, does it get old fast. Every few steps, you gotta pause your gameplay to grab the stylus, do one little thing, then put it back, repeat. Which only gets worse when you have to deal with the sheer number of mini-games in each one of these levels. They are everywhere, dude. Just about everything you have to interact with has to be fixed first, which means you gotta go right into a minigame. All the time. And I mean, we're not dealing with WarioWare here, guys. The minigames work okay, but they just don't feel good. There's just something not quite polished about them. And usually I wouldn't be so harsh about this kind of junk, but the gimmicks take up like half the game here. It's just so constant, and it basically guaranteed that this game would age like milk. Speaking of which, man, this game is crunchy, isn't it? Yeah, okay, that's harsh. It's a DS game, they could only do so much. And I am genuinely impressed that the game went for fully 3D graphics, even if it kind of looks like you stuck a PS1 in a deep fryer. If we want to be nice, we can say it looks nostalgic. But way worse than the visuals is just the sound of this thing. I don't know what kind of sound chip or synthesizer they were using, but this 2009 DS game has a soundtrack that sounds like it was plucked right out of a bad Sega Genesis game from 1990. Listen to this. The DS is better than this. The music itself, like as written, is fine, but it just sounds rough, dude. And after a while, it really started grating on me. Because man, this game is repetitive as hell. Not only are all the levels basically the same, but your reward for beating each level, the big roller coaster thrill rides you build, are also all identical. After you unlock that first roller coaster, you also build courses for snowboarding, monster trucks, and a water slide, but they're all just reskins of the same exact thing, which is whatever, I guess. But then you realize that the game won't let you move on until you collect 10 of these stars on each stage, and they are purposefully placed so you legit cannot get them all in one go, even if you play perfectly. You are forced to redo these sections over and over before you can move on to the next level, which is even more repetition. It's just padding, man. Ew. I don't like it. But if you want to know the absolute worst part of Phineas and Ferb DS, first I gotta ask a question. The world is vibrating. First I gotta ask a question. You notice anything missing? Yeah, there's no enemies in this game. No threats. Nothing to get in your way and try to stop you at all. You are totally unopposed. Which, I don't know, makes sense, I guess. In the show, Phineas and Ferb do just kind of effortlessly succeed in everything they set out to do. The only person who ever even tries to get in their way is their older sister Candace, who's, always trying to get them in trouble. Coincidentally, I haven't looked up at the top screen yet. Maybe I should see what's going on up there and... Okay, I get it. So instead of a traditional health system, Phineas and Ferb has the busted bar. When the meter gets up to 100%, Candace races down to the bottom screen to try and bust her brothers. And if the constant minigames weren't killing the pace enough, getting busted forces you out of the stage you're in to go play Pac-Man. Literal Pac-Man. The garden's a maze, the bolts are the white dots, Candace is ghosts, you're whatever the yellow thing is, it's Pac-Man. But bad. And I like Pac-Man, but if you get caught by Candace, instead of retrying or even just getting booted back to the normal level, you are demoted to a completely different stage. Yeah, you get kicked to a new Pac-Man stage that's like half as big with half as many things to collect. I get this is a kid's game, but damn, dude, that is patronizing. What do you think, I'm too much of a loser baby to play Pac-Man? Come on. And yeah, I did lose this minigame a lot. I'm not great at Pac-Man, and neither is this game. Get off my back! I do not like these mazes. The game also does not like these mazes, because legit, they give you every opportunity to not have to deal with them. You find tons of items throughout the levels to distract Candace or let you go undetected, and you will need them, because even though the tutorial implied that just doing certain special abilities will get Candace's attention, no, it's everything. The mere act of moving makes the bar go up. And that got me curious. So I left the game running in the background for a bit, went and did something else, came back, and the bar had completely gone down to 0. Legit, if you just stand still and do nothing, the bar goes down. And as soon as you start moving again, it goes back up. You are literally being punished for playing the game. At the core of this game's design, it is actively incentivizing you not to play it. Dude, I have never seen anything like that before. That is genuinely baffling. One might even ask, what were they thinking?
What were they thinking?
Anyway, after beating the 4 stages and their corresponding roller coaster minigames, we reach the game's final mission, which completely abandons every single thing we've learned so far because the game only just now remembered that Perry the Platypus was a thing. Yeah, dude, aside from some background gags, Perry and Doofenshmirtz were basically nowhere to be seen in this entire game. That is until they got shoehorned in for the finale. It's a boss fight based around QuickTime events, it's completely inconsequential, and it's pretty much over as soon as it starts. Bad game!
Ferb, step into the light. Your time on this mortal coil has come to its end. Speak your final words now and enter the next life. Are you gonna say anything, or?
So that was rough. in just about every way, but, you know, I'd be lying if I said there wasn't still some charm to it. It's still Phineas and Ferb, it's still a DS game, I'm gonna have a little bit of a soft spot for it, and I'm sure some of you watching grew up with this game and hold a lot of nostalgia for it, which is great. Hell yeah. Maybe don't revisit it though. It might ruin the memory. I don't know, I can't really bring myself to hate it, but damn, do I never want to play it again. Whoops. Yes, with one game down, we move right into the second game in the trilogy, Phineas and Ferb Ride Again, released only 1 year later in 2010. Oh, that rhymed. Huh. And with a turnaround like that, I don't think you'll be surprised to know that very little has changed with this game. Same graphics, same Walmart electronics section keyboard sound and music, same setup of 4 sprawling levels, and the same basic gameplay loop of collect junk, build thing, avoid Candace, repeat. So with that in mind, you know, temper your expectations when I say that this game is actually a lot better. So we're still digging through garbage and building death traps, right? But thankfully, mercifully, we can finally just press a button to do most of this junk instead of having to swipe at the screen all the time. The vast majority of touchscreen gimmicks have just been outright replaced with normal button prompts, but the more deliberate touch-based minigames, those are still here. You know, don't love that, and some of the new minigames they've added just are straight up broken. This one where you have to tilt the DS and move a ball around, never figured out how to get that to work right. I don't know if it's broken or I'm broken, that's a question for my therapist. What I'm getting at here is that the game has a much better balance going on with all the gimmicky stuff, making it way less annoying and honestly just more comfortable to play. You know, not having to swap between buttons and stylus every few seconds. It's a lot more comfy. And the reward for completing these levels is also way better. Like the last game, at the end of each stage, you get to ride whatever crazy contraption Phineas and Ferb set out to build. But where the first game just reskinned the same roller coaster minigame 4 times, Ride Again actually gives you different games to play. What a revelation. There's a skateboarding race, a Star Fox-style space shooter, a Mario Kart clone, and a surfing minigame, all of which play totally different from each other. But it doesn't stop there. After these minigames, instead of jumping straight into the next stage and starting the whole process over again, the game tosses you into something totally new, a Perry the Platypus level. Yeah, it's nothing crazy, just your average 2D platformer type beat with some kind of boss fight, but it really pulls this game even more in line with the full Phineas and Ferb experience. And they even do that thing from the show where whatever Perry's doing directly causes Phineas and Ferb's crazy inventions to disappear before Candace can bust them. It's really cute. Speaking of Candace though, unfortunately her lame Pac-Man minigames are still here. I'm still not a fan, but like the rest of the game, it has had a few tweaks. You know, there's like trampolines in the stages now, so you can move around faster, it's whatever. The real change here is that you'll barely even have to deal with these minigames in the first place because they have totally flipped the whole busted bar thing. Instead of literally every step causing the bar to increase, now it starts at 100%. And if you fail a button prompt or fall off the stage, the bar will go down. Once it hits 0, then you're forced into the Pac-Man minigame. But you know, as long as you don't suck at a kid's game from 15 years ago, those minigames might as well not exist. Which I guess does beg the question as to why they're even still here. I mean, this is kind of like putting a band-aid on top of something that needs to be surgically removed, but I'm gonna let the game have this one. It is better. Also, for some reason, the devs added a little moment in each level where Candace gets just the absolute shit kicked out of her. Dude, I think she's dead. And then the ending, it's nothing special. It's pretty much the same as the first game. Another Perry the Platypus boss fight, another pretty lackluster ending, whatever. But you know, all in all, Phineas and Ferb Ride Again is a pretty solid improvement over the first game. It's a decent sequel. The whole thing is just way more balanced and... Okay, maybe I'll hold that thought. Phineas and Ferb Across the Second Dimension, the last in our trilogy, again released 1 year later in 2011. Now, this technically isn't a sequel to Phineas and Ferb Ride Again. It's a tie-in game for the Phineas and Ferb TV movie of the same name. You know, the one where Phineas, Ferb, Candace, Perry, and Doofenshmirtz all get stuck in an alternate dimension where Doofenshmirtz is like an evil ruler. So the game is kind of its own thing, but it's still made by Altron, it's got all the same assets, I'm gonna count it. So, booting up Across the Second Dimension, and there it is. I don't want to harp on the music too much, but what was it about this one damn synth sound that made them just want to put it everywhere? Sounds like a car alarm going off, dude. Yeah, already not looking forward to this, really. But right as I was about to turn the volume down and put on a Paramore album or something, I heard this.
Press the B button. to jump.
Voice acting! None of the other games had voice acting. What? Damn, that decom money ran deep back in the day. That's a pretty big step up in the production value. Now, for some reason, the Second Dimension tie-in games, there's also like a Wii and PS3 and PSP version, all of them start up like 2/3 into the story. And the DS one is no exception. Though, at least the other versions had like little recap cutscenes to help you get up to speed. The DS one doesn't, so if you're not caught up with the movie, you might be a little bit thrown off when you see that in this game, you can swap between playing as Phineas, Ferb, or Perry the Platypus at any time. Or, you know, seeing two Doofenshmirtzes, all that junk. They really just toss you right into the deep end. But that's right, we have 3 playable characters now, and they're packing heat. Phineas has a gun that shoots baseballs, Ferb has a laser gun thing that stuns enemies, and Perry has a grappling hook that can flip switches. Otherwise, he fights with his fists, whatever platypus hands are called. And they use these to fight wave after wave of robot enemies throughout each stage. Yeah, it may have taken 3 times to get there, but we finally have a Phineas and Ferb game with violence. For real though, finally having like actual threats in one of these games is huge. It's a massive change. It means we can finally die. But, you know, maybe don't. Oh my god. So, you know, because we've got enemies and combat now, the rest of the game has had to change around it. Where the first 2 games were bordering on, like, mini-game compilations, Across the Second Dimension takes a lot of those, like, assets and ideas and reworks them into a much more traditional run-and-gun platformer. Dude, they even copy the world map from New Super Mario Bros. Like, it's just... it's like they're trying to say, hey, we're a real game now, come on! There are 5 worlds in the game with a pretty sizable amount of levels in each one, and because we're jumping through dimensions, these stages can be just about anything. You know, they're these weird abstract levels where the world is entirely made up of like musical instruments. There's this funky Toyland dimension, the scary one, and Ancient Egypt, which, pretty sure that's not an alternate dimension. I think that one just happened. And instead of gathering garbage and playing a bunch of touchscreen minigames, you know, we're completing platforming challenges, defeating enemies, and playing touchscreen minigames. Okay, there's not as many of them, but, you know, they're still here. Old habits die tapping the touchscreen, I guess. The gameplay isn't deep by any means. It's still pretty repetitive and one note at its core, but it just feels better. And to be fair, this game is trying for even more variety. You know, the roller coaster minigames are still here, but, you know, instead of having to unlock them, they're just part of the regular world map. Much better. And just like in Ride Again, they're all different. Side-scrolling space shooters, chariot races, Donkey Kong-style minecart levels, and a non-side-scrolling space shooter. Okay, I said there was more variety. I didn't say how much. But beyond these minigames, there's also way more boss fights this time around. You fight things like Large Hair Cube, Concept of Percussion, Funny Skeleton, and the evil alternate dimension cyborg version of Perry the Platypus. That one's from the movie. Large Hair Cube is also from the movie. The boss fights got progressively less funny. None of these are particularly difficult. The combat never really evolves throughout the game, even in these boss fights. But just having more consistent bosses helped me feel like I was actually, you know, making progress in the game. It changes the pace and ups the stakes just enough for things to not turn into a slog. And the final boss sees the gang finally making it back to their home dimension and squaring off against that evil alternate reality Doofenshmirtz in a 2-stage boss fight that actually gets pretty intense for this kind of game. They throw a lot of junk at you here. Giant robot after giant robot, moving lasers, bombs dropping constantly. It's actually a lot to keep up with for a kid's game. It's also a lot for the kid's game itself to keep up with. Yeah, by the time I got to the last few stages, this thing was really starting to chug, dude. The slowdown is damn near constant in just about every fight by the end. I mean, it's doable, but yeah, it just kind of sucks that the game really struggles to stick the landing. It kind of just starts to fart out by the end. Okay, I'm getting distracted. But once you get past the first fight, you get a second phase where you gotta do some space shooting against a giant robot Doofenshmirtz. It's cool, but it's also way easier than the first fight, so it didn't take long to wrap things up. And then the gang's just like, we did it! Hooray! And with that, we have reached the end of the Phineas and Ferb DS trilogy. 3 weird oddities all released in the span of 3 years. If it's not obvious already, the best one, in my opinion, is Across the Second Dimension, and the worst one, by far, is the first game. Right Again is just like a slightly less bad version of that game, so it's sitting pretty comfortably in the middle. But at the end of the day, and no one's playing these games for their quality. That might sound harsh, but really, if you had these games as a kid, then you were probably just looking for anything with the triangle child on it, right? And if you played these as an adult, then it's probably just because you want a quick hit of nostalgia as the world crumbles around you. Or you make YouTube videos. I mean, guess which one I'm in. And you know, there's nothing wrong with any of that. Except for being a YouTuber. Nah, that one. Oh, and let's check back in on Phineas real quick. Yeah. Still going. You know, this happened to Ferb in the first game, too. I guess this is what happens when you don't know what you're gonna do today. Is anyone else a little tired of the multiverse? Like, these big crossovers of different characters and universes used to be so, like, cool and novel back in the day. But now it's just everywhere, like, all the time. We're at a point now where they can release a whole movie where Batman meets the Ninja Turtles, and I'm just like, yeah, I bet he did. There's really just too many to keep track of. So it might not surprise you to find out that there was actually a big Cartoon Network multiverse crossover project almost a decade ago that just completely flew under the radar. Yes, today we are talking about Cartoon Network BattleCrashers, a 2016 video game based entirely around a multiverse crossover event of all the newest Cartoon Network shows at the time. This thing is a pure time capsule of Cartoon Network in the 2010s. So like, no Johnny Bravo, no Dexter's Lab, no, I don't know, Squirrel Boy. This thing is just the 2010 stuff, and that's pretty cool actually. I wonder why no one talks about this. But first, if you like these videos on different like cartoons and animated stuff and want to help support the channel, then you can of course subscribe and hit the bell icon so you never miss a future upload. Or if you want to go one step further, you can join up through channel memberships. For $2.99 a month, you get custom membership badges, emojis, and 24-hour members first early access to all of my videos. Or for $5.99 a month, you get everything that I just mentioned, plus you get a shout out at the end of every single one of my videos. There's also the super thanks button if you want to just toss me a one-time donation, all of which is super helpful as my channel has been getting hit with more content ID claims lately. Any support that you guys show makes it easier for me to make the videos that you want to watch more regularly with fewer sponsors and all that jazz. So thank you, and now let's get back to Cartoon Network BattleCrashers. Well, booting the game up and... Oh, that does not look like it is good. Okay, so the game is clearly pretty low budget. That's fine. Most cartoon games are. Let's not get hasty. The game begins with Uncle Grandpa.
Ah, no!
Anyway, the game begins with Cartoon Network icon Uncle Grandpa falling asleep at the wheel of his RV like the true role model he is, and in doing so, he accidentally set his stick shift to the break dimension setting, causing the RV to veer off the road and crash through reality. Uncle Grandpa then smashes through several stock JPEGs of a bunch of other shows' establishing shots, making sure to collect their main characters along the way, giving us a final team lineup of Uncle Grandpa, Gumball, Steven Universe, Clarence, Finn and Jake from Adventure Time, and Mordecai and Rigby from regular show. Literally the perfect snapshot of Cartoon Network in the 2010s. For better or for worse. Anyway, despite seeing our full team lineup on the title screen here, as we jump into level 1, we can only play as Clarence. I mean, we are in his universe, so, you know, whatever, and... oh. This is the game? This is the actual game released for the PlayStation 4 and running on my PlayStation 5 right now, yeah? Are you sure this isn't one of those crappy browser games? No? This costs $20. Oh dear. Yeah, the problem with BattleCrashers becomes pretty clear right away. It's cheap as hell. Like, this legit looks and feels like an old Flash game or a mobile game or something. All the animation looks like it was done by me, by myself. And despite having this generational cast of cartoon icons and Uncle Grandpa, there's no voice acting. This is next level budget stuff. But of course, none of that's gonna matter if the game's fun. But I'm stuck on a trash can. So, Cartoon Network BattleCrashers here is an old-school side-scrolling beat-em-up game. Each character has their own unique abilities that you use to fight wave after wave of enemies from each of the different shows. In classic beat-em-up style, you can only progress when all the enemies are defeated, and... yeah, that's kind of the long and short of it. It doesn't really evolve much past that. I guess you can level your characters up, but I don't know, doesn't seem like that matters. But only a few screens into this first level, we unlock our first new characters. Gumball, who's basically the same as Clarence as far as I can tell, and Finn and Jake, who very quickly became my early mains. Finn's attacks use Jake as a giant hammer, throwing him like a boomerang, using his stretchy arms as a whip. Way better stuff than the little, like, vacuum cleaners or whatever the other guys had. So at the start, things aren't going, like, great, but I guess they were getting a little bit better the more characters we unlocked. That is, until we got the last new character of this stage, Uncle Grandpa. And dude, I swear I'm not just playing into the bit here. He is the worst character in the game. Like Finn and Jake, he's got 3 different attacks. A flamethrower, whacking things with a parking meter, or shooting bombs out of his fanny pack. But I think he, like, switches between them at random. You know, with Finn and Jake, you have to press a button to swap attacks, but Uncle Grandpa just kinda does it whenever. Which, I don't think I need to explain to you why that's annoying. Plus, he does this. Stop fucking looking at me. So from there, we gotta fight through 6 different worlds based on each of the characters' shows. Each of those worlds having 2 main stages and a boss stage. And after we finish in Clarence's world, we move on to Beach City, the Steven Universe level. Now we're talking. And right at the start, we get to play as Steven, who unfortunately is kind of bad. Since Steven isn't much of a fighter himself, his main attack is blowing up this big bubble and then popping it. It's really clunky. Maybe Steven Universe wasn't the best choice for a beat-em-up game, all things considered. But his special attack, the big laser light cannon, it does kind of make up for it. It's pretty satisfying to pull off. But okay, now that we're a few levels in, let's zoom out a bit. So far, the game is okay, but really only just okay. It functions fine enough, but it is already starting to bore me with how repetitive it's getting. But at the end of Beach City, which mind you, is only the 4th stage in the entire game, any chance BattleCrashers had of winning me over just up and dies. Right before the end of the stage, we come across Richard Watterson, Gumball's dad. You know the guy. And he says that in order for us to unlock the next level, we gotta go back to the 2nd stage in the Clarence world, find Skips from regular show, and let him give us a map of Beach City. My guy, we're in Beach City. We started the level on the pier. This is a beachfront tourist town. Dude, we can find a map here. But no, we have to go find a character from regular show in the universe of Clarence in order to find a map to a place we're already at. Cool. But the non-existent logic isn't what makes this so bad. It's the fact that in order to do this, you have to replay through the entire Clarence stage again. Even after you find the hidden area with skips, and I use the term hidden extremely loosely, you can't just leave the stage or get an early exit. You gotta play the whole thing again. And then, when you head back to Beach City, you gotta play through that entire stage again. Are you kidding me? In order to get to level 5, I had to replay the entirety of the last 2 that I just finished. We're barely even an hour into the game. What, did we run out of content already? We're only 4 stages in. Replaying 2 of those stages means that I'm being forced to replay half the game so far. And trust me, it only gets worse, because the game pulls this trick a lot. Legit, after every maybe like 3 levels, you're blocked from progressing until you go back to a stage you already played because they need to find some item, and Richard Watterson heard that Flame Princess might know where it is. So you go replay an entire stage just so Flame Princess can tell you to go find Belson to get the item, and Belson's in another stage you already played. So you have to finish out the rest of that stage, go replay the other stage to find Belson to get the dumb item you need, finish out the rest of that stage, then go back to the level you started at, replay it from start to finish, and then you can move on. Man, f this shit. I'm moving to Saskatchewan. This is the game. That is the entirety of Cartoon Network BattleCrashers. A cheap, super repetitive beat-em-up game that is so worried that you'll finish it in an hour that it forces you to replay 2 to 3 levels every 20 minutes in a desperate attempt to pad out the runtime. And at this point, yeah, I kind of checked out a bit. I didn't worry too much about who I was playing as or getting all the best points or whatever. I got to World 3, based on Gumball, unlocked Mordecai and Rigby, who had this lightning attack and a dodge that basically made them completely OP, and so I just stuck with them from that point on. Yeah, it was just easier. You know, this Gumball world was fine. Yeah, the stages started introducing some new gimmicks, and the boss fight was actually kind of a challenge for once. It's against that computer guy who went rogue in that one episode. You know the one. And the fight incorporates a lot of different elements all at once. Electricity surging on the ground, extra waves of enemies, shields you gotta break. It was a pretty solid fight that momentarily snapped me out of my autopilot. So that's not that bad. Uncle Grandpa's world is next. and it's basically the same old, right back to autopilot. But then we got to the Adventure Time world. I mean, this was, and still is, Cartoon Network's biggest animated series. So I was really hoping they'd pull out all the stops for these Adventure Time levels, and yeah, I guess I should be careful what I wish for. Yes, the Adventure Time levels are more creative. The problem is the game is still bad. So the first level here has this unique gimmick of a windstorm coming in. The wind pushes you forward automatically, making this kind of like an auto-scrolling obstacle course. Kind of fun. But, remember when I clipped into a garbage can and got stuck back in level 1? Yeah, that one little hang-up makes this entire section frustrating as hell. It is way too easy to get stuck on the side of an obstacle, get pushed all the way back, and basically just auto-die with whatever character you're playing as. Bad. The next level takes place in the Ice Kingdom, so of course the whole thing's got ice physics. Slippy, slidey, stupid, and it's been about 5 minutes, so I guess it's about time for the game to force me to replay 3 stages I already finished. Yeah, sounds about right. And right at the end of the ice level, good old Skips is here to tell me that I'm gonna have to go all the way back to the
Uncle Grandpa
world to find a flame sword. Hooray! Good. But now I gotta play it in something called fantasy mode. That's, different. Apparently, fantasy mode is essentially the game's easy mode, and they throw some sparkly filter on the screen and give you regenerating health. That's about it. So I mean, I don't know. The game is still forcing me to replay way too many levels, but at least they have the good sense to let me do it on easy mode so it goes by a bit faster. So again, we replay the entirety of that stage, and there's no flame sword to be found, but we're told that we might find a clue to locate it in Uncle Grandpa's RV. So we go replay that level, find Richard again, and he tells us that we should ask Flame Princess, who's in the Ice Kingdom, which is where we just came from to begin with. I'm okay. Everything's okay. I'm stable. When we make it back to the Ice Kingdom, once again replaying through the entire level again, we meet up with Flame Princess, get the Flame Sword, and the stage just ends, like they always do. Nothing special. There's a boss fight with the Ice King, it's nothing. We're at the last world, let's just get this over with. It is regular show time. And for level 1, things are pretty normal, goes by kinda without a hitch. But then in level 2, we enter this like virtual reality cyberspace, and this is by far the coolest looking stage in the game. And the gimmick here is that you have to follow the right paths to progress, otherwise you'll have to replay parts of the level again. I would complain about that just being more replaying, but each path is marked with a completely different color, so as long as you don't pick a color you've already seen, you won't even really have to think about it. I don't know, it looks cool. But it is here, right at the end of the game, with only one stage left to go, where Cartoon Network BattleCrashers absolutely falls apart and never comes back together. Before we can reach the final boss, we have to find 4 special artifacts to unlock it, which of course means that we now have to replay a grand total of 6 levels. 6! 2 of which have to be played in the newly unlocked Inferno mode. Oh goody! I wonder what it does. Alright, if fantasy mode is BattleCrashers easy mode, then Inferno is the hard mode. They put an edgy fire filter on the screen, throw some stronger enemies at you, and instead of regenerating health, you slowly lose it over time. Like, just for nothing. And the first stage that they require you to play on Inferno is the Gumball computer boss fight. Literally, the only part of the entire game that's given me any trouble, and now I'm forced to replay it again in hard mode just to unlock the final boss. And if the game's difficulty curve looked like this, for this boss fight, it just blasts all the way off the map. I could not get past this fight to save my life. It's the exact same as before, but now I'm constantly losing health and my attacks are doing just nothing. And after dying to this fight enough times, a very disturbing realization set in. In order to beat this thing, I was gonna have to level up all 6 characters. So far, the only characters that have really been leveling up from stage to stage were Mordecai and Rigby. They were the only ones I was using. Which means to get everyone strong enough to get past this fight, I was gonna have to replay even more levels willingly. Oh my god. I'm gonna save you the headache. After literally having to grind for levels in Cartoon Network BattleCrashers to beat a boss I had already beat hours ago, I finally lucked out on a win. Had to do another fantasy level right after, then into a still frustrating but less brutal Inferno level, finally collected all the crap that I needed to unlock the final boss, then had to replay the entirety of the virtual reality level again just to get back to the boss gate. Is it sinking in how awful this is? Like, even if the game was good, this amount of forced forced replaying, mandatory recycled content, it's terrible. No game could survive this. The final boss is Death from regular show. Fitting enough, I guess. And weirdly, it mostly involved platforming. The stage would flood with toxic gas, or there'd be something way up high that I'd have to hit in order to attack the boss, and so you'd have to quickly climb these little staircase obstacle courses. But of course, the game's wonderful collision detection, which we've already established, still managed to make this a pain. Ultimately though, the fight only took 2 tries. That's it. The final boss wasn't even the hardest mandatory part of the game. Oh, geez, I don't know, man. The game ends with a final cutscene of the gang trying to pull a Scooby-Doo gag where they unmask the villain and see just who caused all of this, but, wait, we know who caused this, right? It was Uncle Grandpa and his irresponsible driving. Am I wrong? Was there supposed to be a mystery going on this whole time and I didn't notice? All right, hold on. Let me rewatch the opening cutscene again. Okay, the hand that switched the RV into break dimensions mode was like some mystery hand, I guess. I don't know, I thought it was just Uncle Grandpa. I guess the hand does just kind of appear out of nowhere, but I don't know. There was no sign of anyone sneaking around the RV before or after. No one mentioned it being a mystery, so sure. Who's really behind all this? Uncle Grandpa. All right, cool, yeah, we're done. We're done. See, this is why I hate Uncle Grandpa. Hey, did you know that there was a Nightmare Before Christmas sequel 22 years ago? Yeah, way back in 2004, we got a brand new piece of Nightmare media that continued the story of this 1993 Tim Burton classic. It just wasn't a movie. So yeah, fun fact about me, Nightmare Before Christmas is my favorite movie of all time. Point blank, period. There is no contest. If you haven't seen it, it's kind of like How the Grinch Stole Christmas, but if the Grinch had only the best of intentions. There's a dude, Jack Skellington, who is kind of the ruler of the entire concept of Halloween, and he discovers the world of Christmas and decides that he wants to do that instead. So he has Santa kidnapped so he can take his place, and then Santa is nearly killed by this villain character named Oogie Boogie, who doesn't even really show up until 50 minutes into this 70-minute film. And then Jack's friend Sally tries to save Santa, but then she gets captured too, and then Jack gets shot down by the military while he's trying to deliver presents, and then he goes back to Halloween Town, and he saves Santa and Sally by unraveling Oogie Boogie's threads and revealing that he is a big bag of bugs. The end. That's the movie. God damn. It's a simple plot, but it's got a fantastic aesthetic and a ton of heart. And I got into it at basically the perfect time because when I was a kid in the early 2000s, Nightmare was just starting to form its cult following that led to it being the friggin' juggernaut that it is today. Leading to, of all things, some continuations of the story in the form of video games. Particularly the Game Boy Advance prequel story, The Pumpkin King, and the PlayStation 2 and Xbox sequel story, Oogie's Revenge. I kind of fucked that one up. Oogie's Revenge. I had both of these games growing up, and I played them constantly. I loved these games, and I was bad at games when I was a kid, so the fact that I can vividly remember getting all the way to the final boss in this thing completely on my own means that I was dedicated to this shit, man. I never beat it, though. Nerves would always get the best of me, and I just absolutely shit the bed. And then I lose at the game. Anyway, today I just want to dive back into this game, relive some nostalgia, and maybe see if I can finally beat this thing all these years later. So this is Nightmare Before Christmas, Oogie's Revenge. The game landed safely on the bed, so don't freak out. Dude, before the game even properly begins, the nostalgia is off the fucking charts, dude. The title screen alone is a full-fledged remake of the opening of the film. You know, same spinning through all the holiday doors, the same narration, the same music, the same pushing on the Halloween door as it opens, and we see that spinning scarecrow that then leads into, this is Halloween. Are we sure this is a sequel? Are we positive that this is a sequel? Because it kind of just looks like I popped the DVD into my PlayStation 2, something like that. But no, things do eventually go off in their own direction as we see Jack addressing the public at the Halloween Town Hall, congratulating them on another successful holiday. But if you can believe it, Jack is still not happy. The dude is still just completely unfulfilled, which is absolutely insane because this is only 1 year after the original story. Yeah, Oogie's Revenge takes place a singular year after the events of Nightmare Before Christmas, which means this is the first Halloween back after the Christmas fiasco, and he's still just not satisfied. What happened to all that inspiration you had at the end of the movie? What happened to, I've got some new ideas that'll really make them scream? Come on, dude. I love Jack Skellington. Dude's been my comfort character since like 5th grade, if you want to call him that, but I'm starting to get the vibe that he will be a boss. I don't know if that dude's ever satisfied with anything. He feels impossible to please. But anyway, in his efforts to keep Halloween fresh, Jack goes to the local mad scientist, Dr. Finkelstein, to kind of get some new ideas. And the doctor gives him this weird flubber-like whip lasso thing called a soul robber. This is our main mechanic for the video game. And this inspires Jack so much that he just leaves Halloween Town in search for more new discoveries and leaves the doctor in charge while he's gone. Don't really know why he did that. I mean, they have a mayor. But as Jack gets back from his travels, he finds that while he was away, somehow, Oogie Boogie has returned. Yeah, his little minions, Lock, Shock, and Barrel, just tossed a bunch of bugs into some bags, and I guess that was enough to revive the guy, and now he's causing chaos all around Halloween Town with these monsters that Jack has to fight. Yeah, I said fight. Bitch, this is a hack and slash game. You run around, slap enemies with the soul robber, grab enemies and throw them around. It's fun. And if you're looking at all this and thinking, wow, that looks a lot like Devil May Cry, you're right. Like 100% right, because this game was made by Capcom, the Devil May Cry people. So the game actually feels really good to play. You know, the controls are fluid, the fighting is simple but engaging, and the production values are just through the roof, so everything is shockingly polished for a mid-2000s movie tie-in. Especially for a movie that came out over a decade beforehand. Let's not forget about that part. Not to mention, every single time a fight breaks out, this is Halloween starts playing. Every time. Every single time. Every time. Every single time. Every time! So, you know, after a few tutorial fights, we get to our first boss battle, Oogie Boogie. Shadow. Yeah, his shadow. Apparently dude can just send a shadow version of himself out and around to do his bidding. I don't know, it's weird. It's a 2000s game. It did a lot of like shadow versions of characters in the 2000s. They don't really do that anymore, do they? Yeah, I don't know, but this is where some of the game's most unique mechanics really start to show up. During this and every major boss fight in the game, we get a new song. Or maybe I should say a new version of one of the classic songs from the original film, now rewritten to be about whatever is going on in the boss fight. Did I mention the movie was a musical? I probably should have mentioned that. The movie's a musical. There are songs. So as we fight Oogie's shadow here, we get a brand new rendition of the Oogie Boogie song, and it's really cute. Besides that, Oogie just kind of does this saucy little dance around the town hall while I just keep on whacking them, causing all of these multicolored musical notes to spill out. Collect enough of those, and the boss swaps to a dance break. Basically, you just do like a little rhythm minigame for a bit, and if you do well, you get to do some extra damage to the boss fight, and it's kind of it. It's all like fine. It's a perfectly okay boss fight, especially for the first one in the game. But the best part is that they actually got the original voice actors to reprise their roles for both the dialogue and the songs. So we're getting Oogie Boogie's song here, complete with the master Ken Page back as Oogie Boogie and Chris Sarandon back as Jack Skellington, which is also crazy because, let me get a little nerdy here for a second, as if I haven't been already. We never actually got to hear Jack's speaking voice, Chris Sarandon, sing as Jack at all in the film because all of Jack's songs were done by the film's composer, Danny Elfman. So we're kind of getting to hear some like weird alternate timeline versions of these classic songs with Jack's speaking voice now as his singing voice, and God, I just can't help but be charmed by that. That's so cute. But anyway, after beating Oogie's shadow, we find out that some of his minions have carted off Sally to the graveyard, and we gotta go save her. You know, we gotta save our girlfriend. It's probably the right thing to do. Which means it's time for level 2, and so we do our weird, lanky skeleton run off to the graveyard and find Sally. That's what we were supposed to do, find Sally. And when you're not beating up skeletons, despite the fact that you are a skeleton, but these are bad skeletons, so they deserve it, you're mostly doing some fetch quests. You know, fixing a bunch of knocked over graves, finding all of these 5 missing men who are supposed to be hanging from that tree, and it's shit like that. After which, we finally learn that Sally's been taken off to this massive underground grave full of spiders. Good. good. But before we can get there, we get stopped by Lock, Shock, and Barrel, at which point Jack beats them up. I am not kidding. I am not exaggerating. The ruler of this realm is abusing children in broad daylight. These three kind of act as our mini-bosses throughout the game, so get used to seeing a lot of Jack Skellington attacking children with physical violence. Anyway, we get to that underground grave and we find Sally in the clutches of this giant spider boss. All we gotta do is whack at it enough times and it'll eventually explode into a million tiny spiders that we just have to keep whacking. Yeah, this boss really said, yeah. You know, I actually managed to die here for the first time in the entire game and damn, dude. God, calm the down. This is not a bomb defusal. What the fuck's up with the milliseconds? But other than that, the highlight here is, again, the song. Of course, it's a reworking of Sally's song from the movie, creative titles, I know, but where the original one was this slow, somber ballad, this new version is big and bombastic with, you know, boss fight vibes, you know? Unfortunately, they couldn't get Catherine O'Hara to reprise her role as Sally, but, you know, the new voice actor does a good job. I gotta be honest, though, as much as the performances and the orchestrations here are pretty sick, these new lyrics are, these new lyrics kind of suck, or at the very least, they don't scan that great. You know, in the original song, Sally sings, "I sense there's something in the wind that feels like tragedy's at hand." Now she sings, "We should have known not to believe, and things would not have turned so bad." It just doesn't feel right. It's clunky as hell. And then Jack responds with, "It's true his plan was to deceive, but that should not make you so sad." And it's just like, every time I hear it, it hits my ear wrong. It almost feels like they're making shit up as they go. There's also this weird line where Sally says, "What will become of our dear town now that we've let our leader down?" And that just feels so wrong to me. This is like a while after Jack and Sally did their like a hug on the hill at the end of the first movie, so they're basically married now. Sally 100% should not be thinking of Jack as her leader anymore. She's the damn pumpkin queen, bitch. But anyway, I beat the boss, save Sally, and receive one of the 7 missing holiday doors that I forgot to mention. The holiday doors also went missing. Lock, Shock, and Barrel took them. You know the ones. Halloween, Christmas, Valentine's Day, Thanksgiving, Easter, St. Patrick's Day, and Independence Day. I don't really want to know what Independence Day town looks like, if I'm being honest. So yeah, door's gone, gotta get him back. I forgot to mention that. And after saving her, Sally tells us that her creator / like dad, I guess, Dr. Finkelstein, has just gone completely off his rocker.
You have to rescue Dr. Finkelstein.
Wait, the fuck? Finkelstein? Does everyone call him that?
Where's Dr. Finkelstein? Dr. Finkelstein.
Yeah, they do. What the hell is that about? They say this character's name clear as day multiple times in the movie, and it's Finkelstein. You know, because it's a reference to Frankenstein, the mad scientist who creates life with scraps and garbage? How the hell did they get this wrong? Like, I know it's not the biggest deal in the world, but seriously, for a game that is this faithful to its source material which, need I remind you, is barely over an hour long, how did they get something this glaringly wrong? So yeah, Dr. Finkelstein, I guess, has been causing trouble in Halloween Town. We gotta go figure out why. And we also get our first big power-up in the game, the Pumpkin King. Yeah, dude, now we can swap to that like crazy pumpkin scarecrow version of Jack at any time and start spitting fire at stuff. I remember loving this bit as a kid, and it is still really fun now, but it's also a lot more situational than I remember. Like, you can't just be the Pumpkin King all the time. You lose the Soul Robber in this form, and the flame attack is limited, so you can't do much. You do still kind of have to play as like regular Jack most of the time, and that's what I did. This is my bottle of piss. Heading over to the doctor's lab, and we can't get through until we bribe Igor, his assistant, with a bone biscuit. That is to say, dog food. And the last one at the local town was sold to that corpse kid who will only give it to us if we pass his quiz, and thus, the game just broke itself. This is a 10-question multiple-choice quiz that is almost exclusively based around Nightmare Before Christmas trivia. So Where did I put it? So far away. Why do I do this to myself? So yeah, if you're playing this game in the first place, you probably already know enough about Nightmare Before Christmas to ace this quiz. And the first time you do, you get your bone biscuit, but then you can just keep retaking this quiz and the game continuously rewards you for doing so with either in-game currency or really good health pickups. You can cheese this thing to get thousands upon thousands of dollars in the in-game currency to just absolutely max out all of your weapon upgrades like that. It's crazy. Not to mention, the corpse kid throughout the entire game stands right next to the fountain at the town center, which refills your health and all of your extra health vials. So the more I do this, you can just keep coming back to it throughout the entire game. Shit just feels like cheating, man. But anyway, we get our bone biscuit. That is to say dog food for the man. And after some more fights, some exploration, and some puzzle solving, we get to the top of the doctor's tower and find that Oogie Boogie swapped out his brain with this goopy, evil green one with eyes. That's why shit's been going crazy. He got green-brained. You ever get green-brained? And now he's turned on us. Boss time! This fight was easy. I mean, seriously, there's not much you even really have to do. It's just a game of swapping the doctor's brain back to normal, which is fairly easy because Oogie Boogie left his real brain just sitting in the same room. Completely out in the open. Dumbass. And you know, that's actually a real shame because this is the one and only time in the entire game where they gave us an original song. A brand new, written from scratch, original Nightmare Before Christmas song sung by Dr. Finkelstein. And it's pretty interesting. Yeah, it's a little bit of a clunky composition, but it actually manages to sound very Nightmare Before Christmas without even really sounding much like a Danny Elfman song. As an Oingo Boingo fan, I kind of know Danny Elfman when I hear him, and he's not here. But what is here is actually pretty interesting. It kind of culminates all of the different disparate parts of the Nightmare Before Christmas musical aesthetic into one. You got big, bombastic, gothic orchestrations, you got a creepy waltz, you got a lot of talk singing, and it's even got this bluesy little shift right at the end of the chorus that kind of brings to mind Oogie Boogie. Yeah, it's just a shame we couldn't hear the Doctor's original voice actor doing this song, but you know, he died 7 years before the game even came out, so I get it. He had other stuff going on. We beat the boss, get another holiday door, and unlock the other big power-up in this game, Santa Jack. And this one was basically useless to me. Yeah. Santa Jack tosses out these presents that can stun enemies in different ways, and I just never really found it useful. Honestly, if anything, trying to use it in battles just made things go worse for me. And I want to say the only two places in the entire game where it was absolutely mandatory were once right after I got it, and another when I needed to stop the clown with the tearaway face who got stuck on this runaway unicycle or something. After that, I didn't really use him much at all. So, you know, have a look. Now say goodbye. Santa Jack! From here, we meet up with the Vampire Brothers who give us the full lowdown on Oogie Boogie's real plan. He's not just looking to take over Halloween Town, no. He wants to become the ruler of all 7 holidays. So not only have Lock, Shock, and Barrel stolen the holiday doors, Oogie has kidnapped all of the other holiday leaders in the hopes of becoming the 7 holidays king, forcing the entire world to celebrate Oogie Boogie and only Oogie Boogie, for 7 days out of the year. I don't think that sounds as intimidating or scary or threatening as maybe the writers intended. So what? We're doing all of this to save a cumulative week out of the year? Really? But either way, we probably should still stop him. So from there, we head to the mayor's place, and of course, he's also been getting with by Oogie Boogie and his minions, so we have to deal with that. We have one last face-off with Lock, Shock, and Barrel. We save the mayor, and from there, we are trapdoored into Oogie's corridor. This crazy, fiery obstacle course covered in all of that, like, classic Oogie Boogie casino shit. And dude, seeing this unlocks some seriously deep shit in my mind, dude. Not only do I remember this level, I remember exactly where and when I played it growing up. Spoiler, I wasn't at home when I played it. Where do you think I played it? leave your comments, leave your guesses in the comments, and I won't care. But after we get past all of the nostalgic whiplash and actually beat the damn level, we find the lair where Oogie's been hiding all of the different holiday leaders. Unfortunately, though, they're all just in giant garbage bags, like when they got the Easter Bunny in the movie, so we don't get to see any of them. That's a bit of a letdown. They had a really cool opportunity here to introduce some cool new characters to the Nightmare Before Christmas canon. I mean, obviously we've already seen the leaders of Christmas and Halloween and even Easter, but wouldn't it have been really weird and fun to see the Nightmare Before Christmas versions of Cupid and Leprechauns and Uncle Sam? Thanksgiving. Okay, maybe it was a good thing we didn't see him, actually. The important thing is that we found him, but before we can do anything about it, we get ambushed by another giant spider fight, and it's literally 1 for 1, exactly the same as the last time. Like, legit, they even play Sally's song again, even though Sally is not here. She's off swaying back and forth in the graveyard or some shit. But all this is just a warm-up fight for the real boss as we finally reach the man himself, Oogie Boogie, in all of his neon green, burlap, weirdly casino-themed glory. And honestly, he looks great, man. I really can't say enough positive shit about how good this game looks. It's such a beautiful love letter to Jesus fuck. Okay, maybe they're going a little too hard on Oogie Boogie here. I guess these are the kind of results you can get when you don't have to spend 6 months moving a 50-pound puppet frame by frame under hot studio lights. Just pure fucking chaos, dude. Unfortunately, though, we got tricked. Yes, this is your fault, too. This was not Oogie Boogie. This was his shadow. Again, just more cleverly disguised. The real Oogie Boogie is already off in Christmas Town. I don't fucking know, killing Santa, probably. So we grab the other holiday door that we got from winning the boss fight. We head back to Halloween Town Square. We tell the mayor to go save the holiday leaders, go deal with that, and we head for Christmas Town. But to get there, we first gotta go through Spiral Hill, by far the most iconic location in the entire Nightmare Before Christmas franchise. Once there, we use the holiday doors to unspiral the hill. Gross. Viscerally uncomfortable while watching this animation play out, and before we can climb over it, we find Sally at the top of the hill. And of course, Sally's on top of the hill, Jack's at the base of the hill. They do the end of the movie. They just recreate the ending of the movie where they reprise Sally's song, which probably would have hit a little bit harder had they not just reprised Sally's song already 10 minutes ago when Sally wasn't even fucking there. But, it's still cute. It's still the end of the movie. It still gets a smile out of me. It's whatever. With that, we can now finally head off to the Hinterlands. The fuck are the Hinterlands? Oh, wait, it's this place? The forest with all the holiday doors? That has a name? That's had a name this entire time? Has that ever been established before now? I don't think it has, dude. What? So we run down Spiral Hill, push into the forest to reach the Hinterlands, and... Whoa. Dude, look at this level, man. This is... Damn, I'm speechless. This is beautiful. Seriously, man, when has a 2000s movie tie-in game ever come up with something this just stunningly framed? The camera angles, the black and white color scheme, the winding, overlapping lines that make the whole scene look like a pencil sketch, and the music that kind of just sounds plucked straight out of Undertale, honestly. But yeah, man, the Hinterlands might be my favorite part of the game so far, which is weird because I have absolutely no memory of it whatsoever. Not a single shred of a fiber of a memory from when I was a kid. Which is weird because I know for a fact that I would have had to play through this entire sequence to get to that final boss, and because I know that this sequence, which is a maze, would have had me stumped for ages. You gotta work your way through this winding forest, find all the different holiday trees, and put the holiday doors back where they belong. Doing so restores the color back to that segment of the level, which, honestly just kind of makes the level look worse. I like the black and white version better. Can we keep it? Can we keep it? Well, anyway, once the whole forest and the Hinterlands are back to normal, it is finally off to Christmas Town, which of course has been totally knocked over by Oogie Boogie. So let's see, he's tied up Santa into this crazy death trap, leaving him dangling over these train tracks and mere minutes away from plummeting to his death. And of course, this being Oogie Boogie's master plan, something that has to go absolutely perfect in order for him to succeed, he just kind of sits in the sleigh while I set Santa free. I'm starting to feel like this guy just doesn't want it enough, you know? Well, with Santa now safe, Oogie hitches the sleigh and flies off, only to almost immediately crash land back down in Halloween Town. And after one too many setbacks, Oogie Boogie has had enough, calling forth millions of more bugs to like assimilate into him, turning Oogie Boogie into this absolutely gigantic, monstrous version of himself. And this is it. The final boss, the massive fight that Baby Fofi just could not get past no matter what he tried. Okay, so the way this boss fight works is in two phases. Phase 1 is the actual fight, where you can either whack on Oogie's ankles for an hour, or you can use these gas pipes to shoot fire at him and work his health down way faster, at which point the fight only really lasts for about 10 minutes. And most of that time isn't even really spent fighting. It's mostly just spent waiting for the pipes to activate and waiting for Oogie to get close. It's not even really that hard. It's just a lot of downtime. You know, this was not the part that Baby Fofi struggled with. It's once you defeat Monster Oogie here that things actually start to get tricky. The dude collapses onto the ground, goes all wiggly, kind of assimilates his body into the earth. I think gets even bigger, and then the final showdown begins. It's a dance break. And now you might be wondering, you know, what the big deal is here. Every major boss fight in this entire game has had one of these rhythm game, like, dance break segments. But the thing is, none of those segments were mandatory. I think. I'm pretty sure these were just like rewards for doing good in the boss fight, you know, giving you a chance to do some extra damage to the boss. The battle never hinged on the dance break. But for this fight, the rhythm minigame is the whole deal. And on top of that, those fuckers changed the rules. For the first time in this entire game, doing bad at the rhythm minigame actually hurts you. You lose health for every beat you miss. And unlike every other fight in the game, pausing no longer brings up your inventory, allowing you to quickly refill your health. Now if you pause, this just happens. They want you to do this entire thing completely on your own with no help and no training wheels. This fight almost expects you to be damn near perfect, which is kind of rich considering these rhythm minigames are not actually that great, all things considered. I've been kind of like lax on them up until now because they were never really required, but now, God, these are just not great. They're not really that responsive. Like, I always feel like I'm pressing the button right on the beat, but then it just always misses. I can't figure out what's going wrong. And, you know, the thing is, I can't really say how much of that is the game being bad or unresponsive and how much of it is me playing a PS2 game on a modern monitor for footage capture and all that jazz. That throws a wrench into the situation, but like, something is not clicking here. So of course, I failed. My first game over since that damn spider boss fight. But hey, you know, my nerves got the best of me. I've been dreading this and building it up for decades of my life. So, you know, now that we've kind of ripped that band-aid off, maybe now—
Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no.
Holy shit. I can't do it. 20-something years later, I still can't do it. I'm not fucking around either, man. I spent days just trying to get through this one fight, and it never happened for me. Mainly because every time you lose during the dance break, you have to go all the way back and do the first phase of the fight all over again every single time. I don't know why. They're two separate things. They split them up almost like they're different chapters. They just— every time. Phase 2, fail, go back to phase 1. It's 10 minutes of waiting to do a piss easy boss fight just to get to a rhythm game that doesn't work. Fuck. Because of this, I was never able to really work up a rhythm or a groove with this minigame and really figure out what I was doing wrong, because every time I failed, it was 10 minutes of a completely different game. All just to retry this one segment, which, need I remind you, is only this difficult because the game changed all the rules at the last minute. I just couldn't do it, man. I just couldn't do it. And I don't know if it really resonates how much I am disappointed in myself over that. I really wanted this video to be me finally conquering this thing that's been bothering me as a Nightmare Before Christmas fan since 2004. Come on. Damn it, I fucking suck. And look, I could spend another week or 2 or 3 of my life trying to get this legit and further delaying what was already a very late video. Seriously, I tried to upload this at like Halloween originally. Or I could just look it up on YouTube, save myself some time. And you know what? Fuck it. So you beat the dance boss, Oogie dies, Jax talks to Santa for a little bit, and then he meets Sally on Spiral Hill, and they do the ending of the movie again. They already did this, they're just doing the ending of the movie again, the credits roll, and that's it. Damn, I made the right choice going to YouTube. That, as much as I love this game, that ending is not worth dealing with all of this. But yeah, that is Nightmare Before Christmas, Oogie's Revenge. And I know it kind of soured for me right there at the end, but don't get me wrong, I still absolutely love this game. It is a genuinely stunning love letter to the original movie. It just nails every aspect of the Nightmare Before Christmas experience, even better than some of the more well-known video game adaptations like, say, the Kingdom Hearts levels. But that is just looking at it as a video game. Remember, this thing was billed as a sequel, and honestly, it's kind of a shitty sequel, isn't it? I mean, if you can even call it a sequel. I mean, technically, yes, it is. It is a story that takes place a year after the original and has a few new things happening in it, but really, it's kind of more of a stealth remake of the movie, if anything. Like, it's still a story about Jack feeling dissatisfied with Halloween, so he goes looking for new stuff, which leads to him fighting Oogie Boogie and going to Christmas Town, and ultimately realizing at the end that everything he was looking for was right at home, where he already was, and he realizes his feelings for Sally. It's very close to being the exact same plot as the original movie. And they lean into it. They go out of their way to take every opportunity possible to recreate famous scenes and songs from the movie. Sometimes more than once. And, you know, if you consider it canon, kind of makes Jack look like a bit of a dumbass, making literally all the same mistakes again just 1 year after the end of the movie. Oh, it landed pretty perfectly right there with all the other Nightmare stuff. But either way, you know, those kind of little nitpicks and mental breakdowns aside, I think that this is still a fantastic experience that any Nightmare Before Christmas or even just Tim Burton fan really should check out. If you're okay with spending $100 on a PS2 game, yeah, it's another one of those. It's why I probably shouldn't be throwing it around a bunch. I mean, get it. I know people are gonna be mad about that. Disney, Capcom, please, for the love of God, give us a port of this game. Just make it more accessible, please. It's so good. Or better yet, give us a sequel. I mean, this is already a fantastic foundation that you could build on for so many more cool expansions for a franchise that, let's face it, is way more popular and lucrative now than it ever was in 2004. And I know you've been making those friggin' Pumpkin Queen books. There are 3 Nightmare Before Christmas novels that are focused on Sally and are complete, 2 of them are sequels, one of them's like an alternate universe thing, but still, you're making sequels in books. You can make them in games. Being real for a second, I am of the mind that Nightmare Before Christmas is kind of perfect as it is. You know, we don't need a sequel film. We don't necessarily need a TV show. We don't need a live-action remake, for God's sake. But I would take a million more games like Oogie's Revenge. I mean, I wouldn't beat them, but, you know, I'd take them. By this point, we all know Bluey, yeah? Revolutionary Australian animated series that's become inescapable for both kids and adults due to its great characters, humor, art, and how it tackles subjects that are relevant to all ages. Yeah, Bluey. You get it. But at this point, Bluey is more than just a cartoon. It's a multimedia empire with music albums, clothing, stage shows, books, more toys than you could even possibly imagine, a movie in the works, and of course, video games. I already did a deep dive on the first major Bluey game. It was an hour long and cost $40, so not great. But now we've got a brand new Bluey game to sink our teeth into, Quest for the Gold Pen. Released on the Apple App Store on December 10th, 2025, Quest for the Golden Pen looked cute. I don't know, what can I say? As much as I do love Bluey, that first game could underwhelm a man into an early grave. So while I knew that I was inevitably gonna try this game out, I wasn't really looking forward to it. The first Bluey game was developed by Artax Games, who haven't really worked on anything else I'm familiar with, but Quest for the Gold Pen here was made by Half Brick Studios, the people behind... wait, Fruit Ninja? Like that Fruit Ninja? Okay, that's... interesting, all right. And where the first Bluey game was sort of a weird mix of a point-and-click adventure and some kind of formless playbox type thing, Quest for the Gold Pen is like an actual game. By the way, yeah, we're going old school on this video today. I don't know what happened, but I just got sick over the last few days, so I don't really want to be on camera. I apologize for my very, very hoarse voice, and we'll make it up to you with fancier visuals today. And of course, if you want to support what I'm doing here on this channel, you can always subscribe and hit the notification bell to make sure you never miss a future video, or you can join up with our channel memberships. There's a $2.99 membership and a $5.99 membership, both of which will get you access to some channel membership badges, emojis to use in the comments, and you'll get early access to all of my videos. But only the $5.99 tier, the Living in Denial tier, will get you shout-outs at the end of each of my videos. So thank you, and now let's get back to Bluey. The setup for the Golden Pen is that it's a rainy day in Bluey Town, or wherever the healers live. So Bluey, her sister Bingo, her dad Bandit, and her mom Chili are having a nice night in drawing and making up adventures. Bluey starts the story off by imagining a poor little girl who looks exactly like Bluey, living in a rundown cottage with a broken roof. Needing money to fix her roof, Bluey is shocked to then be met by the Bingoose, which is literally just Bingo in a goose hat. They plan to lay a golden goose egg so that Bluey can have enough money to fix her roof, but jumping out of the story for a bit, the two can't find the gold pen to draw any golden eggs. Turns out their dad Bandit has it and is hogging it all to himself.
It turns anything I want into gold. And I'm not your dad.
Damn, Bandit! Even in make-believe, that's kind of messed up. So, Bluey and Bingo must now head off to get the gold pen from King Goldie-Horns, and I'm just gonna stick to calling him Bandit, if that's cool. Meanwhile, their mom Chili sits down to draw all the different levels and try to help the girls out along the way. She even suggests that they use the silver pen instead of the gold one so that the Bingoos can lay magic silver eggs to help them on their journey, and with that, the game begins! So at first glance, it looks like we're doing kind of a Zelda-style top-down adventure game thing here. You play as Bluey, run around, and just kind of do stuff. Every stage has a portal that leads to the next one, but they're always blocked by one of Bandit's golden guards. The only way past is to have Bingoose lay a magic silver egg that will in some way neutralize them so you can move on to the next stage. But in order for the Bingoose to lay a silver egg, she has to eat enough goose food, which can only be found by scouring every corner of the stages. But I mean, I don't know, this is still a Bluey game. It's still for babies. Like, how big could these levels possibly be? Oh my god! Are we for real right now? Is this a Bluey mobile game or friggin' Breath of the Wild? I guess this really is a Zelda game. Well, not really. If I were to compare it to anything else I've played, yeah, I don't know, this might be a bit of a deep cut, but it kind of reminded me of Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. Does anyone remember that one? It was that weird Game Boy Advance Banjo-Kazooie game that tried to translate the 3D collectathon style of game into a 2D setup. Nerd talk, whatever. Basically, the game has a lot more in common with a puzzle platformer like a 2D Banjo or Spyro game than, say, like a 2D Zelda game. Mainly because there are no enemies. There's no enemies in the game. I mean, Bluey's got a magic wand that can break stuff, but there's nothing really to use it on. And like, I get it. Making a game where Bluey can die is probably not the best move, if I'm being honest, but it is just kind of weird to hop into a game like this with all these big old maps and basically nothing to do in them. Nothing going on. Now, the real challenge here comes from the various puzzle and platforming obstacles spread throughout each stage. And I mean, to be honest, these are pretty solid. You know, for a mobile game for little kids, these are pretty well designed and take some genuine thought to figure out the best solution. It's not brain dead or patronizing like other kids' games can be. It just makes me think of that moment in the first Bluey game where I looked away from the screen for like 1 minute to answer a text on my phone and the game just said, "Oh, I guess you're too stupid to do this. Let me just skip ahead to the next bit. Nah, here you actually gotta kind of work for your progress a little bit. Hell, some of these bits even took me, a 30-year-old man, a few tries to get through. But that's mostly just because it's a mobile game. You control this game with the iPhone touchscreen, of course, and for basic button presses, that's fine, but I have never, ever liked using a touchscreen for movement. Virtual analog sticks are just something I will never get used to. The lack of tactile physical feedback is always disorienting, and the fact that the virtual joystick just sort of appears wherever you place your thumb instead of sticking to a singular spot, I don't know, man. It's just always felt wrong to me. I didn't like controlling Mario or Samus with a DS touchscreen when I was little, and I don't like this now. It works fine, objectively, it's just a personal gripe. Anyway, after collecting a certain amount of goose food, Chili appears and says, hey, you're kind of done. You can move on if you want, at which point I can either say okay and head right to the end portal, or I can say nah and keep playing. And to be honest, I pretty much pick the latter every time. I mean, in most levels, you maybe only need to collect 8 or 10 things to proceed, but the levels have 20 to 30 things to collect in total. And I wanted to see everything this game had to offer if I was gonna make a video about it, which is a tactic that got kind of mixed results. I mean, it was nice to see all the different puzzles and challenges in the game, but once I got down to the last couple missing collectibles, things got pretty tedious. Your basic running speed in the game is already really dang slow, making it take forever to get anywhere. Thank God there's a fast travel system in this game. But when you've done literally everything besides collect the last piece of goose food, and you spend half an hour just retracing your steps to find anything you might have missed, I started to lose my patience. I'm not wasting my life trying to 100% a Bluey game. I still try to get everything I could and play as much of the game as possible, but oh man, it really started to dawn on me why games like this have enemies. After a while, there was straight up just nothing to do in these stages. Yeah, I know we don't want the babies seeing their favorite dog get beat up, but we could have something in these levels, right? Luckily though, each stage does come with a few unique gimmicks, power-ups, and gameplay quirks, stuff like that. Depending on the stage, you might get to mess around with something like a glider, a speedboat, a dirt bike, a jetpack, or my favorite, some Donkey Kong Country-style minecart levels. And honestly, for a game like this, these are kind of no joke. There's one minecart bit in the late game where you have to jump from track to track using Bluey's wand, which you have to aim and fire at just the right time. This is some really impressive design for a baby game, demanding some legit quick-fire reflexes. Yeah, I dig it. But, speaking of the late game, after going through about 7 stages of more or less the same stuff, Bluey and Bingoose corner Bandit at the top of a cliff. Bandit surrenders, turning the gold pen over to Bluey, only to then literally turn the pen over and use it to transform Bluey into a solid gold statue. Bandit then flies away, leaving the fate of the story, I guess. I'm not really sure what's being threatened here, but now it's all in the hands of Bingoose. Yeah, we actually get a little status quo shakeup here right at the game's 3rd act. I never thought I'd be able to say that Bluey Quest for the Gold Pen and The Last of Us share similar story and gameplay structures, but yeah, here we are. So, Bingo gets 2 levels to herself, one in the clouds and one in space. And if you think this is gonna lead to some massive shift in how the game is played, nah, it's the same. Literally, both of these levels are exactly the same as all the others. The only real difference is that Bingo can glide and do this crazy goose dash, I guess. So with that, you get a few newly tweaked obstacle courses that play around with that idea, but otherwise, it's the same thing. And after scouring around those levels, Bingoose finds a special glitter pin that Chili uses to unfreeze Bluey. And with that glitter pin in hand, Chili now has everything she would need to defeat and overthrow King Goldihorns. She actually looks like she's going a bit mad with power. Dude, could you imagine if she was like a twist villain? Like Bluey and Bingo have to defeat both of their parents? That's actually a wild choice. I wonder how they're gonna... wait. Chili's phone went off and she left. So she's not in the story anymore. Oops. But with Bluey back in action and 9 levels down, that just leaves the final challenge, the King's Castle. And they really try to build this one up, dude. Bandit's been taunting Bluey and Bingo the entire game, talking about all the bad guys waiting to stop them and junk. And Bluey straight up warns Bingo that it's gonna be really dangerous, saying she doesn't know if they'll make it out of there alive. So of course, once we enter the castle, it is a 2-minute long straight line with no threats, no collectibles, no one stopping you. It's literally nothing. We were legit able to enter the king's castle, walk right past all the guards, and get all the way to his throne room like we own the place. Again, man, I'm not saying a Bluey game needs to have enemies and stuff to kill.
I'm just saying that if you're not gonna have that, don't build things up like you do. Anyway, Bluey and Bingo confront Bandit, who still won't give up the gold pen as he's using it to build a giant statue of himself playing guitar. Realizing that they can't convince him to give up the pen, Bluey decides to instead trick Bandit into using the pen so much that it runs out of ink, removing all of his power, I guess? So our heroes convince Bandit that the statue needs to be bigger and bigger, and we get our final battle. This is actually a pretty fun sequence. Instead of a boss fight or anything, we get a lengthy platforming sequence where we scale this giant gold statue using Bluey's magic wand to dismantle it piece by piece, forcing Bandit to keep redrawing it. And the scope of the level actually jumps up pretty significantly, especially for a kind of baby game. So this really does feel like a big climactic finale. And for the first time in this entire game, someone's actually trying to hurt us. Hooray! Yeah, as we work our way up the statue, Bandit swoops in on a cloud and uses this gold guitar to send out shockwaves that we gotta avoid. And if it hits you, you get pushed off the edge of the stage. Don't get too excited though. Not only is it very hard to actually get hit by this junk without going out of your way to do so, but if you do fall off, you only get set back like a few steps. Like, it's more of a challenge than we've had so far, but it still ain't much. Don't get me wrong though, this bit is still pretty fun. Yeah, I've always been a fan of quick reflex platforming challenges over like traditional boss fights, and for a little kid's game, this is a really solid platforming challenge. And once you make it up to the top of the statue and yank its sunglasses off, the whole thing crumbles, leaving Bandit goldless and defeated, teaching him a valuable lesson in sharing and taking turns. And why did we do all this again? Oh yeah, Bluey's house. Yeah, that's still messed up. I kind of forgot that was the point of everything going on here. Oh well, Chili pops up and just instantly fixes the roof with her glitter pen. So I guess we never really needed the gold stuff in the first place. Cool, got it. Roll credits. And that is Bluey Quest for the Gold Pen. And honestly, yeah, it's a pretty solid game. It's really polished, the music is nice, the voice acting from the original cast is just as charming as ever, the puzzle platforming is engaging and surprisingly robust for a kid's mobile game, and compared to the last Bluey game, there is way more actual content, dude. Like, all the footage that I captured playing this game for this video tallied up to around maybe like 6.5 hours, and I've seen some playthroughs online that are half that length. But that would still be 3 times as much content as the first Bluey game at the very least. And remember, that game was $40. This one's $15. I hate to keep harping on the first Bluey game here, but really, like, screw that game, man. Quest for the Gold Pen is better in just about every single way. Really, the only thing the first game has over the new one is the multiplayer co-op and, like, yeah, I don't know, the fact that it's a more traditional Bluey story instead of this crayon drawing fantasy thing. I mean, it's also on consoles, but come this summer, Quest for the Gold Pen will be too. And at that point, there really just is no reason to play the first game over this one. So congratulations, guys, you finally did it. You made a pretty decently good Bluey game that's actually worth the money. But I swear to God, dude, if you guys hike the price up for the console release, you've seen what I'm capable of. Oh, poor Bluey. I'm so sorry. The Steven Universe Light Trilogy is a series of 3 video game adaptations of the Cartoon Network classic. This series took the cartoon and expanded it with new stories, new characters, and new lore, all with the help of the show's creator, Rebecca Sugar. And the final result were some really enjoyable turn-based RPGs in the vein of like Paper Mario. They're some of the best licensed cartoon games I've ever played. I have covered them extensively on this channel, and as of December of 2024, you can't get them anymore. Yeah, I know I'm a bit late to this news, but quite frankly, it's not like they made some big announcement out of it. This whole thing kind of slipped by me until about halfway through 2025, and quite frankly, it only very recently dawned on me how much I fucking hate this. So today, I just want to take a look back at these games, give them a bit of a proper send-off, and maybe do a little bit of ranting while I'm at it, because this is bullshit, dude. Luckily, not all hope is completely lost, but I'm getting a little bit ahead of myself at that point. But first, I just want to say, if you enjoy these cartoon videos I make and you want to help support the channel, you can either subscribe and be notified anytime I post a new video by clicking the bell next to the subscribe button, or you can join up as a channel member. We have 2 tiers, the $2.99 Hey Thanks tier and the $5.99 Living in Denial tier, both of which will get you some cool channel badges, some emojis to use in the comments, and get you early access to all of my videos, but only the Living in Denial tier will get you a bit of a shout out at the end of every single one of my videos as long as you're a member. If you can join the memberships, that's fantastic, but don't worry if you don't. Just subscribing and watching the videos is still plenty of support for the channel, so thank you either way. I got an itchy nose. But with that out of the way, yeah, let's get back to Steven. So the Steven Universe Light series consists of 3 different games: Steven Universe Attack the Light, Save the Light, and Unleash the Light, all of which were developed by Grumpy Face Studios, the same team behind other Cartoon Network games like Teeny Titans and Adventure Time Game Wizard or whatever. The first game, Attack the Light, was released all the way back in April 2nd, 2015. Damn. I did not realize these games were that old. That's over a decade ago now, damn. But yeah, Attack the Light started this whole series off exclusively on mobile devices and brought a brand new story to the Steven Universe. Well, the setup's pretty simple. While sitting around playing an RPG on his iPad, Steven is greeted by the Crystal Gems, Garnet, Amethyst, and Pearl as they return from a dangerous mission, bringing with them this weird little alien artifact. A shiny iridescent prism thing that is apparently a very powerful gem weapon that can be used to summon and command armies of light creatures. So of course, right as Steven touches it, all of those light monsters are let loose and spread all over Earth. So now it is up to the Crystal Gems to hunt them all down and get them back inside the prism. So yeah, that's the setup, but after that opening cutscene, the story just kind of disappears for the rest of the game. It's not a particularly narrative-driven experience. There's essentially no more story in the game until you get to the final boss, where Steven and the Gems fight this gigantic light monster, and Steven goes right into his old shtick of, like, talking to the creature and appealing to emotions instead of, beating the shit out of him. And he discovers that these light creatures came out of the prism in the first place so that Steven could, do what it says on the tin and command them like an army. But instead, Steven and the Gems have just been fighting them the whole time. So this entire plot is literally built off of, like, a simple misunderstanding. So Steven tells the light monsters that they don't have to fight, they don't have to be weapons, and they can be whatever they want to be. So they choose to be Steven. Okay, a million light Stevens spawn after the fighting stops, and that's just kind of the whole story. That's the whole thing. It's a mobile game from 2015. What did you really expect? But the story's not the focus here. The focus is on the gameplay, which is actually pretty enjoyable. You explore a bunch of different levels, all taken from classic Steven Universe locations, and just fight wave after wave of enemies. It's a little restricted. You can really only swipe from screen to screen and tap on stuff to collect it, and that's kind of it. No free range of motion or anything like that in this game. But the movement mechanics and the exploration really aren't the point. The point is the RPG battling system. I like my fair share of RPGs, and I respect the hell out of the genre, but I wouldn't really call myself an RPG guy. Like, they're not really my go-to genre when I just want to kick back and play something, but the main exception to that are RPGs like this one. As Steven Universe Attack the Light pulls a lot of its RPG mechanics from, like, the Paper Mario and Mario and Luigi series, which kind of just boils down to being able to do extra damage or block attacks if you press a button, or in this case, tap the screen at the right time. But that one simple change really does do a lot when it comes to making turn-based RPG combat, like, more engaging for me. It gives everything this bounce and rhythm to it, and keeps things, like, interactive and engaging even when it's not your turn. But, besides that, every gem still has their own specific abilities. Garnet has her gauntlets, Amethyst has her whip, Pearl uses her spear to fight, and Steven is more of a dedicated support character. He's got all the buffs and items that you're gonna need to actually engage in these fights, but he doesn't really attack at all. Every action you take takes a certain amount of points, and when you're out of points, you have no other choice but to end your turn and let the enemies attack. But, of course, because this is a Paper Mario type beat, you can still engage during their turn by blocking and maybe doing some extra damage if you've got some good rhythm. And of course, all of this greatly expands throughout the game as you learn new mechanics and level up your characters. Yeah, it's a pretty fun system that it does admittedly get a little bit repetitive, but, it's a mobile game, and if you played it like I did originally by just, going through one dungeon at a time every night before bed, the game paces itself out pretty damn well. It was never gonna set the world on fire, but, Steven Universe Attack the Light was a pretty enjoyable game with a lot of obvious potential. I just kind of wish it was not stuck on mobile. I'm not really a games on my phone kind of guy. And so, when Halloween 2017 came around, imagine my excitement when we got Steven Universe Save the Light. Not just a sequel to Attack the Light, but a massive upgrade in scope that was released for every major home console of the time. So, we're talking a Paper Mario style RPG based on my favorite cartoon that I can finally play with a damn controller. Perfect, sign me up. And this is where shit gets good. Steven Universe Save the Light is by far one of the best cartoon licensed games I have ever played. And it all starts with the story. There actually kind of is one this time. Yeah, where Attack the Light just kind of basically did the bare minimum they needed to do to get the game rolling, Save the Light actually has a really robust story that introduces a lot of new elements for Steven Universe. In the immediate aftermath of Attack the Light, as Steven chose his friend Connie, his shiny new light Steven, this massive homeworld gem ship comes down to Earth as we meet, of all things, a brand new character, Hessenite. And that prism? Yeah, that used to be hers. She lost it ages and ages ago after being defeated in battle by the Crystal Gems and Steven's mom, Rose Quartz. But now that she's tracked it down, she has taken it back by force and used it to summon even more light monsters that we gotta fight through. I'm not gonna go too much deeper on the story here since I already did a full playthrough video of this game years ago, but even just this is already light years ahead of what we got in Attack the Light. We're talking brand new characters, expanded universe lore, all with an amazing art style and plenty of voice acting from the original cast. This is an insane step up already, and it does not stop there. Compared to Attack the Light, this game's scope just absolutely skyrockets, and they don't waste any time showing that off. Save the Light now boasted fully explorable 3D levels, a complete control over every move of your character, the ability to swap characters anytime you wanted, with some characters having like different running speeds or jumping heights, and you can jump in this game now. It's a real video game. Okay, but seriously, when I first saw this pan-out shot of the temple leading to Beach City and realizing, oh man, you can explore all of that, like, I was instantly sold on this game. And I know that doesn't sound like much, but keep in mind, we are talking about licensed cartoon video games here. They don't always have to go this hard. And just this change alone adds so much more variety to the Steven Universe Light formula. Exploration is a lot more varied now that the maps are bigger and you can get into like every single nook and cranny, and I do mean every single nook and cranny. I didn't say the game was all that polished. The new swappable character mechanic allows for a lot of new puzzle mechanics to be spread throughout these stages, and they even included some like platforming obstacle course type deals to make good use of that jump. They really went full-fledged Paper Mario here, and all that is on top of the already enjoyable RPG combat system that is mostly unchanged. They didn't really mess around too much with the true core of the game here. Yeah, everything works more or less the same. But now you get way more characters to choose from, you can rearrange your party at basically any time, and they even threw in gem fusions as this really robust like power-up mechanic, with each fusion even boasting their own like full move set, and most importantly, Steven can actually attack now. That's my boy! I knew that kid had a killer in him. I just knew. And like I said, the story and new characters here are also really great. The only reason I haven't delved more into them, besides having already done a full playthrough video on this channel, is because even though all of these games have technically been delisted from digital storefronts, Save the Light is the only game in this series that you can still legally get. Yeah, Steven Universe Save the Light actually got a physical release back in the day across pretty much all major consoles, bundled with the equally amazing OKKO game Let's Play Heroes. And unless they pulled some bullshit where the game data isn't actually on the disc and it just lets you download it from the shop once you pop it in your PlayStation, and that essentially bricks even the physical editions, which, yes, is a real thing that has happened. Modern gaming is a hellscape where you own nothing and pay $100 for the privilege. Unless any of that has happened, then I'm pretty sure this is the only way you can still legally purchase this game. But quite honestly, if you are a Steven Universe fan, I highly, highly recommend you do so. I have been championing this game for years now. I have always loved it. But that is not all, because another 2 years later, on November 27th, 2019, we got the finale to the Light Trilogy, Steven Universe Unleash the Light. Taking place both after the Save the Light game and after the Change Your Mind finale from, like, the TV show, Steven Universe Unleashed the Light sees Steven attempting to usher in a new era of peace for gemkind across the galaxy, but in the process discovers that there are two rogue gems named Pyrope and Demantoid who are instead looking to use this opportunity to seize power for themselves. Not only that, but they also have two incredibly powerful prisms of their own, just like Hessenites, so of course, it is now up to the Crystal Gems to try and put a stop to them. And the game from there is unfortunately kind of a downgrade. Unleash the Light did come to consoles, and that's how I played it originally, but it was actually developed and released for mobile devices first, so we're kind of back to the Attack the Light formula here. No more free exploration, no more jumping around and platforming, now we're back to just scrolling from room to room and waiting for an ambush to happen. But to be fair, there are still some upgrades from Save the Light that carry over to this game. There's the puzzle-solving elements and the extra playable characters. Hell, they even introduced a couple of new ones like Lapis and Bismuth. Yeah, it's still a really enjoyable and well-made game, but I do kind of miss the greater scope of Save the Light and the greater amount of agency that I, as the player, had in that game. All that said though, I really do think Unleash the Light still really sticks the landing for this trilogy. So Hessenite comes back after having spent a lot of time changing and growing and soul searching after being defeated in the last game. She actually teams up with the Crystal Gems right at the end to help defeat Pyrope and Demantoid, and then stays behind to work to undo a lot of the damage that she helped cause. All while the three prisms are finally set free, bringing the Steven Universe Light trilogy to a close. And dude, these really are some of the best and most fulfilling licensed cartoon game experiences I have ever had. They might not be my genre exactly when it comes to the gameplay, but all the extra effort in the storytelling and world building and all that it really pays off. I mean, I hate to fall into a cliche here, but these games, especially the latter two, really feel like you are playing through an episode of Steven Universe. It's a cliche, but it is true. It is an apt description. Now, obviously, if you're not a Steven Universe fan, your mileage may vary on these games, but something tells me if you're not a Steven Universe fan, you're probably not watching this video, especially not this deep into it. But speaking personally, I really like these games. I love Save the Light, but truth be told, I dig all of them. But of course, the entire reason we are even talking about these games today in the first place is because on December 24th, 2024, all three of them were delisted from all digital storefronts. I believe along with pretty much all of the developer Grumpy Face Studios' other Cartoon Network games as well. It kind of seems like Grumpy Face did everything they could to convince the powers that be to leave the games up for sale, but it just didn't pan out. And dude, I hate this shit. And not just because these are great games that I love playing, and not because they're fantastic examples of what modern licensed cartoon games can be, but also just because this shit just shouldn't happen, dude. Video games being available to purchase and download online at any time is and has always been a really convenient thing that has led to me discovering a bunch of fantastic games that I probably would have missed out on otherwise. But it's also kind of led to an ecosystem where you kind of don't own much anymore. Basically, any video game on an online store or any movie or TV show on a streaming service can be yoinked away from you at any time just because. Hell, I already mentioned earlier that there are some physical video game releases that don't even have the game on the disc. It's just like you don't own shit. And as much as this is really annoying for the consumer, it can be a genuine slap in the face to the developers, designers, artists, and programmers who actually make these games, dedicating years of their lives to them. I can't even tell you how many mobile games I played like a decade plus ago that just straight up don't exist anymore, and that fucking sucks. Actually, funnily enough, when I was scrolling through my phone looking at all the games that I used to play that don't exist anymore, I actually found Steven Universe Attack the Light and discovered that I could completely download and play it. And of course, that is fantastic news for me. So I don't know, man, maybe the games aren't completely extinct, but what that essentially means is that the only people who can legally download and play them are the people who already did so years ago. No one else can legally discover these games for the first time anymore, and that is a huge, huge shame. But luckily, not all is completely lost, because while most of their Cartoon Network licensed games have been delisted, the developer, Grumpy Face Studios, is still very much around. They've got a tower defense game called Castle Doombad that's been out for a while, and according to their website at least, has a sequel in development, and they actually recently helped publish a game called Sea Frog that quite honestly looks fucking sick. But beyond just Grumpy Face Studios, there's also Blackfield Entertainment and their indie game Ink Inside, which has a lot of the same developers and designers spearheading it as the Light games. Now, I know I've talked about this game before in like a sponsored segment, but I promise this isn't that. They're not sponsoring me today. There is no sponsor on this video to begin with. No one told me, paid me, or put me up to talking about this game in this video, and we've not talked about it beforehand at all or anything like that. I just think these guys deserve a little bit more love and spotlight considering what happened to all their Steven Universe games. And just looking at Ink Inside, you can already see that this is kind of a spiritual successor to the Light games, but with its own twist. Yeah, it's still an RPG, but now with real-time combat instead of turn-based combat. And for some reason, they decided to base their entire combat system around dodgeball. Yeah, I don't know why, but it definitely gives the game a unique edge that helps it stand out. Plus, they're going really hard in this game to give it that cartoony vibe, with all of these quirky characters and voice acting from people like Brian David Gilbert and me. That's right. A few years ago, when the game was still in development, the people over at Blackfield Entertainment saw my Steven Universe videos and emailed me asking if I wanted to do some voice acting in their upcoming games. So I don't know, if you do happen to check out Ink Inside from this video, again, not sponsored, definitely keep an eye out for these two little ferret characters named Chaos and Calamity, because they're me. So yeah, if you like the Steven Universe Light games, or you missed out on them when they were still around, definitely give Ink Inside a look and send the developers some love. I really like the Steven Universe games. Steven Universe is of course my favorite cartoon, and so maybe I'm a bit biased, but not only do I think they're good games that I had a lot of fun playing, but they also played a huge part in this channel, and they've done a lot for me, so I really wanted to pay them some respects. So thank you to Grumpy Face Studios for these amazing games. Thank you, Steven Universe Light Trilogy, for what you've done for me and this channel. If any of you guys watching this video still have these games downloaded onto your systems, just don't delete them. I know that like storage space is important, but like don't delete them, please. If you can find a physical copy of Steven Universe Save the Light out in the wild, definitely pick it up. I love this game. Invest in physical media and own the stuff you love, because if we don't care about that kind of preservation, then no one else really will. Fucking bummer of an ending, right? Hey guys, thank you so much for watching this massive cartoon video games compilation while I get ahead on future videos. And now, as always, I gotta give a massive shout out to my Living in Denial channel members. Those being Hatter Z, Chiller Beans, Faith, Princess Ella Bunny, Miss Mid, Simon Brother, Clifford Longhead, Spray OSC, Micah K Gaming, Sean Williams, Mimikyu199, Loki, not that one, Chrisara, Spooky Month 333, Meme Boy 049, Reality in Color, Samburger, Jake Artist 13, JBG0801, Broken Pie, Revamp Skunk, L1 Brew 5, Hey It's Rosa, No Nah Ha, Glue Gunner, Dirk, Flip Flop, Mario Underground, Wolfglar, The Flame Bucket, Comfy Wilds, and Ciela Star. Thank you very much.